Chapter 2067. Following Mu Rendi's order, the entire infernal realm began to move. However, what made Mu Rendi unable to believe was that the 10 members of the reverse kill organization seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing from the infernal realm just like that. This made Mu Rendi vomit blood after hearing this. Search. Even if we have to turn the entire infernal realm upside down, we must find those 10 people. Mu Rendi roared, his voice echoing throughout the infernal realm. The people of infernal realm began to move once again, searching inch by inch. Regardless of whether it was on the ground or underground, there were experts searching everywhere. Mu Rendi mobilized all of them, afraid that they would miss any part of the search. After 3 days and 3 nights of searching, those 10 people seemed to have disappeared. They had completely disappeared. Whether it was Mu Rendi or the other dynasty lords, all of this seemed abnormal. However, to the people of infernal realm, those 10 terrifying heavenly fate realm experts were like sharp swords floating above their heads, ready to slash down at any moment. The entire infernal realm was in chaos. Before they could find those people, Mu Rendi had no choice but to order a lockdown. Especially at night, no one was allowed to go out on the streets. At the same time, all kinds of people began to search. If there was anything wrong, they would be severely interrogated. For a time, the entire infernal realm was in a state of panic. Good, this is good. Lin Fei recalled his doppelganger and paid attention to what was happening outside. This time Mu Rendi is going to have a good time. A chaotic infernal realm was exactly what Lin Fei wanted to see. No matter what, he had to make Mu Rendi unhappy. As long as the investigation was not carried out, the infernal realm would feel uneasy. After a few days he would let his clone go out and show himself. Lin Fei revealed a smile. At that time there would be a good show to watch. Thus Lin Fei no longer cared about it. Now he just needed to wait for the system's analysis. In the following days, Mu Rendi commanded people every day trying to find those people. However, as time passed, the 10 black-robed people seemed to have really left, never to appear again. They had completely disappeared without a trace. Mu Rendi roared every day. The more time passed, the more uneasy Mu Rendi became. He couldn't imagine those people from the reverse kill organization. Where are they hiding? In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Everyone in the infernal world was in a bad mood. No one knew where they would appear, so every city entered a state of alert. The more he thought about it, the more it came. On the 6th day, the members of Inverse Kill appeared again. They destroyed more than a dozen cities and killed a large number of experts. They disappeared again, leaving only their corpses behind. Reverse Kill. After Mu Rendi arrived, he roared again. On the other side, Lin Fei also gained something. After spending a large amount of destiny points, there was finally a result. I thought it would take at least half a month. Lin Fei sighed. A smile appeared on his face as he headed straight for the mystery he had discovered. This time, there were a total of 6 locations that needed to be searched one by one. As long as the location was revealed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He rushed to the corresponding location one by one. I don't have that. No. Not really. Very soon. There was only one place left. It was located near an underground river in the infernal world. Hua hua hua. The moment he entered the underground river, Lin Fei heard the sound of flowing water. This was a huge black river. The river water was tumbling and monsters were constantly jumping up. Here. At a location in the black river. Lin Fei rushed in. As soon as he went down the black river, a large group of evil fish welcomed him. They were densely packed, causing one's scalp to go numb. But to Lin Fei this was nothing. Lin Fei opened his mouth and exhaled. That was the power of destiny. Hua hua hua. With this breath, half of the densely packed evil fish were killed. Lin Fei soon arrived at the bottom. It's an array formation again. Lin Fei left it to the system to deal with. Anyway, breaking arrays was not his forte. On the other hand, those evil fish did not fear death and came forward, but they were unable to reach Lin Fei. After some time, Lin Fei finally managed to break through the array. Then he rushed in. Whoosh. It's really an independent space. As soon as he entered, the rich power of destiny rushed towards him. Soon he found the middle position. It was also an altar, including a mysterious purple gold tree. It was exactly the same as the one in Tianxian world. It seems that every subworld has such a place where destiny power is born. Lin Fei understood some of the situation. It seems that this is the place where the last 6 destiny powers are fighting for the most. After searching for a while, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. This infernal world space did not have anything special. It also had a huge amount of destiny power. Awesome. However, soon a headache came. There is a huge amount of destiny power here. I can't stay here forever. Lin Fei frowned. The destiny power here was too huge. It was definitely not something that could be absorbed in a short period of time. Stay here forever? Lin Fei did not have this idea. Master, you can build an energy pagoda. It can absorb destiny power for you. As long as you have a certain amount of time, you can come and collect it. The little devil said disapprovingly. Lin Fei entered a fixed state of mind and did not think too much. Now that he heard the little devil's words, his eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He immediately opened the treasury and found a high-grade energy storage pagoda. The price was not cheap. Lin Fei bought 10 of them in one go and installed one in each of the 10 locations. Once activated, it turned into a huge whirlpool. What a fast speed. Lin Fei stood at the side and watched for a while. As the destiny power was absorbed, it gathered together and became a common energy block. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Although it was only a part of it, Lin Fei saw it clearly. The energy in the energy block was very pure. There was no wastage. It could be absorbed by the system. There was another method. It could also be directly absorbed without any consumption. It could be directly converted into destiny power. Good. We can go now. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as there was time, he could come and collect it. Before leaving, Lin Fei let the 18 clones eat their fill. They absorbed a large amount of destiny power. Mu Rendi, we will be back. The infernal world shook. The activated formation was broken by a saber ray, and 10 black figures rushed out. Mu Rendi, who was still searching for reverse kill, suddenly heard this voice. His heart sank and he appeared outside, looking at the backs of the 10 black-robed men. Bastard! Mu Rendi cursed. What the hell, where are they hiding? Mu Rendi felt like he was hit in the head again. It was just these 10 people that consumed a lot of manpower and resources. In the end, it was all in vain. How could Mu Rendi accept this news? He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. When this news spread, everyone was in an uproar. How did this reverse kill do it? While everyone was still talking about the reverse kill organization, Zhang Xian and the others were talking about the reverse kill organization. Another piece of news came. Reverse kill's invasion of the Moan world caused a huge commotion. God Emperor Shuateng, who was watching the show, almost fainted. He quickly brought his people back. He kept muttering in his heart, why did they come to the Moan world? Aren't they tormenting people? It didn't matter if they were tormenting people or not. Reverse kill's people once again came to the Moan world. The Moan world was in an uproar. Just like the infernal world, the Moan world was tormented for a month. Mu Rendi also came personally, but he still couldn't find them. It was as if the curtains of the infernal world had opened. Starting from the infernal world, reverse kill continuously visited the subworlds. After the Moan world, the Genesis world, the Bloody Fiend world, and the Sky Fusion world were all tormented by reverse kill. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone couldn't figure out what reverse kill was trying to do. In a year's time, the 5 subworlds were swept clean. In the entire divine realm, it was hard not to know about them. At the same time, they also remembered this organization. The 10 heavenly fate realm experts broke through the ambush time and time again. Reverse kill's influence also increased imperceptibly. When everyone thought that reverse kill would go to the profound sky world to torment them, they turned around and left. It was a big blow to those who were watching the show. It turned out that they were afraid of the profound sky world. Finally, I can rest. In 1 year, Lin Fei went to all 5 subworlds. Among them, there were quite a few subworlds that were quite difficult to enter. They were hidden too deeply. Thanks to the system, Lin Fei was able to enter them without anyone noticing. A year had passed since he went to all 5 subworlds. Returning to the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei placed pieces of energy blocks in front of him. They were completely black in color and each of them could explode with super strong destructive power. This should be the same as those immortal stones. The energy tower was placed in the space. Lin Fei obtained the first batch of energy blocks, and this was only the beginning. He could go and collect them every half a year. Could be said that Lin Fei was the richest person in the entire divine realm. Comparing heavenly fate energy? The difference was too big. I wonder what kind of expression those people will have when they see the empty space with not much destiny energy left after 100 years? Lin Fei really wanted to see. No matter who left it behind, it belonged to him now. 100 years later, Lin Fei didn't care. Whoever wanted it could have it. Fight for heavenly fate? You guys can slowly fight for it. The war between the dynasties in the divine realm was still ongoing. Lin Fei was also quietly watching. Soon a dynasty rose up. It was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei's, the all-heaven divine emperor who took the blame back then. He was now a dynasty lord and constantly annexed other dynasties. His overall strength increased by leaps and bounds, charging into the top 20 and then the top 15, becoming a dynasty that shook the world. Ever since the 10 great dynasties suffered losses, they didn't make a move on the subworlds. Instead, they started annexing other dynasties and temporarily put the subworlds aside. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. While the entire divine realm was in chaos, there was only one place that was relatively quiet, and that was the mysterious sky world. Those who thought that the Tianxian dynasty lord had other ideas were dumbfounded. After that day, the mysterious sky world seemed to have really disappeared. The array shrouded it every day, and until now no one had been able to break it. In 30 years, the mysterious sky world seemed to have been forgotten. Those who had been wary of the mysterious sky god dynasty secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the Tianxian dynasty lord would be involved. That wasn't so easy to deal with. Now that he wasn't involved, they were the happiest. However, to the 10 great dynasty lords, that Tianxian dynasty lord was the most terrifying. Until now, no one had found anything, and the information they had was pitifully little. Someone has broken in. In the past 30 years, Lin Fei was more leisurely. Other than accompanying his wife, there was almost nothing to do. At the same time, Lin Fei's forces had increased greatly in these 30 years, especially those at the level of unrivaled divine emperor. With the transformation of the heavenly fate, they had become terrifyingly strong. His 18 doppelgangers were secretly dispatched. With the purple moon sacred saber, he easily brought back the corpse with 15 times the attack power. Even if it was a puppet, Lin Fei wasn't dissatisfied. However, these good days were interrupted by the system's information. Lin Fei's leisurely life was interrupted. When the system opened, an image appeared. This is the independent space of the infernal world. Lin Fei recognized it. However, at this time, there was an old man standing on the altar in the space. It's him. Seeing this old man, Lin Fei was shocked. Isn't he being hunted down? Why is he here? Could it be that he knows the secret of this subworld? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had to thank the system for this place, but the other party could enter so easily. What was the background of this old man? The old man appeared on the altar as soon as he entered the space. The heavenly fate space is destined to belong to me. The old man smiled and soon frowned. He appeared in a place where the energy tower was. His eyes flickered and he exclaimed. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Did someone enter this place? The old man didn't recognize the metal equipment in front of him at all, but he remembered that there was no such thing back then. And in the world, only a handful of people knew how to enter this place. Feeling the energy fluctuations, his face turned even uglier. Oh, who came in? Could it be them? On the other side, Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually someone in this world who knew how to enter, and it was the super dangerous person he saw back then. Bang, bang. The metal tower exploded and the energy blocks fell. Strange, really strange. The old man picked them up, his face full of doubt. Could it be that they came in? Impossible, the heavenly fate array outside was set up by those old guys. Unless the time is up, no one can enter. Lin Fei was glad that he wasn't inside. If he encountered this guy, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. It was a pity that his energy tower still had energy blocks. Then the old man appeared in the second energy tower. It seemed that he was going to destroy all of them. Lin Fei was anxious. Destroying one was equivalent to losing a large number of heavenly fate points. He had to be anxious. Chapter 2068. Seeing that the rest of the energy towers were doomed, Lin Fei immediately activated the energy tower's speaking mode. This mode had always been there, and Lin Fei had never thought of using it one day. From the day it was set up, Lin Fei had never thought of using it. There was really no need for it. Anyway, there was no one here and Lin Fei would not use this mode at all. Who would have thought that in just 30 years, not even 100 years, an old man would come, and the system had evaluated him as a very dangerous person. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. He had hoped to accumulate wealth within 100 years, but now that the old man had appeared, it meant that his future plans had changed. Since the old man could come in, perhaps the second person could also come in. Who is it? The old man was very surprised to actually hear a voice. This made him very confused because he did not sense anyone inside. Other than him, there was no one else in this place and he was confident that no one could hide in front of him. Except for those two people. To be more specific, there should be half a person. That person's concealment method was very powerful, and until now the old man had not been able to find a way to break it. However, he was sure that there was really someone there, but that person was very patient and did not reveal any flaws. Now that he had encountered another mysterious existence, the old man suddenly felt that he was getting old. No need to look, I'm right in front of you. Whoosh. A shadow directly appeared in front of the old man. The shadow did not have a face and it was just a simple person. Interesting, interesting. A strange look flashed in the old man's eyes. This must have been created by you through this metal equipment. It's good that you know. This place has already been contracted by me, sir. You should go somewhere else. After receiving the little devil's guarantee that it was absolutely safe, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Last time it was in close range and he could not show himself. Then this time Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. It was so far away. Who was afraid of who? You talk big. Although I don't know how you came in, you should know that this place is not for you to own. The old man said lightly. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. Are you threatening me? Lin Fei sneered. I was the one who discovered this place first. You're the one who came later. You should understand. The old man was indeed surprised. This place. In this world, only a handful of people knew about it. The old man was very suspicious as to how the other party had entered and even set up such a thing. It was something that he had never seen before. Right now, you are just an illusion without any power. If this old man wants to destroy you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. The old man laughed. Destroy me? You can do it, but as long as you kill me, I'm afraid that some of the information I know will be leaked out. Presumably, you don't want others to know. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of threats. If you dare to threaten me, then I'll threaten you first. The old man's expression suddenly changed but quickly returned to normal. Threatening me? That's really interesting. What's there to threaten an old man? The old man said coldly. His tone was also a bit colder. I heard that you're a descendant. It seems like you're being chased. I know that you want to use this to absorb the mandate of heaven's energy to improve your strength, but I don't like you being here. Lin Fei didn't expose himself last time. He wasn't afraid that the other party would recognize him. Things were different now compared to the past. Afraid? There was really nothing to be afraid of. Amazing, amazing. You're the first to guess my origin. The old man's heart was in turmoil. Regarding descendants, there were only a handful of people in the world who knew about it. I'm very curious. Which old monster are you? Maybe we know each other. There's no need to meet. I'm not interested in what happened to you in the past. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. If he didn't misunderstand, how could he maintain a sense of mystery? You walk your path and I walk my path. Now you should know why I can come in. The old man couldn't figure out who this person was. Although his identity was a secret in this world, it was highly likely that he knew something about the situation. He knew that no one in this world knew that he had been able to enter this place. He had avoided danger after danger to break through the spatial spell formation. Now that the other party could come in and reveal his secret, it was very likely that he was an old monster who had survived. For a moment, he suspected that he was one of those old monsters from the forbidden area. No. The old man wouldn't give up on this space. Lin Fei could only clench his teeth. This old man seemed to be very reluctant to leave, which made him very unhappy. Little devil, do you have a way to change the internal structure of this array and form a new one? Lin Fei suddenly asked the little devil. The other party could appear in the space of the infernal world. Perhaps he would soon come to his world. This was very bad. At the very least, Lin Fei had to keep one in his hands. Yes, but according to the degree of danger this person is, we can change the array. He can definitely break it. At most, it will take a few years. Then later we'll change our place first. No matter what, we have to discuss this guy. Lin Fei didn't plan to let the old man take advantage of him. This old man is not afraid of you leaking it. Moreover, if you leak it, it won't do you any good. The old man said, according to this old man, this space is so big. You and I each have a place and we will mind our own business. What do you think? Lin Fei didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party for the time being. This guy's background was too big. Lin Fei didn't want to have anything to do with the other party. The two people chasing after him might catch up at any time. It was not a good thing to have anything to do with him. Lin Fei felt that this method was feasible. If he really threatened Lin Fei, it wouldn't do him any good. Since the other party said so, Lin Fei could only agree. Seeing that we know each other, I'll do as you said. We will mind our own business. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that the other party would steal his heaven's will energy. Thus, the two of them had a short talk and shared the heaven's will energy in this place. The old man appearing in the same place made Lin Fei very unhappy. He could have been at ease, but now that he had appeared out of nowhere, Lin Fei had no choice but to be more careful. After ending the conversation, Lin Fei went deep underground and let the little demon rearrange the array formation. After adjusting it again and again, Lin Fei believed that he would be able to get more time for himself. On the other side, the old man was also frowning. Until now he still couldn't figure out who it was. Old monsters that could live until now were not easy to deal with. Although I don't know who you are right now. However, I believe that before long, you will appear sooner or later. The old man sat down cross-legged and opened his mouth to absorb. The surging heavens will energy rushed over, forming a huge whirlpool. For safety's sake, Lin Fei went to the remaining places. Fortunately, he had the coordinates so Lin Fei could move over and easily harvest the things. After that, he rearranged every place, trying to delay as long as he could. After that, every place was rearranged to buy as much time as possible. Even 50 years would be fine. 50 years of harvest was enough to make anyone jealous. Lin Fei's overall strength could also be raised to a terrifying level. Others might struggle over a trace of heaven's will, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. He could absorb it as much as he wanted and convert it for his own use. Let's see how you'll get in when the time comes. He paid a huge price to set it up. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had set it up 30 years in advance. 30 years was enough for him to obtain a large number of destiny points. The old man in the infernal realm never left. He was absorbing the power of destiny every day. Lin Fei allowed the energy pagoda to absorb the heavens' will energy and did not collect it. In any case, he was not afraid of this thing being taken away, and the old man did not have the guts to do so. Now Lin Fei had to wait for the old man to leave. Once he left, he would immediately go and collect the energy blocks. As for arranging for someone to go there, Lin Fei would never do it. Even if he couldn't get it for the time being, he wouldn't expose himself. The guy in front of him. He wasn't easy to deal with. He thought that the old man would be the first to move to the second space. In the end, they weren't the first to appear. It's them. This time it was the Blood Evil World. Deep underground in the Blood Evil World, in front of the array, two people, one black and one white, appeared. When they started to break the array, Lin Fei received a notification and saw familiar faces. It was the two people who tried to enter the space and touched the small trap that Lin Fei had set up. They were directly teleported out. There's a good show to watch. Lin Fei immediately went and collected the energy blocks. He erased the traces of the array and returned to the Invincible Palace. When he returned, the two people reappeared. Their expressions were a little ugly, as if they had been agitated. It must be that old thing. The white-robed man said coldly. Maybe that old thing is inside. This is the array that those people set up. It hasn't changed for generations. It was only last time that old thing got there first, so it was modified later on. I didn't expect the old man's ability to get stronger and stronger. He can actually change the internal structure of the array. Amazing, amazing. The black-robed man's killing intent was even stronger. The two of them sat cross-legged again. They sat cross-legged for a few days. When they stood up again, they started to break the array and tried to enter. This time they avoided many positions and advanced very far, but they were still sent out. This was also specially set up by Lin Fei's request for the little devil. You're really patient. Then you guys can slowly break it. Although this person was dangerous, Lin Fei was now hiding in the dark, so there was nothing to worry about. Should I tell that old man? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the old man. What he didn't dare to ignore was his terrifying combat power. The system listed him as a super dangerous person. Old man, let me tell you a piece of news. A black and white person appeared. They seem to be looking for you. Lin Fei used the destiny manifestation again and appeared in the space to tell the old man the news. The old man wasn't surprised at all. If he could come in, the others wouldn't be a problem. As for knowing the white robes and black robes, it wasn't something that couldn't be guessed. It was just that they came earlier than he had imagined. This old man owes you a favor. The old man cupped his hands, turned around and left. Lin Fei didn't expect the old man to be so decisive, leaving immediately after hearing the news. On second thought, the old man had a plan in mind. Maybe he knew that the black and white people were looking for him. As soon as the old man left, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. A mountain of energy blocks was good stuff. However, just as Lin Fei was planning to wait and see, the old man came back again and waved his hand to put away the energy blocks. These old men have taken a fancy to them. I owe you another favor. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. In less than a moment, the old man took away all the energy blocks. This was the accumulation of many years, and it really piled up like a mountain. Lin Fei cursed and gritted his teeth. This old man was really a bastard, taking advantage of him for nothing. Lin Fei even suspected that the old man already had the intention to take them. This is my harvest for many years. Lin Fei cursed the old man. If he met those two, it would be best if he was chased for thousands of miles. Ever since the old man left, he didn't appear again. Lin Fei took the opportunity to set up the formation again and took advantage of the limited time to collect the energy blocks. In the Blood Fiend world, the black and white people broke the formation and entered. At this time, Lin Fei finished searching and didn't leave any clues. No one would suspect anything if they came in. Let's go. The two of them swept through and left for the next place after finding nothing. It seems like their mission is to kill the old man. I was wondering if they would absorb the heavens' will energy. This is good too. I will set up the formation again and there will be nothing to worry about. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, what he was most afraid of was that the other party would stay and absorb the heavens' will energy. With the old man as an example, it would definitely be troublesome. It would be best if they could chase after the old man forever. Lin Fei got busy. He watched and changed the formation every day. Fortunately, he had a lot of heaven's will points, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. After the old man disappeared, he didn't appear again. The black and white people changed to another space and began to break the formation again. Lin Fei couldn't wait for that to happen. Time also began to pass. 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. In the blink of an eye, 90 years had passed. In the end of the war, the small god dynasties were all swept away. Now all that was left were the powerful god dynasties. They stopped to rest and began to accumulate their strength. The younger generation grew exceptionally fast in 100 years. The mysterious heavenly world seemed to have really disappeared, and it really didn't come out. Among the 5 subworlds, it could be said to be the one with the worst days. No matter who they sided with, they would have enemies. It was only 80 years ago that they really chose to side with a force. As the saying continued to spread, they had to make a choice sooner or later. Siding with a powerful god dynasty was undoubtedly the best choice. In the future, they would also have the opportunity to become a feudal lord. Chapter 2069. It's finally been 100 years. Lin Fei murmured to himself in the invincible palace. In a short time, 100 years had passed, and the structure of the divine world was basically settled. What was left was to slowly increase their strength, fight for the mandate of heaven, and become the supreme god emperor. In these 100 years, Lin Fei had never let his guard down, especially that old man who had never appeared again after leaving, as if he had disappeared from the world. The more this was so, the more Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate him. There were also 2 super dangerous people, one in black and one in white, who gave Lin Fei a headache. Fortunately, they didn't reveal their whereabouts, but they still made Lin Fei nervous for a while. After 100 years, Lin Fei was looking forward to the changes that would follow. 100 years passed and another 5 years passed. On a certain day, the destiny list shone with a blinding light. This light enveloped the entire world and everyone saw it. The light shone brightly, illuminating the world. It's here. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up. According to the system's calculations, the secret of the subworld would appear in 100 years. Although it was an extra 5 years, it was reasonable. In 100 years I've absorbed most of the mandate of heaven's energy, and the rest is not enough. I believe that when those people find out, their expressions will be very good. Thinking of the 100 years, Lin Fei felt a burst of joy in his heart. Although there was a threat, he had absorbed all the mandate of heaven's energy. Although he had lost some during this period, it was relatively small, and it didn't affect him at all. Could it be that a treasure is about to appear? Or is it about that rumor? The dynasty lords of the divine dynasty all looked up at the sky, and then at the destiny list. No one knew that the destiny list would release a blinding light, and no one dared to come out at this time. No one knew how strong it was. Who would be willing to be a guinea pig? Everyone watched quietly. Perhaps they would soon find out what the destiny list was for. On a mountain peak, a black-robed old man looked at the blinding light, letting it shine on him. This day has come, but I'm more interested than before. I'm even more interested than last time. The old man was expressionless. Tianming, this isn't something you can decide. There are 6 subworlds. Perhaps even the heavens' will energy has been used up. There's going to be a good show, hee. The black-robed old man turned around and disappeared. Only the sound of chuckling could be heard. The heavenly fate rankings continued to shine with boundless radiance. As the entire world was covered in light. Suddenly, 6 streaks of light shot out from the heavenly fate rankings. He headed in 6 different directions, but his general location did not change. What is that? They seem to be heading towards a subworld. That's right, that rumor must be about to be verified. The first to react were the 10 Imperial Dynasty lords. Based on the clues, they more or less knew some of the situation. The fight over the past 100 years was all for the last secret of the child world. Now, the final secret was about to be revealed. How could they not be excited and agitated? They had risked their lives and expended a large amount of manpower and resources, all for the sake of obtaining this subworld. From there he could obtain the final secret. Chase. The 10 great Imperial Lords were the first to give chase. Behind them, the medium-sized divine dynasties also began to chase. No matter how fast they were not as fast as the rainbow light. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden the world shook for a total of 6 times. A subworld. The treasure is about to appear. The huge movement caused the 6 subworlds to shake violently. Then, a beam of light rose into the sky and stood in the starry sky. It was so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice it. After the beam of light rose into the sky, it was filled with dense heaven's mandate energy. I know the subworlds contain the mandate energy. The first dynasty lord laughed. Aha, why didn't I think of that? In the past 100 years, the first dynasty lord had been searching for the secret, but he only understood it now. No wonder I couldn't find the secret. It turns out that I need the heavenly fate rankings to crack it. The first dynasty lord went straight to the blood evil world. As long as I absorb the mandate energy, I can break through another realm. Then I can enter the last realm, the consolidation realm. At this moment the Imperial Dynasty lords understood. The 6 subworlds and the 6 beams of light contained incomparably rich mandate energy, enough to raise people's cultivation by several levels and strengthen their forces at the same time. Now they finally understood why obtaining a subworld was equivalent to obtaining the mandate of heaven. As long as there was a huge amount of mandate energy to support them, the strength of the entire divine dynasty would rapidly increase, and they would become the last 6 overlords to compete for the mandate of heaven. Thus, the beams of light rushed into the subworlds. Everyone could see hope. Aha, so this is the secret. In the hell world, Mu Rendi had been obedient for the past 100 years. As the beam of light soared into the sky, he felt the incomparably rich mandate energy and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The mandate energy is all mine. Mu Rendi rushed into the secret underground space and was greeted by the heaven's will energy. Ha ha ha, so it can continuously produce mandate energy. I'll absorb it. Mu Rendi was the fastest. As soon as he entered, he opened his mouth and absorbed the mandate energy. A huge vortex formed around him and his aura continued to rise. Ha ha ha. Before Mu Rendi could enjoy himself, the rich mandate energy disappeared without a trace like a flash in the pan. Only a small portion of the mandate energy remained in the entire space. What the hell, how can this be? Mu Rendi was dumbfounded. Where did the damned mandate energy go? This didn't make sense. It was gone, it was all gone. The weak heaven's mandate energy was tasteless like chicken ribs. Boom. While Mu Rendi was lost in thought, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord charged in and blasted at him. Haha, mandate energy, it's all? Before he could finish his sentence, the Purgatory Dynasty Lord's entire face stiffened. At this moment, the incomparably thick beam of light had disappeared, leaving behind only a weak existence. Where did my mandate energy go? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Mu Rendi in the distance. Sensing the Purgatory Dynasty Lord's killing intent, Mu Rendi's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in big trouble and hurriedly said, Taoist Purgatory, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think, really. I definitely didn't devour the mandate energy here. You're the first to arrive. Where did you put that thick mandate energy? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord angrily attacked, unleashing one mandate energy after another. Mu Rendi wanted to cry. How did he get into such big trouble? I really didn't take it. Mu Rendi defended while explaining. Chapter 2070. Haha, this is interesting. While Mu Rendi was being blamed, Lin Fei, who was in the Invincible Palace, laughed heartily. Remove the array and let them in. Lin Fei was not interested in this. It was more interesting to hide in the dark. The entire mysterious sky world appeared again. After 100 years, everyone saw the mysterious sky world appear again. This situation was also discovered by the court leaders. Originally, everyone was afraid of the Tianxian court leader. However, once the secret of the subworlds was revealed, everyone could not care less. Greed could make people burst with endless motivation. Even if the Tianxian court leader was strong, he could not stop the crowd from attacking him. This Tianxian court leader is quite tactful. Many court leaders nodded. They went straight to the mysterious sky world hoping to get some benefits. They believed that the mysterious sky holy dynasty would not make an enemy of the entire world. The 5 subworlds have a scapegoat. I wonder who will be the scapegoat in the mysterious sky world this time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Those 5 subworlds were in chaos right now. Whoever entered first would be unlucky this time. They would be the scapegoat for no reason, and it was the kind of scapegoat that could not be cleared even if they jumped into the Yellow River. In a short while, the 5 subworlds broke out in an intense battle. Lin Fei looked as if he was watching a good show. This seems to be a medium-sized holy dynasty. Soon, someone entered the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei did not know this court leader. He barely had an impression of him and gave him a death sentence. Soon, the court leader entered excitedly. Then he realized that the destiny energy had disappeared. The remaining portion was floating in the space and was very weak. He gritted his teeth. Where did it go? Before the court leader could regain his senses, one after another, people barged in and started to fight. The entire space was in chaos. It's time to warn them to prevent them from destroying the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei smiled. Someone had taken the blame. There was no need to worry anymore. Boom. A terrifying consciousness swept through the secret space. If you want to fight, you can only fight in here. If you fight outside, I don't mind killing you on the spot. An overbearing threat sounded in everyone's mind. The expressions of the imperial court lords changed. This was the head of the Tianxian dynasty. That domineering and invincible fellow had beaten up the Dream Dynasty master. If he really wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon everyone understood. As long as they did not fight in the profound sky world, they would not be in any danger. Thus, Cao Zhu instructed his subordinates to only attack within the space and not outside. That powerful divine sense just now. It was as cold as knives falling on their bodies. If he were to kill someone, how terrifying would that be? So what if I'm out there fighting? Some of the other court lords were so bloodshot that they ignored the warning. Boom. A massive pillar of light shot out from the dynasty lord's body, reducing him to ashes. Even Jingguang wasn't able to save him in time, so everyone calmed down. This is more like it. Lin Fei crossed his legs. They watched the show with great interest. Heavenly Fate rankings? You've miscalculated this time. 6 worlds, all the benefits have been taken away by me. This time, the fight for the heavenly mandate is going to be difficult. Lin Fei was actually not happy about the heavenly fate rankings. Thus, when he killed the dynasty lord, he used his strongest attack and did not give him a chance. After the secret of the subworlds was solved, in addition to the initial commotion, another shocking news spread, causing the world to be shocked again. The accumulated heavenly mandate energy in the subworlds had disappeared without a trace. Although they knew that the subworlds could produce heavenly mandate energy, it was not as important as a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Thus, a question arose. Where did the heavenly mandate energy go? Why did it disappear? Mao Tu went straight to the first person to enter. A war broke out. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were involved in the whirlpool because they were the first to enter. After all, when the subworlds opened, the first to discover them were Mu Rendi and the other dynasty lords. Humans were greedy and greedy. With the treasures in their hands, they only wanted to be the first to obtain them. As for the previous choice, it was a helpless choice. Now that there was hope to soar into the sky, they were the first to enter. Other than enjoying the first pillar of light, there was nothing else. At the same time, another unlucky thing happened. They became the scapegoat. In the end, Mu Rendi fled in the middle of the night, leaving a dynasty behind. This time, even if he had a mouth, he would not be able to explain himself. He had fallen into the scapegoat. Who schemed against me? That was the most helpless sentence they said after escaping. Indeed, they had all been schemed against. Are you all in the same situation? The 5 dynasty lords began to flee, and someone was chasing after them. After all, who would believe that such a huge benefit was gone? The pursuit was inevitable. The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Now they wanted to find out if the secret of the subworlds was the same. It's indeed gone. Although it can still produce heavenly mandate energy now, the terrifying accumulation has disappeared. Dynasty Lord Wushuang shook his head angrily. Me too. After I entered, the heavenly mandate energy disappeared too. Dynasty Lord Purgatory smiled bitterly and said, It seems that someone took it away. Is there a mistake? Who could have absorbed such a dense amount of heavenly mandate energy? The 5 of them are the most suspicious. Dynasty Lord Subduing Sea said sinisterly. At the mention of this, everyone became even angrier. They had no choice but to be angry. If they obtained the subworlds, they would obtain the heavenly mandate. Everyone knew that. But now, what was the use of this empty subworld? Even if they could produce heavenly mandate energy, it would be a drop in the bucket. Everyone should distribute the remaining heavenly mandate energy among themselves. Well, what about the Tianshan subworlds? Dynasty Lord Purgatory suddenly asked. It's the same. It's gone. However, what makes me curious is that Dynasty Lord Tianshan didn't steal it. Do you all think that there's a problem? Dynasty Lord Purgatory said expressionlessly. Everyone's spirits were lifted. However, when they thought about how terrifying Dynasty Lord Tianshan was, they immediately lost the confidence to interrogate him. Even after 100 years he was still the same. That battle had left a shadow in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not make things difficult for Tian back then. Maybe he doesn't care about that at all. Dynasty Lord Purgatory Dream said. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart. It was not appropriate for them to say that. Then what should we do next? That's simple. Let's control the subworlds first and redistribute the resources. Chapter 2071. The Heavenly Fate rankings automatically unlocked the hidden secrets of the subsidiary worlds. But what was regrettable was that the number of people who benefited from it were few and far between. The hidden dimensions of the subsidiary worlds had also become useless. It was a pity to give it up, but it was tasteless. After some hesitation, everyone thought it through. The independent space was a must. The destiny energy produced inside was far from what the destiny energy outside could compare to. Next, it was time to see how it would be distributed. As a result, a noisy competition was staged again. The original 5 lords of the subworlds had become stray dogs who had lost their entire divine dynasty. No one knew where they were crying their hearts out. Our Tianshan divine dynasty is not interested in the other subworlds. However, we must have half of the subworlds of the mysterious sky world. Lin Fei coldly tossed out these words to the Imperial Lord. The distribution of the other 5 subworlds came to an end after an intense competition. Among them, only the Tianshan divine dynasty did not come. It seemed like they did not care. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Since the Tianshan divine dynasty did not interfere, it was easier for them to distribute. After dividing the 5 subworlds, everyone set their eyes on the independent space of the mysterious sky world. After all, it was still meat. They could not give it up. They could more or less gain something. When everyone saw Tian, they did not expect to hear such a sentence. They did not feel good. Impossible. Dynasty Lord Meng shook his head. We will never agree to it. After 100 years, Lin Fei's aura had become more stable. At this moment he stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. If you don't agree, our Tianshan divine dynasty will also take the remaining half. If not for the independent space appearing in the mysterious sky world, we would not even bother to ask. Dynasty Lord Meng was furious. Tian, don't be too greedy. This is the space opened by the destiny list. We will allow you to have 10% of the destiny energy. Yes, 10%. We are already very generous, Dynasty Lord Wushuang said. It was impossible for them to give up the independent space of the mysterious sky world. Even giving up 10% would make their hearts ache. There was no other way. The strength of the Tianshan divine dynasty lord had always made people fearful. 10% was something they had discussed with great difficulty. It was impossible. He did not expect the profound Sky Divine Dynasty to have such a big appetite, wanting half of it. If the profound Sky Divine Dynasty did not agree, they would swallow it whole. This was undoubtedly not giving them any face. Who would feel comfortable? It could be said that no one would be happy to agree. Lin Fei was not interested in an independent space. The big head had been plundered by him, and the remaining soup was tasteless. However, in order to put on a show, Lin Fei more or less wanted a part of it. Half was not all that Lin Fei had. This was Lin Fei's real thought. No. Lin Fei shook his head. It looks like we can't come to an agreement. Everyone can leave now. The independent space of the profound sky world will be managed by our profound sky god dynasty. There's no need to trouble everyone. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything else. It was meaningless. Let them out? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. Previously he had given those people face by letting them in. Now that there was someone to take the blame, Lin Fei could attack without worry. As for their suspicions, Lin Fei was not worried at all. Anyway, there were no clues left. After looking around, the 5 dynasty lords were the most suspicious. Hearing this, they were completely displeased. The first dynasty lord was on the verge of being exposed. Di Tian really did not give them face, and his appetite was too big. He actually wanted to swallow it in one gulp. Was he not afraid of bursting his stomach? Isn't this too much? The Sea Lord had a gloomy expression. The independent space was opened by the destiny list. It should be shared by everyone. Isn't he looking down on us too much by taking the whole thing? These words undoubtedly provoked everyone's anger. Lin Fei said lazily, "Anyway, our dynasty wants this independent space. Now you can leave. Do you want our dynasty lord to personally send you off?" After saying this, Lin Fei turned and left, leaving only his back to them. The first dynasty lord's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his expression was ferocious. This Di Tian was too impudent. He really did not take their dynasty lord seriously and wanted to chase them away. With a flick of his sleeves he turned and left. The last sentence was filled with a strong sense of intimidation. No one was afraid of the heavens, but they were really afraid of the mystic sky dynasty lord. Helpless, they could only retreat. Once they were outside the starry sky, their anger erupted. The first dynasty lord even destroyed a bunch of meteors. Damn Di Tian. How can they occupy an independent space? In reality, everyone was very angry. They had personally paid a visit and were very polite. That was already giving them enough face. They didn't expect that the profound sky divine dynasty wouldn't give them any face. What was even more hateful was that Di Tian. When he spoke, he didn't take them seriously at all. It was undoubtedly stimulating their pride. "Everyone, what do you think we should do?" The first dynasty lord had a strange look in his eyes as he asked everyone. "I mind if we organize some people to deal with the mystic sky dynasty lord again and strike a blow to their arrogance." As the number one dynasty, the first dynasty lord had never suffered losses elsewhere. However, he suffered losses again and again in the hands of Di Tian. The moment the first dynasty lord spoke, the expressions of the other dynasty lords changed slightly. Deal with the mystic sky dynasty lord? Save it. I say, isn't it just an independent space? In any case, there are no benefits. Why don't we give it to Di Tian? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord said seriously. Right. We have 5 subworlds anyway. We don't care about one subworld. There is no need to offend Di Tian and the Mystic Sky Dynasty Lord behind him. The Green-Robed Dynasty Lord, who was ranked 6th, said indifferently. I think we can do this too, the Yang Fiend Dynasty Lord said. In reality, they did not want to fight with the Mystic Sky Dynasty Lord. That was purely because they were asking for a beating. The first Dynasty Lord's expression sank as he cursed them in his heart. How could they be like this? When they came, they were still acting as one. In the blink of an eye, they fell apart on their own? A bunch of cowards. At this time, the first Dynasty Lord was feeling very helpless. Very quickly, the first Dynasty Lord gave up. There was no need for discussion. No one was willing to make a move. Their plan to deal with the Mystic Sky Dynasty ended just like that. I'm dying of laughter. As Lin Fei watched them leave, he could not help but laugh out loud. Even though they thought that they were quite far away, this distance was nothing in front of the system. It was still under surveillance. Lin Fei could see their every move clearly. They are afraid. Attacking together? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Even if they joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to attack the Mystic Sky Dynasty. After 100 years of development, Lin Fei's power was unbelievably strong. Not to mention anything else, just the substandard Heavenly Mandate weapon that he created had a 15-fold increase in combat strength. This was enough to make people go crazy. Furthermore, Lin Fei still had the Purple Moon Sacred Saber that could increase it by 40 times. We can't let them have it too easy. Chapter 2072. One day I'll definitely kill my way back. On the other side, Mu Rendi turned around to look at the corpse on the ground. His expression was still sinister. Ever since the Heavenly Fate rankings revealed the secrets of the subworlds, Mu Rendi's greed had erupted. He wanted to obtain a large amount of benefits so that he could stand out. Unfortunately, he didn't get any benefits. Instead, he attracted a lot of trouble. Until now, Mu Rendi still regretted that he was the first to rush in. Now, the whole world was looking for him, thinking that he was the one who took the biggest benefits. For example, this group of people was from the 10 great divine dynasties. Mu Rendi wasn't that easy to bully. After a series of ambushes, he reversed the situation and killed all of them, leaving no one alive. However, Mu Rendi knew that this was only a short rest. There would be more people chasing after him. The enemies were strong and they came in waves. Even now, he still hadn't recovered his Heavenly Fate energy. It could be said that Mu Rendi was in danger. As long as there were more waves of enemies like this, he would have to surrender. The Heavenly Fate rankings is too deceptive. Mu Rendi shook his head. He wanted to find a new place to avoid those people. A few days later, Mu Rendi was pursued again. This time there were more than 10 Heavenly Fate Realm experts. Mu Rendi couldn't defeat them and was heavily injured. He escaped to a star and was then surrounded in a valley. Mu Rendi, do you still think that resistance is useful? A Heavenly Fate Realm expert coldly said, if you don't want to die, come with us and explain everything clearly. You know that the 10 great divine dynasties are looking for the 5 of you. No matter how big the world is, there won't be a place for you to hide. Mu Rendi wanted to curse. At this time he didn't have his usual high spirits. His entire person was dispirited. From the high and mighty lord of a dynasty to a wanted criminal, there was no comparison between their positions. How many times have I repeated? There's really nothing in the space. The heavenly fate energy wasn't absorbed by me. Mu Rendi couldn't help but roar. Mu Rendi didn't know how many times he had explained this problem. Every time, it would ignite a nameless flame. This pit was too big. Even he had fallen into it. If he doesn't want to talk, we'll capture him and bring him back. The Heavenly Mandate Realm experts surrounded him and attacked once more. Mu Rendi was soon beaten to the point where he spat out blood. He couldn't resist at all. He hadn't recovered his Heavenly Mandate energy, and he had to expel it from his body as well. Am I really going to end up like this? Mu Rendi hated the 10 great divine dynasties for forcing him into a corner. Why did he end up like this? Whoosh. Just as Mu Rendi accepted his fate, a spatial fluctuation appeared. 3 black-robed men quietly appeared behind them. They pulled out a long purple blade, and a terrifying aura swept over everyone. Who are you? Without waiting for the black-robed man's reply, the purple saber slashed through a Heaven's Mandate Realm expert's body, splitting him into 2 halves. He then fell from the sky without any signs of life. Mu Rendi's eyes widened. We reverse kill are handling matters. Who do you think you are? The 3 black-robed men coldly snorted. Purple shadows streaked across the bodies of the Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, causing corpses to fall to the ground. In less than 30 breaths, the ground was filled with corpses. Mu Rendi felt his scalp go numb. His eyes were fixed on his opponent's long purple blade. A Heaven's Mandate weapon. Only a Heaven's Mandate weapon can be so domineering, sweeping away Heaven's Mandate Realm experts. Mu Rendi's surveillance was not bad and he finally saw through it. He was extremely shocked. Soon Mu Rendi's heart turned cold. When the Heaven's Mandate Realm experts from the 10 great divine dynasties were chasing after him, he still had the ability to resist. However, when he encountered the people from Reverse Kill, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Didn't they see the dozen or so Heaven's Mandate Realm experts being one-sided? Mu Rendi had never thought that Reverse Kill would be so powerful. They could even take out a Heaven's Mandate weapon and directly use Heaven's Mandate energy to the limit. Even the divine dynasty that Mu Rendi had established couldn't take out a complete Heaven's Mandate weapon, not even a fragment. What do you want? I really don't know about Heaven's Mandate energy. Seeing that they were coming, Mu Rendi's face was filled with fear. When he was chased by the people from the 10 great divine dynasties, Mu Rendi didn't show any fear. However, when he encountered Reverse Kill this time, he completely lost the will to resist. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easy. It wouldn't even take a blink of an eye. Brother Mu, do you want to take revenge? The ashen-faced Mu Rendi didn't expect to hear such a sentence. Not kill him? He could still take revenge? Of course he wanted to take revenge. If it wasn't for the opening of the damned minor world, he would still be comfortable as a dynasty leader. Who would have thought that he would be betrayed in the blink of an eye? A bunch of shameless people. Yes, I do. Are you willing to help me? At this time, after experiencing despair, Mu Rendi only had revenge in his heart. No matter what, he had to teach the people from the 10 great divine dynasties a lesson. Although Reverse Kill had come to the infernal world to cause trouble and caused Mu Rendi a lot of losses, he didn't care anymore. He only wanted to take revenge on those divine dynasties. We can't help you take revenge, but we can give you some support. For example, a Heaven's Mandate weapon. Mu Rendi's eyes lit up. This scene didn't just happen to Mu Rendi. The other 4 dynasty leaders had also encountered people from Reverse Kill. Moreover, they had appeared in the midst of despair and saved them from danger. At the same time, the members of Reverse Kill also offered to help them take revenge. For example, providing Heaven's Mandate weapons. They didn't hesitate and agreed. Now they could only take revenge. Soon the 5 court lords were gathered together. Their desire for revenge grew stronger. It's done. All of this was naturally arranged by Lin Fei. The 5 dynasty leaders weren't weak, and they had some forces under them. After a little reorganization they would be able to take action. Lin Fei wouldn't let them take the Heaven's Mandate energy in peace. No matter what, he had to torment them. Using the Purple Moon's sacred saber to support them, he believed that there would be a good show to watch soon. Lin Fei smiled. Although he didn't care at all about the Heaven's Mandate weapon, it was only a 7-fold increase in combat power, which was nothing. This was also made by Lin Fei using the system. It was cheaper, but in the hands of a dynasty leader, its power couldn't be underestimated. It was much stronger than a Heaven's Mandate weapon fragment. Lin Fei wanted to see what the expressions of the 10 great divine dynasties would be when they knew that Mu Rendi and the others were back. You want to deal with the profound sky world? Dream on. Lin Fei smiled smugly. Chapter 2074. The Destiny List had unraveled the secret of the subworld. Unfortunately, the secret of this subworld did not bring them much benefit. Everyone was very depressed. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they were also taken by others. Now all they could do was capture Mu Rendi and the others and learn the details from them. They suspected that Mu Rendi and the other 4 dynasty lords had taken away the true benefits of the secret space the moment it opened. As for what they had taken, they believed that the truth would soon come out. They all arranged for their people to hunt down the 5 dynasty lords, and the dynasties that originally belonged to them were also annexed. Not long after, the people of the 10 dynasties frowned. All the people they sent out were dead. Not a single one survived, and they were all killed in an instant. This time they were all surprised. They must have started refining the destiny energy in the independent space. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became even more unsightly. This could have been theirs, but they could not sit still. They decided to capture them personally. Such a big piece of cake, everyone wanted a bite. A good show is on. After they left, Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace smiled. Although the 10 dynasty lords had secretly sneaked out, Lin Fei's surveillance was everywhere. Even if a fly flew out, the system would record it, let alone 10 living people. The feeling of having everything under his control was simply too satisfying. Although he had to pay some destiny points, Lin Fei didn't really care. Coming. After they left, Mu Rendi quietly appeared outside the Hell Realm. However, Mu Rendi did not go in. Instead, he hid and waited until they were a little further away. He hid for 3 days and the 10 dynasty lords were very far away. Mu Rendi made his move, holding the Purple Moon Saber and killing his way into the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm was guarded by people. Moreover, the 10 divine dynasties had left people behind to guard the place. More people were guarding outside the independent space, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Kill? Mu Rendi appeared, holding the Purple Moon Saber. His combat strength erupted, and he swept away everything in his way. At the same time, the same thing happened in the other 5 subworlds. The dynasty lords who had been chased returned, and their combat strength erupted. They had utterly defeated the people of the divine dynasty who were guarding this world. This is too terrifying. With the violet moon saber in hand, Mu Rendi's heavens will energy exploded. He was in high spirits as if he had found the domineering aura of the past. He killed his way to the independent space and took a deep breath. Although it was not much, it was enough for Mu Rendi's consumption. Ah! With this independent space, I'm not afraid of anyone. Mu Rendi laughed. He believed that once the 10 dynasty lords returned, everything would change. After absorbing the heavens will energy, Mu Rendi attacked again. With the violet moon saber in hand, these heavens will experts weren't his match. In a short time, Mu Rendi had slaughtered all the people of the 10 imperial dynasties. Those who originally thought that Mu Rendi's momentum was about to collapse, once again tried to curry favor with Mu Rendi. In less than half a day, Mu Rendi used the purple moon saber to reverse the situation, and those fence-sitters were all killed on the spot. The entire Covenant world was flooded with rivers of blood. What? Mu Rendi had returned? Our people are all dead? Dream Dynasty Lord received the news from the spy, and his entire person exploded with endless killing intent. This news made Dream Dynasty Lord suspect that it was fake. Of the 5 subworlds, the 10 divine dynasties occupied the most weight. For the sake of Heaven's Will energy, they had arranged for Heaven's Will experts to oversee them. Apart from a few factions, they weren't worried about other factions occupying them. Suddenly hearing this news, Dream Dynasty Lord was greatly agitated. He couldn't understand why Mu Rendi, a stray dog, would come back instead of hiding. Could it be that he had found help? Yes, Mu Rendi must have found help. The Dream One Dynasty Lord suppressed his anger. The spy from the other side of the world sent another message. The meaning was the same. The people they were guarding were all dead. This is impossible. Dream Dynasty Lord finally couldn't take it anymore. For the 5 subworlds, Dream Dynasty Lord had arranged for more than 10 Heavens Will experts to oversee them, as well as a large number of God Emperors. But now news came from there saying that their people were all dead? What a huge joke. In a fit of rage, the Lord of the Dream Dynasty returned to the Infernal Realm and swore to capture Mu Rendi and the others and cut them into pieces. Why are you back? As soon as the Dream Dynasty Lord returned, he bumped into the Peerless Dynasty Lord outside the underworld. Although they had all gone to kill Mu Rendi's group, they hadn't gathered together. Given their status, they weren't interested in working together. Plus, there was no way they would work together for such a great benefit. But now, seeing them appear one by one, everyone was stunned. They didn't want to know they were back. They didn't want to lose face. They were all smart people and immediately realized what had happened. Taoist Dream Dynasty Lord, were your people killed as well? Peerless asked. In truth, he himself had returned in anger. His people had all been killed. You too. Whoosh. Before Dream Dynasty Lord could reply, a huge blade ray from hell shot toward them like a river. This attack was too sudden. The 10 Dynasty Lords had rushed back, not believing that Mu Rendi had the strength to do this. They thought someone had helped him. Everyone's expressions changed as soon as the blade ray appeared. The power of this attack made their brows jump. They hurriedly took out treasures to block. Boom. A few of them were sent flying. Mu Rendi appeared outside the Hell Realm, the violet moon saber resting on his shoulder, and laughed heartily. Long time no see, my lords. Are you satisfied with my gift? The 10 Dynasty Lords were in a sorry state. When their gazes fell on Violet Moon Blade, they were all shocked. This is a destiny weapon. Impossible, how can there be a destiny weapon? Where did Mu Rendi get it from? This is illogical. Did it come from an independent space? The 10 Dynasty Lords' expressions were ugly. They didn't have a destiny weapon, but Mu Rendi did. However, they soon felt something was wrong. A real destiny weapon shouldn't be this powerful, but the aura of the purple blade was that of a genuine destiny weapon. Didn't you want to kill me? Have a taste of my power. Mu Rendi sneered and slashed at the Purgatory Dynasty Lord, who was closest to him. The huge blade radiated a terrifying aura. The Purgatory Dynasty Lord took out a destiny weapon fragment and blocked it. The Purgatory Dynasty Lord's unparalleled might sent the destiny weapon fragment flying. None of you can leave today. Mu Rendi's destiny weapon, Violet Moon Blade, was ferocious and domineering. Even the fragment couldn't block the attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 2075. Mu Rendi's destiny weapons were already difficult enough for them. Originally they were only one level higher than Mu Rendi, and the difference wasn't that big. Now that Mu Rendi had the Heavens Will weapon, his overall strength was one level higher than theirs. The most terrifying thing was that the weapons were invincible. At the very least they couldn't stop them now. If it was just Mu Rendi alone they would at most be afraid. But now there were 4 more, and the most frightening thing was that each of them had a complete heavenly mandate weapon. What's going on? 4 more weapons of destiny. Who is it? Why do they have 4 destiny weapons? The 10 Dynasty Lords were going crazy. There wasn't a single complete weapon of destiny in this world, but 5 of them had appeared out of nowhere. Their strength had leaped up and they were now stronger than they were. Bam, bam, bam. The 5 Dynasty Masters immediately suppressed the 10 Dynasty Masters and fiercely beat them up. The spectating court lords were all shocked, not daring to believe that this was real. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Since when did Heavens Will weapons become so common? 5 of them had suddenly appeared. Too scary. What kind of dog shit luck did they have to get their hands on a weapon of destiny? The 10 Dynasty Lords lost this time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The 10 Dynasty Lords are all peak experts. They're destined to suffer this time. They all shook their heads, full of fear for Mu Rendi's group. Who would have thought that Mu Rendi's group would turn the tables again? 5 against 10, forcing the 10 Dynasty Lords to retreat. The 5 subworlds returned to their hands. Mu Rendi's group didn't let them go. They chased after them. He only stopped when he was almost at the first main god dynasty. He coldly said, 10 Dynasty Lords. Nothing much, ha. Their voices echoed in space. Following that, the same voice came from another part of the starry sky. It turned out that the ruler of another world had spoken. 10 Dynasty Lords. They'd lost all face this time. 5 Dynasty Lords acted impudently in front of the 10 Dynasties, drawing out some destiny experts. After killing them, there was complete silence. No one was a match for the experts who had killed their way out. For the first time, the 10 dynasties were suppressed by a dynasty lord. The world was in an uproar. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds shook the world once again, and their statuses were on par with the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 great imperial dynasty lords really know how to be tortoises. Lin Fei had been paying close attention to the situation. With the purple moon saber in their hands and the 5 of them working together, if they could not defeat the 10 imperial dynasty lords, they could just go and commit suicide. After losing a few Heaven's Mandate realm experts, the 10 dynasty lords didn't come out to fight with Mu Rendi's group, which surprised Lin Fei. The 10 great dynasty lords weren't as strong as he thought they were. Now I can have some peace. Ever since Lin Fei obtained the Purple Moon Sacred Saber and gained a 40-fold increase in combat strength, he no longer took the 10 great divine dynasties seriously. After witnessing the mysteries of the Heavenly Fate Board, Lin Fei didn't want to reveal it so thoroughly. It just so happened that Mu Rendi's group was being chased. An idea came to Lin Fei's mind, so he arranged for someone to contact Mu Rendi's group and give them the Purple Moon Saber. As for why it was called the Purple Moon Saber, it wasn't the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. Because it was on a completely different level, calling it the Purple Moon Sacred Saber was a waste of its name. Mu Rendi. The Nether River Dynasty Lord and the others didn't disappoint Lin Fei. With the Purple Moon Saber, they reversed the situation and caught the 10 divine dynasties off guard. Now it's their turn to have a headache. Lin Fei chuckled. After Mu Rendi's group recaptured the Hell Realm, they used the Purple Moon Saber as their heavenly fate weapon. The world was in an uproar. Everyone was thinking about the origin of the heavenly fate weapon. Very soon, all kinds of rumors spread. The biggest one was that the heavenly fate weapon came from an independent dimension of a subworld. Everyone thought that this news was reliable. In the whole world, there were at most fragments of the heavenly fate weapon. There had never been a complete heavenly fate weapon. Mu Rendi's group didn't use it at first, nor did they take it out. In their eyes, they were refining it. Now that they had refined the heavenly fate weapon, they returned. Mu Rendi's group didn't respond. This way, everyone thought that the heavenly fate weapon came from an independent dimension of a subworld. They couldn't help but envy Mu Rendi's group for being able to stand up again with a single heavenly fate weapon. After the news spread, Mu Rendi's group didn't stay idle. Instead, they directly launched a thunderous attack on some divine dynasties in the divine world. Mu Rendi personally took action. The dynasty lords of the other 4 subworlds did the same. They began to wipe out the divine dynasties in the divine world. With the heavenly fate weapon in their hands, in just a few months, all the divine dynasties had sided with Mu Rendi's group. There was even a rumor that with the heavenly fate weapon, one would be qualified to fight for the final heavenly fate. This news spread like wildfire, and no one suspected that it was false. The 10 divine dynasties were furious at this behavior. They gathered their forces to deal with Mu Rendi's group. Unfortunately, the odds of victory weren't great. Each time they suffered a crushing defeat, leaving behind a large number of experts. The situation in the divine world immediately changed dramatically. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds, which weren't very high in the rankings before, now had great fame. They even had the heavenly fate weapon, the people with the mandate of heaven. This didn't infuriate the dynasty lords half to death. They truly regretted not staying in the subworlds. If they had personally monitored them, the heavenly fate weapon wouldn't have belonged to them. Who would be qualified to fight them for it? Now that this was mentioned, everyone's stomachs were full of tears. The rise of Mu Rendi's group filled the dynasty lords with grievances. They couldn't think of a good way to stop them. Every time they organized an attack, they returned empty-handed. After a few times, they couldn't bear the torment any longer. There were too few heavenly fate weapons. While Mu Rendi's group was majestic, in a secret chamber of the all-heaven godly dynasty, the black-robed man frowned, seemingly stumped by something. Strange, how strange. Why would a heavenly fate weapon appear at this time? Could it be that there really is a heavenly fate weapon in a subworld? That's impossible. I can't be wrong. This black-robed man was the super dangerous figure that had been chased by the black and white duo. This time he was also shocked. The heavenly fate weapon appeared too suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Under normal circumstances, the heavens' weapons shouldn't appear at this time. Plus, from what I can see, the power of these weapons isn't even 10 times stronger than before, not even 100 times stronger. What is going on here? Everything seemed to have changed. Chapter 2076. They've lost again. This is the 3rd attack in 50 years. Mu Rendi and the rest are too powerful. They used the weapon of destiny to suppress the 10 dynasty lords. Perhaps, in the future, the mandate of destiny will fall on the 5 of them. It's not just perhaps, it's very likely. Didn't you see that in 50 years, Mu Rendi and the rest swept through the many dynasties of the divine realm? Even the ancient forbidden lands cooperated with them. The 5 of them controlled 5/10 of the divine realm. As they lost again, all kinds of rumors spread again. That's right, the attack of the 10 dynasty lords failed again. Ever since the destiny list revealed the secret of the subworlds, Mu Rendi and the rest used the weapon of destiny to reverse the situation, killing everyone. After that, it became unstoppable. This kind of behavior threatened the 10 great dynasties. From then on, the 10 great dynasties and the 5 subworlds fought. As for the last one, the Tiantian God dynasty, they were ignored. They were too low-key. Originally, the 5 subworlds already gave them a lot of pressure. With the addition of the Tiantian God dynasty, they simply did not provoke them and focused on dealing with Mu Rendi and the rest. In these 50 years, the war between the 10 great dynasties and the 5 subworlds attracted everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the 10 great dynasties' attacks all ended in failure, and everyone knew that the 10 great dynasties were defeated by the weapon of destiny. Every time they failed, the influence of Mu Rendi and the rest increased to the limit. Rumble. In the depths of a certain forbidden land in the divine realm. At this moment, the forbidden land was in ruins. One person walked in alone. Another shard of the weapon of destiny, hehe. In the treasure house of the forbidden land, there were traces of violent breakthroughs everywhere. However, Lin Fei didn't need to care about any of this. Not far away, a forbidden region lord coughed up blood as he stared at Di Tian, who was keeping a low profile. Lin Fei pointed with the purple moon sacred blade and said directly, "Now it's your turn. Will you live or die?" "I admit defeat," the lord of the forbidden land said helplessly. In front of this young Di Tian, he suffered a crushing defeat. Especially the purple long blade. Just one blade was enough to make him unable to bear it. Even if he was undying and indestructible, in front of the purple moon sacred blade, he would also be killed on the spot. At least you know your place. Lin Fei left a mark in the depths of the other party's mind. In these 50 years, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. Instead, he searched for the fragment of the weapon of destiny. It might be difficult for others, but for Lin Fei it wasn't difficult at all. He already had the first shard of the weapon of destiny, so he only needed to rely on the system to continue searching. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had been searching for the heavenly mandate weapon shard non-stop. The purple moon sacred saber's power had increased by 40 times. Lin Fei was still not satisfied. Lin Fei knew in his heart that he had messed up Heaven's Will's plan and might have offended some hidden powers. Therefore, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to improve his combat power. Without a doubt, a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times was the best way. Alright, this is the 8th fragment. Lin Fei threw the 8th weapon of destiny to the system. In order to find the 8th one, Lin Fei spent a total of 50 years. Now he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Now I truly have a super weapon. After throwing the 8th weapon of destiny to the system, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he didn't have the weapon of destiny, the purple moon sacred saber, it wouldn't have been so easy for him. With a 40 times amplification, Lin Fei could sweep through all kinds of dangerous places such as the Forbidden Zone now. Done. The last fragment was fused. It took half a month. The purple moon sacred saber that appeared once again was shining with purple light. This was already a super weapon. The purple moon sacred saber that can amplify by 80 times is enough. Lin Fei loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Although it didn't reach 100 times amplification, at least in this world, could be said to be a super weapon. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to obtain a complete super weapon. Unfortunately, there were far more than 8 fragments of this destiny weapon fragment. The last one had disappeared without a trace. Even if the system was able to analyze it, the chances of finding it were very slim. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied anymore. Alright, help me calculate if I have the ability to fight against those super dangerous fellows now. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the 10 god dynasties. What Lin Fei cared about were those 3 super dangerous fellows. They were the targets that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. Master, you are now qualified to fight against them. The 80 times amplification has already given Master the ability to fight against them. However, the chance of winning is 50-50. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I still underestimated them. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed with this result. There was only a reason why the system listed them as super dangerous figures. Lin Fei didn't think of using super weapons to kill them. If it was that easy to deal with, the system wouldn't have made this analysis. 50-50 is still okay. At least I have the ability to fight. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I still have to continue looking for other weapons of destiny. When I equip all 18 clones, let's see who will kill who. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. In the eyes of others, it was extremely difficult to obtain a weapon of destiny. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, as long as he had the fragments, everything was not a problem. With a purple moon sacred saber that increased his power by 80 times, Lin Fei's overall strength increased by a large margin. Most importantly, with this purple moon sacred saber, he could copy the purple moon sacred saber that was 40 times stronger. In a few days, I can go to the Supreme Demon Emperor's place. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Supreme Demon Emperor. The big brother level in the forbidden area. However, the Supreme Demon Emperor was different from others. Ever since the Destiny list appeared, he had been keeping a low profile. Because the current situation seemed to have changed. The heavenly mandate energy of the subworld had vanished without a trace. After that day, the Supreme Demon Emperor became even more silent. No one understood better than him what this meant. Someone stole the accumulated destiny energy and left behind a useless rib for everyone. After knowing this, the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't remain calm. As the old antiques that had survived, they all knew the secret of the subworld. They couldn't say it out loud. That memory had been sealed until recently. Who was it? Just which great character stole the heaven's will energy? In the secret space of the forbidden area. The Supreme Demon Emperor furrowed his brows. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of who the culprit was. As for Mu Rendi and the others, the Supreme Demon Emperor didn't care. He was just very shocked by the fake weapon of destiny. He understood that this world didn't have a complete weapon of destiny. Who would have the ability to create such a weapon of destiny? Oh. Chapter 2077. The moment the Supreme Demon Monarch made his move, the heaven's mandate aura around him rippled and shone resplendently. His grab was extremely terrifying. Big brother, your temper is still as bad as ever. A hand casually reached out from the void and tapped the Supreme Demon Monarch's hand with a finger. At the same time, a calm voice sounded. Wah. The heaven's mandate energy swept out with this touch. The area around the two of them instantly turned into a black hole. The two of them were simply too terrifying. Their heaven's mandate energy was extremely dense and it completely shattered the surrounding void, turning it into a black hole. It's you, Ditian. The Supreme Demon Monarch retracted his hand and frowned. He was extremely shocked. Ordinary heaven's mandate experts wouldn't be able to block that grab just now, but Ditian did it so easily. That's right, it's me. Lin Fei walked out from the void with a faint smile on his face. Ever since we parted, I've wanted to be a guest. The Supreme Demon Monarch hadn't seen Ditian for over 100 years. During this time, Ditian seemed to have disappeared and there was almost no news about him. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't expect that Ditian's strength would reach such a level in just 100 years and be able to shake off that grab so easily. 3 days without seeing each other makes me look at you in a different light. Taoist Ditian, congratulations on becoming a top-tier expert. I'm afraid everyone will be shocked. The Supreme Demon Monarch quickly returned to normal. At this moment, Ditian was already a top-tier expert in his position. You're too kind. The Supreme Demon Monarch invited Lin Fei to sit somewhere else. It wasn't a suitable place to talk previously. However, the Supreme Devil Emperor at this moment was filled with shock in his heart. He really wanted to know what Ditian was doing here. This was especially so for Ditian to raise his strength to this extent within 100+ years. Even the Supreme Devil Emperor had to admit that he was inferior to him. Taoist Ditian, you're now a top-tier expert. This old man is quite curious. What wind blew you here? The Supreme Demon Monarch wanted to know the reason now. Lin Fei looked at the Supreme Demon Monarch and smiled. Actually, it's quite simple. I just want something from Big Brother. The Supreme Demon Monarch smiled. Taoist Ditian, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm afraid there's nothing in this forbidden zone that can catch your eye. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I haven't told you yet. I'm sure you have what I want, and that's the Destiny Armament Fragment. Any fragment will do. You want the shard? The Supreme Devil Emperor was surprised. This had indeed surprised the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor indeed had a Heaven's Will weapon fragment, but he rarely used it. They were in the Forbidden Region and rarely interfered in the fight for the Heaven's Will. Yes, as long as you are willing to give it to me, I can give you something that will satisfy you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. What if I say no? The Supreme Devil Emperor's expression changed. He said expressionlessly. Lin Fei smirked. If Big Brother isn't willing to give it to me, then I can only do it myself because I need the fragment. The Supreme Devil Emperor felt that Di Tian was a little too arrogant. I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, but your temper is still the same as before. This old man is quite curious. Given your current strength, you won't be able to force this old man to hand over the item. Boom. What about this? Lin Fei took out the purple moon holy blade and placed it on the table. Purple light soared into the sky. The Supreme Devil Emperor's eyes almost popped out, and his breathing began to quicken. He stared at the purple blade, no longer calm. A complete Heaven's Will weapon. Not only did Lin Fei want the Heaven's Will weapon fragment, but he also wanted to know some secrets from the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei was quite interested in the secrets of this old antique who had lived for generations. You guessed it. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the purple moon holy blade. Now, Big Brother, you can promise me now. The Supreme Devil Emperor's eyes flickered as he tried to calm himself down. The terrifying aura emitted by the purple blade made the Supreme Devil Emperor feel what a threat was again. It had been a long time since this happened, and today was the first time he experienced it again. Amazing. You can be called the #1 expert in the world now. The Supreme Demon Emperor said slowly, with this super weapon, the 10 divine dynasties will be nothing but a joke. If I'm not mistaken, the counterfeit heavenly mandate weapons in Mu Rendi's hands were all made by fellow Taoist, right? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. As long as he gave old antique a clue, everything could be connected. I can't stand the 10 major god dynasties, so I asked them to harm them. Don't you think it's interesting, Big Brother? Lin Fei chuckled. The Supreme Devil Emperor did not know whether to laugh or cry. If the people of the 10 major god dynasties knew about this, they would really vomit blood. You're playing with the entire world. Lin Fei was very clear that the Supreme Devil Emperor had lowered his head. In front of a super weapon, the Supreme Devil Emperor had no choice but to lower his head. Since Lin Fei was here, he did not mind fighting. The super weapon had to find someone to sacrifice. Suddenly there was a moment when the Supreme Devil Emperor felt old. More than 100 years ago, Di Tian's strength was not comparable to his. Now he had surpassed him and reached an astonishing height. These are the pieces of the weapons of destiny I've collected. The Supreme Devil Emperor took out the pieces of the weapons of destiny. Lin Fei glanced at them. They belong to a few pieces of the weapons of destiny. Emperor Tadian and the others also have a few pieces. You can take them. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Thank you, Big Brother. Lin Fei smiled. He put away all the pieces of the weapons of destiny. He was not afraid of having more of them at the moment. In fact, I should be happy today. The Supreme Devil Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. You've done something that makes all of us happy. Ah. Lin Fei also noticed that the Supreme Devil Emperor's smile seemed to be from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile that he had been suppressing for a long time. Lin Fei easily noticed this. An ordinary person's smile shouldn't be like this. Could it be that there's some sort of secret involved? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Big Brother, I still have a question that I hope you can help me clear up. Lin Fei said seriously. Go ahead. The Supreme Devil Emperor was indeed happy at the moment. He had never been so happy. This arrogant young man had reached an unbelievable height. I want to know exactly who created the Heavenly Fate rankings. The Supreme Devil Emperor's expression changed, then returned to normal. If you want to know this, you'll be disappointed. I won't tell you. Besides, I can't tell you. Lin Fei was quite surprised by this result. Chapter 2078. Lin Fei had never believed that the destiny roll was without a master. There had to be something special about it, and Lin Fei was very interested in it, especially since the fight for the destiny roll involved the 3 extremely dangerous people. Can't say. Lin Fei was shocked. Isn't the Supreme Demon Emperor too direct? Can't say? And can't say? Does he know everything? Lin Fei immediately came to a conclusion. Just as he thought, the Supreme Demon Emperor did know about the secrets of the destiny roll. Master, I think it'll be very difficult for you to get the secrets of the destiny roll from him. According to the system's analysis, the Supreme Demon Emperor's emotions fluctuated when you asked the question, and a strange energy appeared at the same time. Maybe it's because of that strange energy. No matter how you ask, the Supreme Demon Emperor won't say anything, and he had no choice. Little Fiend said. So that's what happened. Lin Fei soon understood. The destiny roll had a powerful background. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Fei didn't go up and ask for the time being. There was no need. Lin Fei had a guess. Maybe there was a forbidden seal inside the Supreme Demon Emperor's body that sealed some top secrets. Thinking about what had happened before, Lin Fei thought it was more likely. Especially the secret of the subsidiary world. Logically speaking, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the others should have known about it. After all, they were all people who had lived for a long time, and they would know the meaning of it better than anyone else. However, they didn't do anything in the end, which was suspicious. Lin Fei stood up, turned around and left, walking into the sky and disappearing from the forbidden area. He left just like that? Impressive. The Supreme Demon Emperor was also a bit startled. In fact, he didn't expect Lin Fei to be so decisive. He didn't continue asking and left when he said he would. I had no choice. Maybe you'll give us a big surprise. After leaving the Supreme Demon Emperor's forbidden area, Lin Fei went straight to the next overlord of the forbidden area. The Sixth Underworld Divine Emperor, the Deep Abyss Demon Emperor. Lin Fei had gone to visit Sacred Lord Tadian and the other overlords in person. Since they didn't welcome him, Lin Fei simply barged in. The Purple Moon's sacred saber opened the way. Along the way, he forced the powerhouses to show themselves and hand over the Weapon of Destiny fragment. You don't look well? Lin Fei couldn't care less. He would think about it after he got what he wanted. When leaving, Lin Fei would also bring some invincible god emperors with him. To increase the strength of the invincible palace. The most important thing was the doubt in Lin Fei's heart. Every time he came out of the Forbidden Land Tycoon's place, Lin Fei would have a smile on his face. The doubts in Lin Fei's mind were solved after he left the territory of the last Emperor Tadian. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei gently shook his head. Who would have thought that someone would place a mark on the Forbidden Land giants, sealing away all their top secrets? If it weren't for my system, it would have been difficult to discover this. When they first came out of the Supreme Demon Emperor's place, Lin Fei only suspected that there was something fishy going on. After seeing the overlords of the Forbidden Land say the same thing, Lin Fei completely understood. It wasn't that no one knew the secret, but they couldn't say it, let alone show it. It was that simple. Master, their energy waves are exactly the same, and there's that strange energy. Do you still want to continue investigating? If you want to, the system can help you break the seal. Lin Fei shook his head. Never mind, there's no need for now. They must have extremely terrifying backgrounds. I don't need to alert them. They'll show up sooner or later anyway. Let's go back now. Lin Fei had become stronger quickly, but he wasn't a reckless person. If he hadn't met those three extremely dangerous people, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. Lin Fei wouldn't have paid any attention to it. It seemed that everything had been worth it. There was indeed a huge secret behind the heaven's will. In the Supreme Demon Emperor's lair. The Sixth Underworld Divine Emperor, the Abyss Demon Emperor and Emperor Tadian were all there. After Lin Fei left, they took the initiative to come. They couldn't sit still anymore. Di Tian had grown to such a level, and the most unbelievable thing was that they were all threatened. Even the overlords of the Forbidden Land had to lower their heads in front of the Purple Moon's sacred blade. Old man, why didn't you tell us that Di Tian was here? Emperor Tadian said with dissatisfaction. That's not nice of you, the Abyss Demon Emperor said angrily. The Supreme Demon Emperor shrugged. I can't do anything about it. Besides, I already told you. Do you still want to fight with Di Tian? Although that heavenly mandate weapon isn't complete, you know better than anyone else how powerful it is. The Supreme Demon Emperor's words silenced everyone. Right, that super weapon was too threatening. Until now, they still didn't understand where Di Tian got the heavenly mandate weapon from. That was a great killing weapon. Even they were afraid of it. Just like what the Supreme Demon Emperor said, they wouldn't be a match for Di Tian if they really fought, especially when they couldn't resist the power of the super weapon. That was something they couldn't avoid. Sai, we're really old. Everyone is fighting for the heavenly mandate, but I think the final heavenly mandate might fall into Di Tian's hands. That kid is too good at hiding. Emperor Tadian sighed and said, I still remember the previous generation. Even though there was a heavenly mandate weapon, it wasn't as powerful as the super weapon in Di Tian's hands. Everyone became silent again. They seemed to be recalling something. The Supreme Demon Emperor said bitterly, everyone knows that Di Tian is interfering now. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, there might not be a dynasty lord at all. Everything was just Di Tian's trick. Everyone was fooled by him. The overlords of the Forbidden Land were all smart people. They actually understood many things that couldn't be explained since the moment Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei was the real manipulator behind the scenes. Everything that happened before couldn't be covered up. It was really unimaginable that he could come up with such a method at such a young age. At the moment, the 10 divine dynasties were just like that in their eyes. There was no point in fighting for them. Before there was a super weapon, no one was a match for Dition. If Dition went out to kill now, he could definitely sweep the entire divine realm. No one could resist the power of a super weapon. However, don't you think it's even more interesting? The Supreme Demon Emperor smiled. Those people have been scheming for generations and used this place as their base. This time they're destined to be disappointed. We're just ants. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2079. Lin Fei did not know the true thoughts of the Supreme Demon Emperor. Right now, he only needed to know that the Destiny Board was controlled by someone. This trip wasn't in vain. Returning to the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was completely relaxed. After paying a visit to the leaders of the Forbidden Area, not only did he receive the Destiny Weapon Fragment, he also learned some secrets. More vaguely, he knew that the Destiny Board was controlled by someone. But what was their goal? For the time being, Lin Fei could not figure it out. However, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. In any case, it would be exposed sooner or later. Master, what you should do now is to gather the destiny energy of heaven and earth. As long as you have a large amount of destiny energy, everything in this world will be under your control. Even if the leaders of the Forbidden Area were unconvinced, in front of your Purple Moon Holy Blade, they would have to lower their noble heads. Lin Fei nodded. This was very true. No matter why they created a God Emperor, as long as I control the destiny energy, then the existence behind the Destiny Board will have nothing to fear. Since they are hiding behind the scenes and controlling it, there must be a reason. I don't have to worry. Lin Fei rubbed his chin, then contact Invincible Number 1 and the rest. Urge Mu Rendi and the rest to occupy more places. At the same time, set up the energy pagoda in this world. Lin Fei really needed to prepare for a rainy day. Whether it was for himself or for his family. Just as the little devil said, as long as he had the destiny energy, it was not impossible to start a great war. Master, your way of thinking is correct. Right now, there is more heavens will energy floating around the world than before. Master can use the energy tower to collect it. As long as Master can occupy 80% of it, no, even 70%, competing for the heavens will be a joke. Lin Fei laughed. Your ambition is not small. 70% of the destiny energy. They will go crazy. However, the little devil's words were still very tempting. As long as he controlled the destiny energy, it was equivalent to controlling everyone's lifeline. It sounded like a super cool thing. Now, you have to help me make more powerful heavens will weapons. One that can amplify 80 times is not enough, I want more. Yes, my master. Lin Fei's incarnation went to meet Mu Rendi and the other 4 emperors. Lin Fei's doppelganger represented counter-kill. Even the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds couldn't resist the temptation of the heavens will weapons and the terrifying increase in power. Envoy, we are already trying our best to expand our territory. Mu Rendi changed his previous high-spirited attitude and said cautiously. Since the end of the pursuit, Mu Rendi knew that he had shed all pretenses of cordiality with the 10 divine dynasties, and there was no turning back. Countless experts had died in his hands over the years, and he himself had become a top expert in this world. My president has said it. You have done a good job. Continue to work hard and continue to work hard. The doppelganger wearing the mask said, in order for you to have no worries, I specially asked me to give this to you. I believe it will be of great help to you. Mu Rendi received it with both hands and his expression slightly changed. After dismantling it, it was another heavens will weapon, and it was even more powerful than the one he had. That chilling aura was filled with terror. Thank you, President. It's good that you know. This heavens will weapon can increase your combat power by 20 times. It's enough for you to deal with any problem. Mu Rendi felt like he could die of happiness. 20 times. Just how powerful was that? All these years. It wasn't that Mu Rendi didn't want to get rid of this restriction, but he was disappointed that he couldn't find a complete heavens will weapon. Other than the heavens will weapon, there was one more thing that he couldn't give up. That was the energy block provided by counter-kill for the first time. He could no longer refuse such a magical existence. The reason why Mu Rendi could use the Violet Moon Saber to attack cities and plunder lands, other than the power of the Heavens Will weapon, was that he had enough energy to squander. With the Heavens Will weapon and the energy block, Mu Rendi felt that he was invincible. Even those at the level of the 10 dynasty lords had a limit to the amount of energy within their bodies. If the fight went on for too long, then congratulations, you could run away. Mu Rendi didn't have to worry about this problem. He was besieged several times by several powerful Heavens Will masters, and each time he won by relying on his energy advantage. Ever since he experienced this feeling, Mu Rendi couldn't give it up. It was truly wonderful. Mu Rendi also realized that he and Counter-Kill were powerful, and that he couldn't fight against them. These years, his desire for the heavens will grew weaker and weaker, and he no longer had any desire to protect it. If he had this thought, he might as well hug this thigh tightly and have a better position in the future. He recognized the boss of Counter-Kill as someone who would become a god emperor in the future and create a new era. With the new Heaven's Will weapon, Mu Rendi guaranteed that he would launch an attack in the shortest time possible and swallow up the 10 Dynasty Lords' territories. At this time, Mu Rendi was full of fighting spirit. At the same time, the same scene was happening in another world. They all felt the same as Mu Rendi. A new war had begun. This time it was Mu Rendi and the other 4 Dynasty Lords who started the war. They seemed to have contacted each other and attacked the forces outside of the 10 dynasties. As soon as the attack began, Mu Rendi and the others led the charge, sweeping through the dynasties one by one. The dynasties ranked in the 40s didn't escape this time. They were all swept away. It could be said that they came with great momentum and everyone was shocked. Before, the 5 worlds had fought steadily, but this time their attacks were very fierce. No one dared to underestimate them. In just a month, 5 or 6 mid-sized dynasties were destroyed. After that, they didn't stop and immediately started a new attack. Everyone was scared. Were they preparing to unify the divine world? 5 worlds and 5 dynasty lords came with great momentum. Even the 10 dynasty lords were moved. Many forces had sent messages for help, hoping that they could send troops. Are Mu Rendi and the others crazy? Why are they launching such an attack at this time? Dynasty Lord Ming listened to his subordinates' report and felt unwell. In a short time, 2 of the dynasties under his control had been killed by Mu Rendi. This was the biggest loss. And this wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. How could Mengyi dynasty not roar in anger? Send troops, we must send troops. Chapter 2080. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds launched another attack. This time the offensive was very fierce. The 10 divine dynasties suffered the greatest losses. The territory they controlled shrank rapidly. They were so angry that they sent troops to deal with Mu Rendi and the others. Under everyone's attention, the 10 divine dynasties sent troops, including experts who had condensed seeds of destiny. They were determined to drive Mu Rendi and the others out. Unfortunately, they were fiercely attacked by Mu Rendi and the others. After such a long battle, everyone knew the strength of the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds. As long as they cooperated well, they could suppress them. This time they were destined to be disappointed. From the very beginning, he had been crushed by his opponent. As soon as the battle began, 3 of the 5 heavenly mandate experts were killed, and the remaining 2 fled in disarray. It was a crushing defeat. It was the same for the other divine dynasties. Their heavenly mandate experts were killed again. The world was in an uproar. Relying on their overwhelming momentum, the 5 dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds once again broke through one divine dynasty after another, forcing the 10 divine dynasties to take action completely. Their borders were heavily guarded. An invisible oppressive aura shrouded the sky above the 10 divine dynasties. Everyone realized that this time, the dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were stronger than before, which could be seen from the fact that they had killed heavenly mandate experts. At the same time, they came to the conclusion that the power of the heavenly mandate weapons in the hands of the dynasty lords had improved again, surpassing that of before. This news immediately made the 10 dynasty lords feel uneasy. They held a meeting that night. It was a meeting of the 10 divine dynasties. The ones who came were the 10 imperial lords. They didn't bring anyone with them, just the 10 of them. All of their faces were terrifyingly dark, as if someone owed them money. In the past, when they gathered together, they were all in high spirits. Now they were all having a headache. Mu Rendi and the others are a bunch of bastards. Why did they attack my territory? The Purgatory Dynasty Lord cursed with a dark face. In this attack, the Purgatory Divine Dynasty lost 3 divine dynasties. They had no ability to resist and were directly crushed. The heavenly mandate experts guarding them were all killed. The Purgatory Divine Dynasty suffered heavy losses. At this moment, no one could laugh. If it were any other time, they would definitely laugh at them. If they didn't slap their faces this time, when would they get the chance to? But this time, they were all silent. All of the 10 divine dynasties had suffered losses. It was just a matter of how big the losses were. They had never thought that the 5 child worlds, which had not been considered strong before, would become so strong in such a short period of time. As for the mysterious sky world, they had completely ignored it. They could not wait for the mysterious sky world to not come out so that it would not increase the pressure on them. Everyone. Do any of you know where the purple moon blades in Mu Rendi's hands came from? Dream One Dynasty Lord said sinisterly. Everyone fell silent again. A weapon of destiny. They didn't even have it in their hands yet, but they did, and they even changed it again. It was only when the power was even more terrifying that the scene of suppression appeared. Perhaps only they themselves know. The unparalleled dynasty lord said with a bitter smile. What should we do? We can't let Mu Rendi keep attacking. The sea-calming imperial lord said with a dark expression. We haven't found a way to restrain them, so we can only retreat. They were the 10 imperial lords. It wasn't that he hadn't made a move before. He had tried to kill 1 or 2 of them but failed. The gap was not big, and they also had the fragments of the weapon of destiny. But without a fight they couldn't last until the end. Their plan to exhaust their heavenly mandate energy became a joke. In the end they had no choice but to leave regretfully. Why don't we negotiate with them? The purple flame imperial lord said with great difficulty. That's impossible. Someone immediately rejected. Just like that the discussion came to an end. Nothing was discussed. Mu Rendi's attack was still ongoing and it was very fierce. They fought steadily, advancing all the way, devouring the territories of the 10 god dynasties. The 5 child worlds showed their valiant side. That was the 10 god dynasties. This time they were actually crushed by the 5 child worlds, and they had no choice but to bow their heads. During this period the 10 god dynasties organized resistance, but it was to no avail. Even the 10 imperial lords made a move, and the result was repeated once again. They could only helplessly leave. They lost. Once again they lost completely. The wind was also blowing in their favor. This can't go on. When Mu Rendi's personal reputation reached its peak, in a certain divine dynasty 2 people, one in black and one in white, sat facing each other. There was wine on the table, but at this time neither of them was in the mood to drink. I didn't expect that Mu Rendi and the others would make such a desperate counterattack, and then it got out of hand. Today they are suppressing the 10 divine dynasties. The white-robed man sighed softly. They have even changed the competition for the destiny. If it continues, the people of the 10 divine dynasties won't have a chance to fight for the destiny at all. The black-robed man nodded. Do you think the people of the 5 child worlds have the support of Old Man Fu? If it wasn't for him, how could the heavenly mandate weapon appear? These 2 were the ones who chased after Old Man Fu last time. Impossible. The white-robed man shook his head. Old Man Fu is now a stray dog, and there's no chance for him to get his hands on the heavenly mandate weapon. I dare say that there's another unknown force controlling it. The 2 fell silent for a moment. They could see the meaning in each other's eyes. According to the latest news, they've received support again. Now, the heavenly mandate weapon in their hands has increased in power. It should be more than 10 times stronger, enough to sweep the 10 god dynasties. Chaos, it's all chaos. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment. Should we report it? Otherwise, the 10 god dynasties won't have a chance to fight for the heavenly mandate. It's time to report it. Mu Rendi and the others have the heavenly mandate weapon that's more than 10 times stronger. They have the capital to be invincible. The 2 nodded again. They had made up their minds. What Lin Fei didn't know was that the rise of 5 subworlds would cause a new change. Ever since Mu Rendi began to expand his territory, Lin Fei secretly set up energy pagodas one by one to seize the heavenly mandate energy between heaven and earth, and the harvest was surprisingly good. There was a huge difference between mechanical tools and manual labor. Lin Fei continued to seize the heavenly mandate energy. As his territory expanded, the amount of heavenly mandate energy he obtained increased. The divine world was also the main source of heavenly mandate energy. Right now, Lin Fei's focus was on the divine world. As for the 5 child worlds, they were all under Lin Fei's control. As long as he seized 70 to 80% of the heavenly mandate energy in the divine world, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Chapter 2081. The war started by Mu Rendi's side lasted for another year. Over the past year, the 5 subworlds had been unstoppable, and no one had been able to stop them. The forces of the 10 divine dynasties had also been shrinking, and every attempt to resist had ended in failure. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were known as the ones with the best chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. The 10 god dynasties couldn't keep up. Now half of the god world was in their hands. For the first time, the 10 god dynasties chose to fully cooperate and resist together, barely stopping Mu Rendi's advance. Half of the land had been occupied. The 10 god dynasties had been slapped in the face. Now the territory was in their hands. Now they only had about 40% of the territory. The remaining 10% was occupied by other factions. It could be said that the 10 god dynasties had completely lost. With mandate weapons in hand, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were invincible. They could easily suppress the 10 god dynasties. Trash, a bunch of trash. Master Meng Yichao raged in the palace, his entire body roaring. As the first dynasty lord hadn't smiled in a long time. His face was gloomy almost every day and his temper was getting worse. Every time that place was taken, it was like provoking the first dynasty lord. The people below the palace were scolded until they lost their temper. It didn't matter if they were god emperors or mandate experts. These days they had all gotten used to this method. The overall strength of the subworlds was about the same as theirs. Only the dynasty lords were extremely powerful. With the violet moon blade they could sweep through them. There was once a mandate expert who didn't believe it, but he was cut down in 3 strikes. From then on, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were dangerous people in their eyes. They couldn't fight them. If they took a strike they couldn't even run. Not to mention 3 strikes. That was fatal. After a round of scolding, the first dynasty lord sent them away. He sat powerlessly on his throne. Such a good situation gone just like that. When the 10 god dynasties were established, the first dynasty lord was undoubtedly the happiest one. At that time he was in high spirits. He never thought he would suffer at the hands of the 5 subworlds. Mandate weapons. The first dynasty lord knew very well that if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 5 dynasty lords. There was a huge gap. Existence that cannot be filled. Even Dream 1 dynasty lord himself couldn't find a good way to fight back and make him accept his fate. First Dream dynasty lord was unwilling, so why did he have to admit defeat? In reality, Dream dynasty lord knew how powerless his idea was. His only regret was that he hadn't taken down the 5 subworlds immediately, which had led to his failure at the last moment. Boom. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment in the palace, an invisible force quietly appeared. Before this power, the Dream dynasty lord couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. His heaven's will energy was compressed to the point where he couldn't move at all. Who is it? Dream 1 dynasty master didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. It was a fear of the unknown. Even when facing Mu Rendi, who wielded a heavenly mandate weapon, he didn't have such a terrifying feeling. Do you want to become a god emperor? The deep voice carried an irresistible temptation to the Dream dynasty lord. God emperor? The eyes of Dream 1 dynasty lord flashed with a glint. Who didn't want to become a god emperor? Wasn't it all for the sake of establishing an era that belonged to them and ruling over the world? Dominating the world. Yes. Dream 1 dynasty lord knew very well that this mysterious aura had a shocking origin. It wasn't something he could contend with. He decisively agreed. Master, there's a situation. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei was lazily lying on a rattan chair. This was a gadget that he had exchanged from the system. What's going on? Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. With the activation of the advanced mode, Lin Fei also let the system monitor the movements of the entire world. The prerequisite was the consumption of heaven's will energy. Lin Fei now occupied half of the divine world, and almost all of the heaven's will energy was in his hands. Through the system's analysis, Lin Fei was now very clear about the production of heaven's will energy in the divine world. Now that the little devil sent a notification, Lin Fei was indeed a little shocked. He thought that the 10 dynasty lords had made some new moves. Just now, the system detected a mysterious force descending on the Dream 1 dynasty. After that, the 10 dynasties and other dynasties all detected the invasion of the mysterious force. Lin Fei's eyes flashed and he stood up. Mysterious force. Does it mean that someone is contacting them? Yes, a powerful aura has invaded the dynasty. Through the system's analysis, we have come to a shocking conclusion. The little devil chuckled. Master, your enemy has begun to appear. Enemy? They finally appeared. Lin Fei perked up. They can't sit still anymore. I thought they would hold on for a long time. I didn't expect them to come so soon. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that the mysterious force descended in this way. Who else could it be other than those behind the scenes? Master, arranging for Mu Rendi to crush them all the way and occupy half of the divine world is tantamount to making them lose the hope of fighting for the heaven's will. The person behind the scenes will definitely appear. This energy is very powerful. However, Master, don't worry. Since they can only come in the form of energy, they won't last long. The little devil said proudly. Suddenly it said, Master, they're here. Whoosh. The sharp Lin Fei sensed a terrifying energy wave descending in the profound sky world. Then it appeared in front of him and formed a light pillar. I know you are Ditian, a lucky guy. The light pillar was formless and colorless, but it gave off a powerful pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Who are you? Lin Fei really didn't expect that the mysterious force would find him. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that they didn't discover the real secret. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can make you a god emperor. The voice was filled with temptation. You really think I'm easy to fool? Lin Fei wasn't a 3-year-old child. Fool me? Better save it. However, Lin Fei didn't plan to expose himself for the time being. You're wrong. I'm just a junior. How can I become a god emperor? Lin Fei rejected. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Carefully analyze this mysterious force for me. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. He believed that the little devil could conceal his aura. He didn't need to worry about it leaking out. I'm only asking if you want to or not. Lin Fei began to ponder whether or not the person behind this mysterious energy knew his true identity. That was the most important thing. Chapter 2082. After receiving the news from the system, Lin Fei was secretly on guard. They were looking for an agent. Mobilizing so many at once, how many forces were involved? Lin Fei was not a softie. He would not agree to the other party's request with just a few words. He had to probe the other party's background. If he could analyze something, that would be for the best. Enemy. Lin Fei had never treated the 10 divine dynasties as his enemies. In front of his violet moon sacred saber, the 10 divine dynasties could effortlessly crush them. He knew that his true enemy should be the mastermind behind the heavenly fate rankings. After the destiny list appeared, coupled with the system's analysis, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. He needed to be wary of the existence behind the destiny list. If they didn't show themselves, Lin Fei wouldn't do anything. Well water does not interfere with river water, everyone goes their own way. The idea was good, but there would always be accidents. The people behind the scenes had really come. Although they appeared in the form of a mysterious energy, it was enough to prove that his plan to support Mu Rendi and the others was real. They could not sit still anymore. You are indeed very courageous. It is your honor that we have taken a liking to you. The mysterious energy's voice sank with a trace of anger. Since I can find you, I can also destroy you. Hua hua. The mysterious energy turned into a long sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, and endless killing intent locked onto Lin Fei's body. Master, don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. He is doing it on purpose. Little evil demon mocked. Just now, I have already analyzed the source of this mysterious energy. Lin Fei had seen all sorts of storms. Threat? How shameless of him to put on a brave front. Although this killing intent was very domineering, Lin Fei did not take it seriously. It was far from enough to deal with him. It could not even break through the invincible defense, not to mention killing him. The moment the other party said this, Lin Fei was very unhappy. Can we capture them for analysis? Lin Fei was very curious where they came from. Sure. Lin Fei was very courageous. At first he planned to be careful. After knowing that the other party was pretending, Lin Fei understood that they were just trying to scare him. It would be difficult to kill him. Of course, to those who didn't know the truth, the other party's powerful aura was enough to suppress everyone. Resist? No one would do it. They had long been frightened by this power. In Lin Fei's eyes, the other party was just a joke. Since, if you can't appear in person, then you must have misgivings. No matter what misgivings you have, as long as you have misgivings, Lin Fei has nothing to worry about. If it was just a strand of mysterious energy, it might be understandable. However, this mysterious energy had appeared in such a manner. Lin Fei knew very well that they were afraid of this part of the starry sky. This was Lin Fei's chance. Can you cut them off? So that they won't be able to pinpoint the exact location? Yes, I can shield the profound sky world, but it will consume a lot of Master's destiny points. At the same time, it will simulate another position so that no one will be able to discover it. Lin Fei was relieved. What he was most afraid of was leaking out his position. He didn't want to expose too many details. Shielded immediately. Lin Fei was prepared to take out the Purple Moon's sacred blade and destroy this mysterious energy. Alright. All in all, this happened in an instant. If you want to destroy me, I'll completely destroy you first. What kind of bullshit is this? Lin Fei laughed and took out the Purple Moon's sacred blade. 80 times amplification. With the super weapon, the Purple Moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was filled with endless confidence. Kill. The Purple Moon's sacred blade struck the other party's sword, its power reaching its limit. Lin Fei didn't need to worry that this power would spread out. Little evil demon had already shielded it. With a swing of the blade, The sword condensed from the mysterious energy shattered on the spot. Damn it, you actually have a heavenly mandate weapon. And it's an 80 times amplification. The other party let out a roar. The roar carried an exaggerated expression of surprise. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. The purple moon's sacred blade continued to slash. Wherever the blade went, pieces of the mysterious energy were shattered, unable to reassemble. Who exactly are you? It was just as little evil demon had analyzed. The other party was just a ball of mysterious energy. Its power was limited. It was no problem for it to deal with the 10 great dynasty lords, but it was still lacking to deal with Lin Fei. The person who wants your old life. With an 80 times amplification, the heavenly mandate energy was unleashed to its limit. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy was shattered. The mysterious energy counterattacked at the start, but the counterattack wasn't strong. Lin Fei, who had activated his invincible defense mode, attacked fiercely. With the purple moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was like an invincible overlord. You're dead. The mysterious energy's voice became sharp. No matter who you are, if you dare to spoil something good, you will definitely be destroyed. The mysterious energy wasn't an idiot. With pure energy, it wasn't a match for him. After threatening him, it prepared to leave. When the time came, it would come back to take care of this blind thing. On the way back, the mysterious energy was blocked. An unknown energy sealed invincible palace, trapping him in this place. Wanna leave? Dream on. Lin Fei charged over again. He raised his blade and slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious energy kept attacking. Regretfully, the seal of the unknown energy was too firm. It couldn't be broken at all. His mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy would be shattered. This made the other party fly into a rage. Suppress. The mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Fei opened the system and suppressed it with a huge amount of heavenly mandate energy. What are you doing? The system's unique spatial barrier came down and sucked in the mysterious energy completely. Who? Lin Fei held the purple moon's sacred blade and felt a little strained. Luckily, I have the purple moon's sacred blade. With an 80 times amplification, it would be hard to break the mysterious energy's defense. The other party was very strong. Especially in terms of defense, it was almost invincible. At least it was so in Lin Fei's eyes. Ordinary monarch weapons wouldn't be able to break it. He sat down again and opened the system page. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Damn, the consumption is really huge. In just a short battle, I actually used up 5% of my heavenly mandate points. Lin Fei at most grumbled a little. Without heavenly mandate points, not to mention concealing the aura, even suppressing this mysterious energy was an unknown thing. Now Lin Fei only wanted to know the origin of the other party. As for the consumed heavenly mandate points, it wouldn't take more than a few days to replenish. With half of the divine world in his hands, Lin Fei had become the richest person in this starry sky. Chapter 2083. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil. He believed that everything would be taken care of in the future. Even if the other side found out, it would not be easy to find him in the vast starry sky. They left. Soon, Little Devil noticed that the mysterious energy had left. It seems like they have reached some kind of cooperation. Lin Fei smiled. Maybe they have a new backer. It won't be long before they make a move. No matter what they do, Lin Fei has nothing to fear. As long as they occupy a limited amount of heaven's will energy, he does not believe that they can overturn the heavens. This is Lin Fei's biggest advantage now. Where did they go? Can you find out? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Fei really wanted to know where the mysterious energy went. They disappeared in this starry sky. I can't find any traces of them for the time being. My guess is that they should be on the other side of the starry sky, very far away from us. Lin Fei was slightly startled. The other side of the starry sky? Are you sure? I can only vaguely feel that they are in this starry sky, but they are in a distant position. How far? Little Devil said, with Master's current strength, if you go there, you might need to fly for a few hundred years, and this is also my estimate. With Lin Fei's current strength, using heaven's will energy to drive the power of space, the speed of movement is unimaginable. Even so, it would still take more than a few hundred years, which is really very far. If it was an ordinary god emperor, it would take more than 1,000 years. I should heave a sigh of relief. A few hundred years to come here. By the time I come here, the daylilies would have already dried. Lin Fei can't help but laugh. No wonder they used this method to descend. You better quickly subdue that mysterious energy. In the entire starry sky, except for a limited number of people, almost no one knows that the mysterious energy has descended. They are too good at protecting it. Only Lin Fei put down the surveillance to monitor all the big powers in the divine world. Only then did he know how much mysterious energy has descended this time. They want to support him from all sides. Master, I have subdued it. The next day when Lin Fei was still eating, the imp sent him good news. So fast. Lin Fei didn't really care about how much destiny energy he had used. Now he could finally reveal his true face. In the secret chamber of the invincible palace, little evil demons shielded the surroundings, not letting any energy leak out, forming an independent existence. In the future, this place will always be open. Lin Fei didn't mind such a small consumption at all. In the secret room, a mass of energy floated. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Lin Fei casually said, I want to know the exact purpose. Master, I come from the other side of the galaxy, the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The mysterious energy was completely subdued, and its words were no longer as sharp as before. World of the 33 sacred heavens? This was a very strange world. There was one thing that the little demon had analyzed correctly. They were indeed from the other side of the starry sky. In other words, they were all in the same starry sky. Although Lin Fei had already expected this. They came from the same place. Just from the name, one could tell that they had an extraordinary background. World of the 33 sacred heavens, what kind of place is that? Tell me more about it, the more detailed the better. Lin Fei was excited. This was equivalent to unveiling a whole new place. Phew, so the world of the 33 sacred heavens is so amazing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The other party was also very detailed. Only after listening did Lin Fei understand the world of the 33 sacred heavens. How terrifying it was. It was a terrifying country. In this part of the starry sky, the strongest existence ruled this part of the starry sky world. It was the undisputed overlord. Any expert from that place would be invincible on this side. Because the world of the 33 sacred heavens had developed to the extreme, even if one's physical strength was weak, they could still use external forces to improve. Lin Fei also knew the origin of this mysterious energy. It was the subordinate of one of the important figures in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Relying on special equipment, he had traveled a long distance to the immortal world to find an agent. Because he had arrived late, he had chosen the mysterious sky world, and Lin Fei just so happened to be the strongest person in the mysterious sky world. Say, if the world of the 33 sacred heavens rules this part of the starry sky world, then why isn't there anyone from them in the immortal world? This was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. A journey of a few hundred years wasn't that long. Since they were so strong, why didn't they set up a stronghold here, station troops and experts and control everything here? Lin Fei felt that there was a problem here. In reply to my lord, because this is the world of the 33 sacred heavens sealed grounds. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. So this part of the starry sky was called the sealed grounds by the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Could it be because you can't enter the sealed grounds personally, and can only use this method? That's right. The power of the heavenly Daos in the sealed area is extremely powerful, forming a sealed area. Once an outsider enters this sealed area, he or she will be mercilessly suppressed by the heavenly Daos. Those who are weak will be directly killed by the heavenly Daos. Only then can they send a portion of their divine sense in, and they can't last for too long. Lin Fei completely understood. My worries were unnecessary. Lin Fei had been worried that they would kill their way here, but now it seemed that this sealed grounds wasn't a bad thing. At least they couldn't enter, and even if they did, they couldn't last for too long. The more Lin Fei asked, the more he learned. Who would have thought that such a huge part of the starry sky was actually a sealed grounds? If word got out, everyone would be shocked and find it hard to believe that it was true. Then why does the world of the 33 sacred heavens interfere with the matters of the sealed grounds? Surely it can't be that you have nothing better to do. Lin Fei quickly asked about the most pressing matter. The God Emperor was controlled by them. The so-called destiny energy actually came from the world of the 33 sacred heavens, and the God Emperor was also nurtured by them. I'm not too sure about this. Rumor has it that only the top figures know. This guy doesn't know this ultimate secret. Lin Fei thought about it again. This seemed very normal. If their subordinates all knew, they wouldn't need to worry so much about a sealed grounds. Lin Fei asked a few more questions and got the little devil to temporarily seal this mysterious energy. It might come in handy in the future. Chapter 2084. An earth-shattering secret shocked Lin Fei. Sealed grounds, world of the 33 sacred heavens. Regardless of who it was, all of them were horrified. If news of this got out, the entire god world would be shaken. No one could imagine that this part of the starry sky was actually sealed and formed into a unique place. There's going to be a good show. Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Keep watching the 10 god dynasties. I think those fellows from world of the 33 sacred heavens will make their move soon, Lin Fei instructed the little devil. What Lin Fei could do now was to keep watch over the 10 god dynasties. Only by keeping everything under control would Lin Fei have no need to worry about world of the 33 sacred heavens. So many years had passed, but no one from world of the 33 sacred heavens had entered this part of the cosmos. That was the best proof. I'll keep watch over the 10 god dynasties immediately. Lin Fei immediately thought of something else. Perhaps the old man who was hunted came from world of the 33 sacred heavens. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Fei felt that there should be no mistake. That person must have come from world of the 33 sacred heavens. Only there could be such a super expert who could make the system warn him. Only a few top people knew about the arrival of people from world of the 33 sacred heavens. The rest did not know about it at all. But for the 10 god dynasties and even some other dynasties, the appearance of the mysterious person made them understand something. Perhaps fighting for the position of God Emperor was no longer an impossible thing. Ever since the rise of the 5 subworlds, the 10 god dynasties had been struggling. They had been suppressed everywhere, especially with the appearance of that damned weapon of destiny. Fight? They couldn't beat them. Give up? They felt that they would give up now. As the subworlds grew stronger and occupied half of the world, the dream of the 10 god dynasties would no longer exist. If they continued to attack, the 10 god dynasties would soon be suppressed to the point where they were at death's door. This was not something they wanted to see. Now they saw hope. True hope. They're here. In the ancient forbidden zone. The Supreme Demon Emperor stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. You guys still came. It seems like the rise of the 5 subworlds has disrupted your plans. Who would have thought that you would have such a day? The Supreme Devil Emperor felt very satisfied. It had been a long time since he had seen them suffer a setback. Didn't you all think that you could control everything? This time around you're going to be disappointed. The Supreme Demon Emperor was an ancient existence who had lived for countless eras. He could sense existences that ordinary people could not sense. For example, the descent of mysterious auras. Although they were well concealed in the eyes of the Supreme Demon Emperor, they were like white lights in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. Tion. Don't disappoint this old man. This old man really wants to see what kind of expression the arrogant bunch of you will have after being defeated by a junior. The powerhouses of the ancient forbidden lands all noticed the arrival of the mysterious aura. No one knew this better than they did. All of them were shocked, but soon after they burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps, there was nothing more worthy of their happiness than this kind of thing. How many years has it been? Even though they were powerful existences in the forbidden zone, they were still unable to leave this part of the starry sky, let alone other matters. They were like little birds. Trapped in a place they were destined to be unable to leave. As they appeared, they became even more excited. Even big shots had such a day. Their schemes seemed to pale in comparison to this part of the starry sky. The first Dream God Dynasty. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord couldn't digest the shocking news for a while. That tyrannical aura crushed everything in his path. At that moment he realized how tiny he was. Cooperation? Agent? Under such circumstances, the first Dream God Dynasty Lord had no choice. He didn't even hesitate. He immediately agreed. As long as he sat in that position and controlled an era, cooperation didn't matter. When he became the God Emperor, there would eventually be a way to solve this problem. He would take advantage of this first. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord felt that there was definitely a problem since they couldn't descend with their main bodies. He was much more relieved. A weapon of destiny. Even if it's only a semi-finished product, it can still turn the situation around. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord thought about how the mysterious person would soon send over a weapon of destiny. Just thinking about it made him excited. Without the weapon of destiny, Mu Rendi and the others were nothing. Mu Rendi, your doomsday is coming soon. He appeared so soon? In the secret chamber of the All-Heaven God Dynasty. Old Man Fu had a rare serious expression as he stared at the starry sky outside. You still have to decide to intervene. This old man thought that I could shake everything this time, but I didn't expect someone to be even more powerful than me. Truly amazing. Old Man Fu shook his head. He felt a trace of joy in his heart. This part of the starry sky had been controlled by someone from era to era. This time there was no need for him to cause any waves. Someone was already doing it. I hope you can make those people suffer a huge setback. Old Man Fu closed his eyes again. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The next day, some of the divine dynasties, including the 10 divine dynasties, withdrew their forces and stayed in hiding. Those who didn't know would think that they were afraid of the 5 subworlds. However, that wasn't the case. Mu Rendi and the others didn't know about the mysterious person descending. Their eyes were focused on how to attack. The rulers of the 5 subworlds attacked in a line. They supported each other and had the upper hand. What are they doing? They actually withdrew their forces. Looks like they're afraid. The Nether River Divine Emperor laughed. I didn't expect that there would be a day when they would be afraid of us. We have a strong army now. We can destroy the god dynasties one by one. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. Only Mu Rendi frowned slightly. Don't attack for now. I have an uneasy feeling. Among the 5 subworlds, Mu Rendi of the Hell World was the commander and had great authority. This decision surprised them. Taoist Mu, is there a mistake? They're the ones who are afraid of us now. Why should we worry about them? What can they do now? You said that they're making an altar? Lin Fei didn't go out. With the system, he could monitor the 10 great god dynasties. Lin Fei would know immediately if they made any movements. Ever since Lin Fei learned about the 33 sacred heavens and the sealed world, he had listed the 10 great god dynasties as the key targets of surveillance. Send me the images. As soon as the system screen was turned on, 10 small images appeared. They're really mysterious. They're going to cover the sky and the sea. When he saw the tall altar, Lin Fei knew what they were up to. They're going to open a temporary passage. Maybe those people will help them and send some equipment. The little devil said. Chapter 2085. With half of the divine world under his control, Lin Fei could now fully monitor it. How many destiny points would be consumed? Lin Fei didn't care. Anyway, it was negligible and he wasn't afraid of the consumption at all. After they built the altar, Lin Fei knew what they wanted to do. They were going to replace the equipment soon. Where did they come from? They must be from the 33 sacred heavens. There was no better way to reverse the current situation in the divine world than to increase their strength. And to do so, supplying some weapons of destiny was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to send the weapons of destiny to the 10 divine dynasties soon. 18 clones can now come in handy. The 10 divine dynasties retreated to the back. Secretly, he began to build the altar without stopping. In order to build the altar, each divine dynasty gave everything they had. They took out all kinds of supreme-grade materials and threw them into the altar. Almost every divine dynasty did the same. In less than a few days, a huge sacrificial altar was built. The divine dynasties were very secretive. While the altar was being built, the surroundings were guarded by heavenly mandate experts, for fear that anything would go wrong. In order to complete the construction of the altar, the divine dynasties went all out. When it was finished, the altar was so tightly sealed that not even a mosquito could get in. They really spent a lot of money. On a mountain peak of the Dream God dynasty, which was the closest to the altar, Lin Fei, dressed in black, stood on the peak. The surveillance was turned on, and everything around the altar was in Lin Fei's sight. The huge altar was hundreds of feet high, and it was made of supreme-grade materials. Fortunately, they had a strong foundation so they could afford to build it. I wonder what kind of good equipment you will send this time. After they finished building the altar, Lin Fei came in person. Lin Fei had arranged for people from all the 10 divine dynasties. After occupying half of the divine dynasties, Lin Fei would not let the 10 divine dynasties turn the tables and destroy their ceremony this time. This was the best choice. It would be best if he could plunder some weapons of destiny. Lin Fei wanted to know if there was any difference between the weapons of destiny created by his system and their weapons of destiny. According to the system's calculations, after the altar was built, it would be activated immediately. He's here. The Dream Dynasty Lord did not know that the altar he was building was already being monitored. To build the altar, First Dream Dynasty Lord was going all out. Are you ready? Meng Yichao asked his subordinates calmly. In truth, Dream 1 Dynasty Lord was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but feel nervous. It was related to turning the current situation around. The First Dream Dynasty Lord did not think that he would be the only one receiving help. The earlier he built the altar, the earlier he would receive help. According to the orders of the Imperial Lord, everything has been prepared. Meng Wan waved his hand. Then let's begin. The altar was very high. At the peak of the altar was a huge platform. Meng Yichao stepped onto the platform and stood at the peak. Open. At this moment, the altar and the First Dream Dynasty seemed to have become one. There was no difference between them. The First Dream Dynasty Lord sent out a mysterious mark, and a giant hole appeared in the space not far away. This hole wasn't big, but with the help of the altar, it became bigger and bigger. Throw it in. The Dynasty Lord gave the order. The person at the back threw out a treasure. It turned out to be a treasure used to trap people. The moment the treasure was opened, a dense number of people fell down. These people fell into the hole. Ping ping ping. As they fell in, the entire hole turned into a giant blood-colored whirlpool. This is a sacrifice. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. The First Dream Dynasty Lord was really willing to do anything, to actually use Celestials as a blood sacrifice. They are using the power of Celestials to connect to the outside. However, this tunnel can't last for long, it can only last for a short period of time. Lin Fei frowned, he was unhappy with such actions. Although he was unhappy, he didn't decide to stop them. The blood sacrifice lasted for around an hour. During this period, tens of millions of Celestials were sacrificed. The same scene was happening in the other divine dynasties monitored by the system. In order to turn the situation around, these people would do anything. However, in the divine realm, which had a huge population, Celestials were the most worthless. Tens of millions of Celestials were really nothing. It's about to start. Lin Fei kept staring. Whoosh. Half an hour after the blood sacrifice, the tunnel completely stabilized and a terrifying aura came from the other side. The First Dream Dynasty Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Using Celestials as a blood sacrifice could be considered ruthless. It didn't matter how many Celestials were sacrificed. It's coming? The First Dream Dynasty Lord stared at the tunnel. According to that person, once the tunnel was opened, it wouldn't last for long. When it completely stabilized, the other side would send over equipment. First was a heavenly mandate battle armor. It was completely white and flew out of the tunnel. Seeing this white heavenly mandate battle armor, the First Dream Dynasty Lord finally smiled. Haha, this is great. The First Dream Dynasty Lord knew what this was. The heavenly mandate battle armor with terrifying defense. Master, according to my analysis, this heavenly mandate battle armor will have 40 times the defense, the little demon said. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Not bad, it's the heavenly mandate battle armor with 40 times the defense. It can block Mu Rendi's attack. Master, do you want to destroy it now, or? With Lin Fei's current strength, the Purple Moon Sacred Saber could easily break the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't want to do that now. It was meaningless. The heavenly mandate battle armor was soon in the First Dream Dynasty Lord's hands. That was already very tempting. However, what the First Dream Dynasty Lord cared about the most was the heavenly mandate weapon. That was the key. As long as he had it, he could fight Mu Rendi and the others and even reverse the situation. It's coming. Behind the heavenly mandate battle armor, the sound of metal clashing came from the tunnel. A chill surged from the tunnel. Great. 5 heavenly mandate weapons appeared in the First Dream Dynasty Lord's vision. Wow, there are actually 5 of them. Quick, analyze them for me. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. 5 heavenly mandate weapons were enough to reverse the situation. At the very least, they could maintain an invincible position and maintain the situation. I've analyzed it. The strongest one has a 50 times increase in power. The other 4 have a 30 times increase. Lin Fei thought that the 33 sacred heavens would give him a 100 times increase in power. He didn't expect it to only be a 50 times increase. Master, this is already very good. The little demon smiled. It's so good to give it all at once. Maybe the heavenly mandate weapon over there doesn't have a very high increase in power. Not very high? Impossible. Lin Fei didn't expect the little demon to analyze it like this. Chapter 2086. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. 50 times? What was this? If the people of the 33 sacred heavens knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. You really have a heavenly mandate weapon that can increase one's power by 100 times. Help me change the lens. Soon, Lin Fei had a clear view of the situation in the other divine dynasties. Soon he had the results. After reading it, Lin Fei shook his head. He was very disappointed. The strongest heavenly mandate weapon could only increase one's power by 50 times, not 100 times like he had imagined. It should be because the seal here is too strong. Even they can't send a better one over. Or they don't want to give it so much in one go. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. No matter what the reason is, the good equipment that came to my door is now mine. It's still here. Outside the peerless divine dynasty, Old Man Fu's eyes were like lightning as he stared at one of the stars. It's time to make a move. A heavenly mandate weapon can increase my strength by a lot. Boom. Old Man Fu's palm covered the sky as he punched out. The attack was locked on the passage. Boom. 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 The punch hit the passage. The body of the person on the altar shook, and the passage also shook. The peerless divine dynasty lord was furious. The punch was too fast and he couldn't block it. He took out the fragment of the heavenly mandate weapon and threw it at the other party. Old Man Fu was dressed in black. He stepped on the air and charged over. No one could stop him. The dense heavenly mandate energy turned into a huge wave and swept across everyone. The experts of the peerless divine dynasty were all sent flying. Boom. A huge finger came from the passage. Obviously, the other party also knew that someone was trying to steal it. You can't do it. Old Man Fu snorted and threw a punch. The entire passage shook and began to become unstable. Quick, sacrifice and stabilize the passage. The peerless divine dynasty lord was also sent flying by the heavenly mandate energy. How could there be an expert of this level in the divine world? That old man actually appeared. Before Lin Fei could make a move, Little Devil sent a notification. The scene changed and he recognized the black-robed old man. Looks like he can't help it either. Lin Fei knew a few clues. This old man Black Ao. He should be from the 33 sacred heavens. Arrange for our people to leave. Lin Fei had little interest in the weapon of destiny. The purpose of this trip was none other than to prevent them from increasing their strength. They wanted to suppress their strength. Now that Old Man Fu had made a move, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the peerless celestial dynasty's side. Even if the people from the peerless celestial dynasty made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop Old Man Fu's attack. It's my turn now. Boom. With a wave of the purple moon sacred saber, the saber light was like a long river, instantly blasting the huge passageway. Instability began to appear. Damn it. Mengi roared. He looked around and said, kill them. You must block them. With just one saber, Dream One Dynasty Lord knew how terrifying Lin Fan was. With just one saber, the passageway became unstable. The terrifying saber light aura caused Dream One Dynasty Lord's body to tremble uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. Another saber radiance came crashing down. The experts from Dream One God Dynasty were instantly sliced in half, turning into corpses that fell from the sky. Lin Fei continued to attack from afar. 80 times increase in strength. As expected, it is amazing. One saber from afar caused Dream One Dynasty Lord to spit out 3 liters of blood. Come here. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed towards the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Bastard, this is mine. Dream One Dynasty Lord's Destiny Battle Armor activated the weapon of destiny fragment to try to block him. Scram. The saber light swept out. Dream One Dynasty Lord couldn't dodge and was swept away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a mountain range. Lin Fei controlled half of the heaven's mandate energy. How could a single attack from him be blocked by the Dream Dynasty Lord? Hong. Just as he was about to collect the weapon of destiny, a roar came from the passageway, showing that it was extremely furious. You dare to move. The roar was filled with endless rage. At the same time, a huge finger went straight for Lin Fei on the mountain peak. You're just a will. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was unmoved by this angry voice. He slashed out 3 times with the purple moon sacred saber, each more terrifying than the last. The huge finger was cut off. Collect. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked, sucking in all the shattered energy. It's that person again. At the same time, Old Man Fu blocked the opponent's counterattack and snatched the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed the situation from the other side. So powerful. He broke the opponent's attack with 3 slashes. Old Man Fu moved quickly and soon stood in a starry sky, watching the battle outside the Dream One God Dynasty. Is this person also from that place? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes. Looks like I should go talk to him. I was alone, but now I have a companion. Honk, honk. When Lin Fei launched his attack, a battle also broke out in the other god dynasties. Someone from Reverse Kill? That's amazing. Very quickly, Old Man Fu noticed another situation. Battles were erupting everywhere. Wow, there are so many weapons of destiny. Old Man Fu was experienced and knowledgeable, but no one knew better than him that there was not a single complete weapon of destiny in this starry sky. There were only a certain number of fragments. But now, Old Man Fu felt that he was really old. Good, they're going to be disappointed again. Old Man Fu turned and left. The huge movement in the divine world was noticed by the top figures. When they saw the battle, they all gasped. Those black-robed people were too powerful. Each of them was holding a weapon of destiny, and they actually blocked the attack from that side. The battle was fast and swift. They attacked with lightning speed, not giving the other side time to react. The whole battle did not last long. The people of the God Dynasty could only watch them leave. No one dared to stop them. After all, the weapons in their hands were not for show. These people left as quickly as they came. My weapon of destiny. Soon, sharp roars came from the divine world. It wasn't just one voice, it was one after another, and all of them were filled with endless grievances. The weapon of destiny was right in front of them, but it was taken away by an outsider. There was nothing more tragic than this. Good harvest. After defeating the counterattack with 3 slashes, Lin Fei put away the weapon of destiny and absorbed a part of the destiny energy. He quickly left the Dream One God Dynasty and returned to the Invincible Palace. This time he robbed a total of 11 God Dynasties. Chapter 2087. Although the sacrificial altar built by the Divine Dynasties was not destroyed, it did not last long. Especially when the enemy's energy surged in, the passage collapsed in a short time. That night many people were furious. Spies were sent out to find out who had done it. In the end, the mastermind focused on the Counterkill organization. This was the most mysterious faction in the Divine Realm. Even now, no one knew who the leader of the Counterkill organization was. They had appeared without a trace. Originally, the Divine Dynasties and Divine Dynasties had wanted to use this opportunity to increase their strength and crush the other party in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded that the weapons of destiny had been stolen. Neither of them could laugh. Everyone looked like they were about to cry. They hated the Counterkill organization to the bone. Even though they knew that the Counterkill organization had supported the 5 subworlds and made them like the sun at high noon, and that the strength they had displayed made them wary, they did not think it was that scary after the mysterious person's support. Only after this night's attack did they realize how strong the other party was. A total of 40 to 50 weapons of destiny had been stolen. When another piece of news came that the Divine Dynasties ranked lower than the top 10 had not been robbed, the leaders of the 10 Divine Dynasties were completely furious. They hurriedly called for a meeting to discuss the serious consequences of this incident. 43 in total. Not bad. At this time, all the weapons of destiny were placed in front of Lin Fei. Analyze it for me. With the system, Lin Fei had to calculate the situation in the world of the 33 holy heavens. He could not do it himself, but he had the system. As long as the system was there, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After spending a certain amount of destiny points, Lin Fei received the latest analysis report on the world of the 33 holy heavens. I just analyzed it. These weapons of destiny came from the hands of a grandmaster, and their quality is pretty good. They are relatively exquisite. Then, I calculate that the strongest weapon of destiny in the world of the 33 holy heavens should have a 500-fold increase in power. In theory, this result should have an 80% chance of success. Lin Fei blinked. The strongest is a 500-fold increase? That doesn't sound like much. If those people knew, they would probably vomit blood and curse crazily. You're just a junior, so how would you know how terrifying a 500-fold amplification is? Lin Fei currently had the Purple Moon Holy Saber in his hands, which was amplified by 80 times. In his opinion, a 500 times increase in power was actually nothing much. It was just that. Of course it's nothing much. In front of me, a mere 500 times increase in power is just a joke. Little Evil Demon said complacently. Master, your current Purple Moon Holy Blade is 80 times more powerful. Now, with these authentic Heaven's Will weapons, I can increase the power of Master's Purple Moon Holy Blade by 100 times. We should thank them for sending us the Heaven's Will weapons. Ah. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 100-fold increase in power. The power of the previous slash had directly broken through the defenses of the altar. It was a true attack of a monarch descending upon the world. At least in this world it was very useful. Then increase the power of the Purple Moon Holy Saber to 100 times. As for the remaining weapons of destiny, Lin Fei wasn't interested in them. With the real weapons of destiny in front of him, the system could safely calculate them. Then, he would be able to create a heavenly mandate weapon that was 100 times more powerful. This night's work was not in vain. After this night, the position of the 10 God dynasties began to waver. 3 months later, the War of the Divine Dynasties broke out, and the Divine Dynasties ranked behind the top 10 broke out. The God dynasties behind the top 10 launched an offensive against the 10 God dynasties. With the weapons of destiny in their hands, they launched a powerful offensive. Most of the forces of the 10 God dynasties were swept away, and they had no choice but to hide. This made the lords of the 10 god dynasties gnash their teeth. It was all because of that detestable organization, Counterkill. If it wasn't for the night attack, would they be like this now? They should have been the ones showing off their strength. Although he hated them, he now hoped that the mysterious man would appear again and bring them benefits. The overall strength of the god dynasties behind the top 10 had improved a lot. They didn't launch an attack on the territories of the 5 subworlds. Instead, they launched an attack on the 10 god dynasties, forcing them to keep shrinking, and even to the point where they were at the gates. With the 40 times increase of the weapons of destiny, it was enough to suppress the current 10 god dynasties. Just when everyone thought that the 10 god dynasties were about to change dynasties, the destiny list in the sky actually made a move. One after another, Jianghu descended on the 10 god dynasties and enveloped them, forming a powerful shield that forced the god dynasties to retreat. The whole divine world was in an uproar again. *CK This is cheating. Lin Fei was very happy to see that the 10 god dynasties were about to be defeated. The destiny list actually sent Jianghu down to protect the 10 god dynasties. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of behavior. Everyone knew that the 10 god dynasties wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Master, the destiny list should be a very extraordinary treasure that can resist the influence of this starry sky. The 10 god dynasties are destined to compete for the destiny of destiny. In other words, they have luck and the destiny list is their luck. As long as the destiny list exists, those god dynasties can't attack it. The little demon explained. If they are lucky. Lin Fei snorted. Even with the protection of the destiny list, it won't be that easy for them to compete for the destiny of destiny. In 3 months, the power of Lin Fei's Violet Moon Sacred Blade had increased by 100 times. Of course, it consumed a large number of destiny points. At the same time, he also had the Heavenly Mandate Battle Armor, which had 100 times the defense, which finally allowed Lin Fei to save some destiny points. Most of the Divine World's territory was in his hands. As long as he fought steadily and seized 20 to 30% of it, even if he had the weapons of destiny, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. At this time, those who were observant would discover that the destiny energy of the divine world was shrinking rapidly. Every time it was consumed, it was not easy to replenish it. Since he's here, why hide? Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed at the void with the Violet Moon Sacred Blade. He sneered. Young man, what a temper. This slash caused a person to appear in the void. The corner of the person's eyes kept twitching. The small square shield in front of him also showed traces of cracks. The person who came was especially heartache. Someone is sneaking around, how can I not be angry? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly rose. He was no stranger to the person who came. It was that dangerous person. Old Man Fu's heart trembled at this moment. His gaze landed on the purple long blade. Dao friend Di Tian, you are really young and promising. Just based on this move of yours, no one in this starry sky can compare to you. Congratulations. Chapter 2088. What a joke, in the profound sky world, even top-notch experts couldn't hide from Little Devil's surveillance. From the moment the old man snuck in, Little Devil had already informed Lin Fei. It could be said that his every move was under surveillance and it was impossible to spy on him. Coincidentally, when the old man was not far away, Lin Fei launched an attack. He took out the Purple Moon Sacred Blade and attacked with his strongest attack, chasing the old man out. Haha, I like what you said. Since you know that I'm so powerful and you still dare to spy on me, I feel that your words are fake. Lin Fei said unyieldingly. Old Man Fu frowned and thought to himself, this brat is really arrogant. If it was in the past, whoever dared to say such words would have died under his hands. Of course he was an exception now. Fellow Taoist Di Tian must be joking, Old Man Fu said awkwardly. When he came in previously, he was indeed prepared to spy on Di Tian, who knew that before he could stand still, he would be forced out by the other party, and the treasure in his hand would be damaged. That was a heartache. Sit. Lin Fei threw out 2 chairs, pulled out one for himself and swaggered down. Old Man Fu pulled a chair over and sat down. I really didn't expect you to be the mysterious person behind the scenes. It's really shocking and completely different from what I imagined. Lin Fei never thought that he was well hidden. Among the limited number of experts, they could definitely find him based on the clues he left behind. Without a doubt, Old Man Fu was one of them. It just came a little faster than he had expected. I'm quite satisfied that you can say that, Lin Fei said with a smile. Since you've seen the person, say what you have to say. Everyone is busy. Old Man Fu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Busy? Who doesn't know that you're in the profound sky world and you're still busy? Especially after Old Man Fu found out that Kill was closely related to Di Tian. Old Man Fu knew. This Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. Right now, the entire situation in the divine world was under Di Tian's control. Old Man Fu knew that he wouldn't be able to do something like this, especially for the experts that he had groomed. All of them were absolute powerhouses in this part of the starry sky. With heavenly mandate weapons in their hands, they could sweep through almost everything. You're very direct. You do have the right to speak like that. If it was someone else, Elder Fu might have probed, but Di Tian was different. All of this was unnecessary. This old man wants to cooperate with fellow Taoist. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested? Tell me about it. Lin Fei said casually. I hope that you can give the position of Celestial Emperor to me. Old Fu looked at Lin Fei passionately. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a nameless junior. What qualifications do I have to say such words? Moreover, it's about deciding the position of a God Emperor. The little devil suddenly said in his ear, Master, this old man is very agitated. He probably values the position of God Emperor very much. Excited? It seems like the position of God Emperor is hiding many secrets. Lin Fei thought to himself. It wasn't without reason that the world of the 33 sacred heavens valued it so much. Fellow Taoist, we all know that half of the God realm has fallen into your hands. They're just struggling at death's door. What's more, you have the most powerful force in your hands. Even I have to concede defeat. If fellow Taoist goes all out and chases the representative of the world of the 33 sacred heavens out, the position of God Emperor will definitely belong to you. Lin Fei indeed had the ability to do that. After knowing about the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Lin Fei didn't intend to do it this way. Now that someone jumped out and wanted the position of God Emperor, it was perfect. Lin Fei couldn't feign ignorance since he had already said it so bluntly. There was no need. The old man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the few dangerous people in this part of the starry sky. If he hadn't shown the purple moon's sacred blade at the start and left a deep impression on the other party, perhaps the old man wouldn't have spoken so politely. The position of God Emperor is a piece of cake for Senior. As for those two dangerous people, there's no need for Senior to worry about them. Now that the 10 God dynasties are no longer a threat, Senior can make your move. Lin Fei knew that the old man was testing him. Since he had done so, he didn't mind throwing out some words. Do you really think I don't know anything? What a joke. Elder Fu was shocked. He confirmed that this person was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens just like him. He just didn't know which faction he belonged to. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, since you already know, I might as well say it directly. Elder Fu's expression was solemn. I hope you can help me get rid of those two. After we're done, I'll share everything on Mountain God Emperor with you. Old Man Fu knew that he couldn't kill the two of them by himself. If he had Di Tian's help, he had a higher chance of success. Even if he obtained the position of God Emperor in the future, he still had to deal with this mysterious Di Tian. Mountain God Emperor, is this the objective of the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Lin Fei thought. He knew that the old man was trying to drag him down with him. I can't make a decision on such an important matter. I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Lin Fei said after pondering. I understand. I'll come back in 3 days. Elder Fu didn't think that he had an answer now. Next time, don't be sneaky. Not everyone has a better temper than me. Lin Fei smiled. There's no news about Mountain God Emperor? After the old man left, Lin Fei started to search for news about Mountain God Emperor. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any news about Mountain God Emperor. It was as if it never existed. Looks like Mountain God Emperor is more mysterious than I imagined. Could it only be opened by God Emperors? Lin Fei guessed. Should he agree to cooperate? According to the system's analysis, if Master cooperates with that person, you will get 60% of the benefits. However, there's also a certain risk. Little Fiend whispered. 60% of the benefits? Lin Fei was tempted. After finding out about the world of the 33 holy heavens and that this part of the galaxy was a sealed land, Lin Fei knew how powerful the unknown enemy was. If they knew that he was the mastermind behind this, it wouldn't be easy to imagine what kind of revenge they would unleash. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Let's talk about it after I take over Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei was quite bold. After guessing their true intentions, he decided to go crazy for once. The old man dared to say it out loud because he believed that Lin Fei was from the 33 sacred heavens. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind cooperating with him. It's decided then. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately made his decision. Chapter 2089. 3 days later. Elder Fu came again. After suffering the loss last time, he didn't dare to sneak up again. The power of the Purple Moon's sacred saber wasn't that easy to defend against. This time, Elder Fu came directly. Lin Fei came out to welcome him personally, which was considered giving him some face. What's your decision? Old man Fu was indeed worried and nervous. He had to be nervous. If Lin Fan didn't agree, Elder Fu wouldn't be confident if he didn't have a helper in this situation. Di Tian was an unexpected situation. An existence that couldn't be easily killed. If there was a way, Elder Fu wouldn't use this method. Since he wasn't as strong as Di Tian, he had to consider it seriously. I want 70% of the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Although Lin Fei agreed, it didn't mean that he would agree to it. No way. Elder Fu shook his head. 50% is already a lot. 70%? Wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? Lin Fei sneered. The more excited you are, the more it means that the things on Mount God Emperor are good stuff, and the more I understand the importance of Mount God Emperor. Hehe, since Senior said so, you can go alone. I won't interfere. Lin Fei said lazily. Anyway, I know what's on Mount God Emperor. Elder Fu liked Di Tian's way of threatening him and he wanted to say something. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say anything at this moment. Am I going alone? Although he had snatched some Heaven's Will weapons before, the quantity was far less than what Di Tian had, and he was also the scapegoat. Now those people were suspecting that he had stolen the Heaven's Will weapons, and the enemies were also looking for him. This was why Elder Fu had no choice but to come. Knowing that Di Tian took the Destiny weapons, Elder Fu couldn't say it out loud. Di Tian wouldn't admit it and he would be the scapegoat. Someone as shameless as Di Tian. It was Elder Fu's first time meeting such a person. You know the importance of the things on Mount God Emperor, and you should know how much 70% is. Forgive me for not agreeing. Elder Fu was slightly angered. Lin Fei shrugged. 70%, not a single cent less. Otherwise I don't mind doing it myself. It might be troublesome but I can handle it myself. Whoosh. The Purple Moon's sacred saber landed in Lin Fei's hand, flickering with a cold light. Xiao 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 xiao. Around Lin Fei, numerous figures appeared from the void and locked onto Old Fu with killing intent. Each of them held a heavenly fate weapon in their hands. There were more than 10 super experts wielding weapons of destiny. I know that Senior is very powerful, but I still have the confidence to eliminate you. Lin Fei sneered, his fingers brushing past the Purple Moon's sacred saber. Senior, what do you think? Elder Fu's face darkened. You win. After some thought, Old Fu knew that he couldn't resist this powerful force. Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with, especially under such circumstances. If they really fought, the loser would definitely be him. The power of Di Tian's heavenly mandate weapon was extremely terrifying. Who asked me to have more people than you? Besides, if you want to kill those 2 people without my help, do you think you can succeed? Lin Fei smiled. Elder Fu didn't have anything else to say now. Alright, now we can discuss how to deal with them. In one of the divine dynasties in the divine world. It wasn't ranked high but it was still ranked 18th. It usually didn't show its strength. After the surrounding divine dynasties were annexed, it had kept a low profile. It must be Elder Fu who did it. That guy is really powerful. He has such a powerful force under his control without anyone knowing. In the divine dynasty, 2 people, one in black and one in white, were sitting. They had seen the recent situation, but unfortunately, Elder Fu was elusive, and they couldn't find his whereabouts. Elder Fu is quite ruthless this time. He instantly knocked down the top 10 divine dynasties and supported the divine dynasties ranked lower than the top 10. In such a short time, the power of the top 10 divine dynasties was completely suppressed. I wonder what Elder Fu plans to do next. We still underestimated Elder Fu. So many years have passed, generation after generation. Boom. Suddenly, the divine dynasty they were in shook violently. A blade light slashed at the palace where they were. The 2 of them soared into the sky. Hey Wuxia, by Wuxia, weren't you looking for me? I'm here now. Elder Fu's clones sent out thousands of blade lights toward the 2 of them. The 2 of them were brothers. Hey Wuxia laughed. Elder Fu, it's not easy. After so many years, I've never seen you take the initiative to attack. However, can you do it? He took out a pair of golden gloves and put them on. Then he punched the blade lights head on. A large number of blade lights were shattered, and he pounced at Elder Fu like a leopard. Let me see if you've improved after so many years. He grabbed with one hand and an eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for Elder Fu's body. In the distant sky, Lin Fei kept watching. As expected of a super dangerous person. His strength is boundless. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The purple moon sacred blade was also in his hand. Sneak over. Both of them were super experts, almost invincible in this part of the universe. If Lin Fei wanted to seriously injure or even kill them, he needed to win by surprise. That way he could save a lot of destiny points. This was also what Lin Fei and Elder Fu had discussed. It wasn't difficult to find the two's location. As soon as Elder Fu and the Black and White Veil fought, the entire Divine Dynasty collapsed. A terrifying aura spread throughout the Divine world. Many Divine Dynasty lords appeared in the sky and looked at the battlefield. When he saw how the three of them were exuding a horrifying aura with every single one of their attacks, he could no longer remain calm. Goosebumps rose all over his body. No matter how far they were, they could still feel the terrifying aura. They couldn't suppress it. Too terrifying. Who are those three people? Why are there three terrifying experts like them in this world? No matter who it was, their expressions were almost the same. This aura was too terrifying. The three of them destroyed a divine dynasty in a moment. Then, one of them rushed out of the divine world and entered the starry sky. The black and white figures chased after him. Elder Fu, you can't run away. Lin Fei followed them quietly. Hehe, let's see what you can do when you don't have much destiny energy left. Lin Fei's plan was simple. He wanted Elder Fu to consume their energy. In this part of the starry sky, 60% of the destiny energy was absorbed and controlled by Lin Fei. The remaining ones were few and far between. They might not be able to experience it during normal times, but it was very difficult to absorb the destiny energy during a battle. Chapter 2090. The three of them fought and soon arrived outside the starry sky. The black muslin and white muslin were very good at fighting together. One in the front, one in the back, they unleashed waves of heaven's will energy that shook the starry sky. The dynasty lords of the divine world couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them spread out in a circle, and that area became a starry sky of death. If anyone were to recklessly barge in at this time, there would only be one outcome, to be killed on the spot by the heaven's will energy. Even the Grand Luo immortals could only watch helplessly. Old Man Fu, just accept your fate. The Black Gauze's attacks were overbearing, and the gloves on his hands unleashed a terrifying might. Even though I don't know why you're here, it doesn't matter. As long as you're dead, your men won't be able to cause any trouble. Bai Wuxia took advantage of the opportunity and placed her palm on Old Man Fu's shoulder, sending him flying. Old Man Fu coughed out a mouthful of blood that flowed down the corner of his mouth. Why isn't Di Tian making a move yet? Elder Fu grumbled in his heart. According to the plan they had agreed upon, he would personally lead them into the starry sky. Then the two of them would join forces to kill the Black and White Veil Saint. It was different from what they had agreed on. Old Fu was under a lot of pressure. Although he was grumbling in his heart, Old Fu still gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the heavenly will energy in his body. He could not lose to these two. You want to kill this old man? You can't. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Old Fu had thousands of clones and the starry sky was filled with them. It was a black mass that crushed towards the Black and White Veil. Lin Fei stealthily came over. Little Devil was also monitoring the destiny energy in their bodies. Master, the Black Crow yarn only has 30% of heaven's will left, while the White Crow yarn has 40%. Well done. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I told you to release your ultimate moves. You'll regret it later. Lin Fei didn't believe that they had stored enough destiny energy. At the very least, they wouldn't have the same amount of energy as him. I'll attack you first. Lin Fei stared at Heisha. This guy was quite strong. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He only needed one opportunity to severely injure the Black Veil Saint. That's right, activate the shielding function later and block this place. I don't want to be exposed so soon. No problem. The three of them exchanged blows for a short while. The mandate of Heaven's mandate in his body was being consumed very quickly. Its might was also not as great as before. Good chance. Lin Fei yelled. He decisively chose to attack when the Black Veil Saint was attacking Elder Fu. Whoosh. First the system was blocked. The entire starry sky was quickly blocked. The onlooker's spiritual senses collided with an invisible layer of existence. Everything in front of him disappeared. Kill? A domineering and sharp blade appeared in a strange manner and slashed at the Black Veil Saint's body. A massive amount of heaven's will energy surged out. Bang. Although the Black Veil Saint was prepared, he did not expect that the intruder would be so ferocious. His whole body was sent flying, and his entire arm flew out with blood flowing out. Do it. 19 black-robed men appeared out of thin air, each holding a purple moon saber. They surrounded by Wuxia. Phew. They're finally here. Old Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxia, today is the day you die. Old Fu sneered as he looked at Bai Wuxia, who was surrounded, and chased after He Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was stunned. The intruder's attacks were too domineering and every strike was fatal. He was forced into a defensive state. Even so, wounds were left on his body in the blink of an eye, and blood was flowing out. Soon Bai Wuxia felt that something was wrong. He did not have time to replenish his heaven's will energy. There did not seem to be any heaven's will energy in this starry sky. Even if there was, it was only a trace and there was no time to replenish it. What the hell? Sir, who are you? Bai Wuxia's body quickly returned to normal. He had used up a large amount of heaven's will energy. He had never imagined that he could break through his body's defense with a single strike. I'm someone who wants your life. Lin Fei held the purple moon sacred saber in his hand and soared down, creating a saber-like rainbow. He slashed at the Black Veil Saint. Feeling the threatening aura of the saber, the Black Veil Saint's heart sank. Damn old Fu. Where did he find this helper? Why don't I know about this starry sky? Why does this person exist? Clang. A square shield blocked in front of him. Crack. With just one strike, the square shield exploded into pieces. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei slashed out 3 more times. Each strike was more ferocious than the previous. The saber flashed with unparalleled might. BFFF, BFFF, BFFF. The 3 strikes landed on the Black Veil Saint's body, and his powerful body was instantly severed into 3 pieces. How can he be so powerful? Old Fu, who had caught up, was shocked. Back then, Di Tian had damaged his treasure with a single strike, so he was rather fearful. Now that he had witnessed it, he realized that Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. What kind of expert was the Black Veil Saint? Even if he had used up a lot of his heaven's will energy, he should have been able to block Di Tian's attack. But now his body had been severed in 3 strikes. Whoosh. After his body reformed, the Black Veil Saint's face was pale. Those 3 strikes are too terrifying. Even if the Black Veil Saint pushed his heaven's will energy to the limit, he could not block Di Tian's attack. Di Tian's strength was boundlessly domineering, and he had crushed all resistance. He had never seen such a powerful person. Go. After a short exchange, the Black Veil Saint understood that he was not Di Tian's match. *CK, he ran away just like that. Lin Fei was slightly startled. You're a super expert, alright? This doesn't fit with the development of the plot. Master, you still don't know? Now that you control half of the divine world, you also control a huge amount of heaven's will energy. Who can block the attack of Master's purple moon sacred saber? That's really the case. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Whoosh. A saber radiance swept towards the Black Veil Saint like a silver river. Here it comes again. The Black Veil Saint turned around and activated his heaven's will weapon. When it collided with the saber radiance, a small part of it was shattered, and the remaining part remained unmoved. In such a short period of time, the saber radiance swept up and landed on his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Veil Saint immediately felt that something was wrong. The heaven's will energy in his body was shattered, and he could not condense it for a short period of time. The heaven's will energy in his body was extremely domineering, and it forcefully shattered every part of his body. In terms of heaven's will energy, Lin Fei's saber radiance was extremely terrifying. It was not something that the Black Veil Saint could break. It would be fine if he was at his peak, but not now. Whoosh. Another saber radiance swept over and landed on the Black Veil Saint's body. The saber radiance wrapped around the Black Veil Saint's body tightly. Even if the Black Veil Saint kept attacking, his strength could not keep up, and he could not break the saber radiance. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei said to Elder Fu, who had caught up to him. This is still not enough? You still want to do that? Elder Fu smiled bitterly in his heart. You're already so powerful, and you're lucky that I didn't have any ideas about you. Chapter 2091. Number 1. Lin Fei quite liked it. As he occupied more and more territories, the energy towers started to appear all over the place. He accumulated more and more destiny points. With the addition of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade's power, it was no exaggeration to say that he was the number 1. You're flattering me. There was no one who didn't want to hear good things. Lin Fei liked to hear good things too. The strength of this super dangerous expert disappointed Lin Fei. He wasn't as scary as he had imagined. Why did the system warn him that he was in danger? Elder Fu, I didn't expect you to find such a powerful helper. I have underestimated you. Black Gauze, who was entangled by the saber ray, stopped struggling. However, since you've made your move, I'll kill you here today even if I have to sacrifice everything. Elder Fu's expression changed. You're crazy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint's body erupted with a tyrannical aura. Bang. 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 The blade radiance on the Black Gauze Saint's body shattered. The Black Gauze Saint's aura continued to rise and soon reached a shocking limit. Master, be careful. This guy's strength has exceeded the limit of this starry sky. Little Devil quickly warned. At this time, the Black Veil Saint's body emitted a sharp aura. His thick heavens will energy created endless gales that whistled in all directions. The entire starry sky was blown into a broken sack riddled with holes. Ah, power that I haven't seen in a long time. The Black Gauze Saint revealed an expression of enjoyment. He squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although I only have 50 breaths of time, it's enough to kill all of you on the spot. Lin Fei knew that the situation was bad. Old man, what did he do? Why did his strength increase so quickly? Elder Fu had a strange expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He explained, they are from the 33 sacred heavens. This is a sealed world. Their strength is suppressed to the God Emperor realm. We are from the outside world, so our strength will be sealed. The Black Gauze Saint has unsealed his strength and reached the God Emperor realm. However, he can only last for 50 breaths of time. After 50 breaths of time, the heavenly Tao will kill him on the spot. God Emperor realm? Lin Fei finally understood. Die you too. After removing the seal on his power, although he was only at the Emperor God realm, it was enough to kill the two people in front of him. The Black Gauze Saint was very satisfied with the Purple Moon sacred saber in the black-robed man's hand. It could increase his power by 100 times. The Black Veil Saint made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a powerful surge of heaven's will energy shot out towards the two of them. The moment this power appeared, the two of them immediately felt a terrifying aura suppressing them. The surrounding space distorted. Is this the power of an Emperor God? Compared to Elder Fu's change in expression, Lin Fei wasn't that afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. It's nothing much. At this moment, Lin Fei's momentum was already established. He had accumulated a massive amount of heaven's will energy, so he wasn't afraid of the Black Veil's attack. Good timing. Lin Fei bellowed and waved the Purple Moon sacred saber. The saber light slashed over and struck the 5 tyrannical heavens mandate powers. This slash only caused the other party to tremble slightly. It's useless, all of you will die today. The Black Gauze Saint held his hands and stood up. 2 of his fingers formed a sword as he stabbed at Lin Fei's forehead. I will kill you first. You make me feel very uncomfortable. Explode my heaven's will points. The sword attack made Lin Fei's forehead twitch. His hair stood on end. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint was like a monarch. A casual finger was filled with boundless terror, enough to kill anyone on the spot. Invincible defense was instantly activated. The Purple Moon sacred saber, under the injection of a massive amount of heaven's will points, slashed at the other party's sword light. Even Elder Fu couldn't break through the sword light, but it was like a piece of tofu in front of the Purple Moon sacred saber. Eat my saber too. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed at the Black Gauze Saint. The Black Gauze Saint frowned. He blocked it and even broke it. Could he be a God Emperor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Somewhat famous, but that's it. Swish, swish. The Black Gauze Saint stabbed out over 10 times in one breath, and each sword had the power of a peak God Emperor. It could be said that each sword could kill a heaven's will expert. The power of the 10 swords was unimaginable. If it wasn't to kill Elder Fu and this black-robed guy, the Black Gauze Saint wouldn't have undone the seal. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the mission would be completed. At this moment, Lin Fei used his full strength. This was the first time he used his full strength. A massive amount of heaven's will points were instantly consumed. The power of the long and narrow saber light was amplified by 100 times. Lin Fei turned into a terrifying great demon king. The saber light and sword light clashed. Bang, bang. In this clash, the saber light shattered the sword light, and the saber aura didn't stop as it landed on the Black Gauze Saint again. Bang, bang. The heavens will aura surrounding the Black Gauze Saint was shattered. Lend me your second saber. Lin Fei's second saber was more ferocious than the previous one, and the saber light was imprinted in the Black Gauze Saint's eyes. How can he be so strong? The other party shattered his God Emperor attack with a single saber. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the Black Gauze Saint had actually lost. 3-part heaven-shocking sword art. 50 breaths of time passed faster and faster. After the Black Gauze Saint's attack was broken, he felt that something was wrong. Since he could block a God Emperor's sword light attack, was he also a God Emperor? However, he didn't have the aura of a God Emperor. This was what made the Black Gauze Saint feel the most uncomfortable. The Black Gauze Saint's attacks became more and more ferocious as he used his sword art. He enveloped the other party in a dense layer of sword shadows. At this moment, Lin Fei wielded the Purple Moon Sacred Saber. The saber light was extremely sharp and domineering. It forcefully shattered the surrounding sword light and sword intent and went straight for the Black Gauze Saint. Elder Fu, who was far away, was completely shocked, and his expression became more and more solemn. I really can't imagine that Dao Friend Di Tian is actually so strong. His attack power is clearly within the God Emperor realm, but why isn't he a God Emperor? This is unbelievable. Elder Fu was sure that he didn't see wrongly. Dao Friend Di Tian's battle power has actually reached the God Emperor realm. What a monster. I finally understand why Di Tian isn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. He already has the battle power of a God Emperor. What's so special about a mere God Emperor position? Elder Fu was originally prepared to open the seal. At most he would just fight it out. After all, it was impossible to escape from a God Emperor. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to display such terrifying strength at this critical moment. Bang, bang, bang. One saber strike after another, Lin Fei was like an undefeatable god of war as he disintegrated the Black Gauze Saint's attacks. The Black Gauze Saint was completely flustered. Impossible. How can someone like you appear in the sealed world? I have the strength of a God Emperor, but I can't kill you. Rumble. Suddenly, in the starry sky above, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping away the clouds. Chapter 2092. This Black Gauze Saint was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei didn't deny this, but it was a pity that he had met his powerful system. It was useless even if he had the strength of a God Emperor. Heavenly punishment. Old Fu exclaimed. Thunder boomed. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense how terrifying the heavenly laws were. Rumble. The lightning landed on the Black Gauze Saint's body, and he was blasted into pieces. He didn't even have time to struggle. What a terrifying heavenly punishment. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Master, I just analyzed this heavenly punishment. If Master encounters it, you can block it 10 times. 10 times? That was already very impressive. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After the fatal strike, the dark clouds didn't dissipate. Are they looking for trouble with me? Lin Fei stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Master, don't worry. The heavenly Tao isn't that powerful. If Master hasn't reached the God Emperor realm, the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you. Little Devil said in disdain. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds as if they were looking for something. It was a pity that they couldn't find any traces. A moment later, the dark clouds dissipated and the lightning disappeared. He really left. Old Fu was in awe of Lin Fan. Previously, even he felt afraid of the dark aura. He suppressed the sealing power in his body as he was afraid that it would be released and attract the heavenly punishment. At this moment, Old Fu looked at Lin Fei with respect. It was the first time in the sealed world that someone could avoid the heavenly punishment. If this news got out, the entire 33 sacred heavens would be shaken. The heavenly Tao isn't as powerful as I thought, Lin Fei said casually. Old Fu smiled bitterly. I know better than you whether the heavenly Tao is powerful or not. If I didn't care about the heavenly punishment, I wouldn't have to hide. There's another person. We can't let him go. Lin Fei turned around and looked at Bayusha. Big brother. Bayusha was covered in blood. He let out an angry roar and smiled bitterly as he looked at his elder brother who had been killed by the heavenly punishment. Bayusha couldn't imagine that her big brother couldn't kill that person even after releasing a portion of his power and obtaining the power of a God Emperor. In the end, even Tian Fa distanced herself, breaking the rules. Go. Bayusha kept attacking one of the clones. After his big brother died, his rationality told him that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Kill? How could Lin Fei let such a terrifying enemy go? The God Emperor's battle prowess was unleashed. The saber light was like a long river that struck Bayusha's body. You can't escape. Bayusha's blade was sent flying. Cough cough cough, fighting power of an emperor god. Bayusha vomited blood. Half of his body was crushed, and the dense heavens mandate energy was wreaking havoc in his body. His fighting strength was instantly reduced by 10 to 20%. It's too terrifying. Why didn't a god emperor's battle power cause a heavenly punishment to appear? Why? Bai Wuxia was at a loss. Bai Wuxia couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's god emperor battle power was obtained through heaven's mandate points and not through normal cultivation. This was a huge loophole, a loophole that deceived the heavenly law. Right now only Lin Fei understood. Dao friend Di Tian, this person is heavily injured. Why don't you let me deal with him? Elder Fu suddenly begged. Lin Fei could naturally see the killing intent in Elder Fu's eyes. He nodded. I've wanted to see Senior's glory for a long time. My wish has finally come true. Elder Fu felt very comfortable. Bai Wuxia, you destroyed my entire clan back then. Today I'll kill you here. Elder Fu's aura rose to the peak, and his killing intent was cold as he charged at Bai Wuxia. For some reason Bai Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as that person doesn't attack, I have nothing to fear. He was well aware of the current situation. He couldn't deal with the black-robed man, but he could still kill Elder Fu. The two of them quickly clashed and created a huge wave. However, Lin Fei didn't move. That Bai Wuxia will definitely die if he doesn't remove the seal. In fact, Elder Fu had a great advantage at this moment. He had thousands of clones surrounding Bai Wuxia and continuously unleashed his ultimate attacks. Bai Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Bai Wuxia was also unlucky. He fought with Lin Fei's clones at the beginning and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. After that, he was attacked by Lin Fei again and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. There wasn't much mandate energy left in his body. In just a few dozen moves, Bai Wuxia couldn't hold on anymore and was about to die. Seal open. Bai Wuxia still chose to open the seal. The moment the new energy entered, Elder Fu seemed to have a telepathic connection and unleashed an ultimate attack. The moment the new and old energy couldn't be replenished, Elder Fu's ultimate attack arrived. Bai Wuxia's body was slashed into two, and a flaw appeared in the seal. Die. No one knew better than Elder Fu that this was the best time to kill Bai Wuxia. A sharp sword aura swept out and shredded Bai Wuxia's body into pieces. A silver-white pearl floated in the sky and was grabbed by Elder Fu. So many years have passed and you're still stupid enough to try to remove the seal. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Elder Fu sneered and let out a long roar. This battle had come without any warning. The entire divine world was shocked. Even though there was a barrier in the middle and they couldn't get any specific information, they could still feel the terrifying heavenly punishment. No one knew who those people were. No one knew why they attracted the attack of the heavenly law. Only then did they know that they weren't the strongest in the divine world. There were still existences that were stronger than them, and those existences could easily kill them. Inside the invincible palace, Elder Fu placed the white pearl on the table. I don't deserve this sealing pearl. Elder Fu knew very well that if Di Tian hadn't injured Bai Wuxia, he wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's strength was publicly acknowledged. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Wuxia had exhausted a lot of his heavenly mandate energy and couldn't remove the seal, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Even though the sealing pearl was very precious, Elder Fu decided to take it out. Master, this is a good item. Actually, Lin Fei knew that this was a good item. The pearl contained extremely dense heavenly mandate energy. Previously, when Bai Wuxia reached the God the Arch Realm, he only used a portion of the heavenly mandate energy. If he used all of it, Lin Fei would have to use a lot of heavenly mandate points. It wouldn't be as easy as before. Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with such a good item. Elder Fu, you're too courteous. As he spoke, the sealing pearl was in Lin Fei's hand. Does everyone in the 33 sacred heavens have this pearl? You don't know? Elder Fu frowned. Chapter 2093. Lin Fei didn't mind saying it out loud. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? It didn't matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was afraid of Old Fu now. He knew that Old Fu was restricted by this galaxy and couldn't release his sealed power. Old Fu's fighting strength was destined to be weaker than his. Over the past 100 years, Lin Fei had secretly absorbed destiny points. He had accumulated a large amount of destiny points. The stronger he was, the more destiny points he would receive. The weaker he was, the more he would receive. Lin Fei was in control of the size. After this battle with the Black Gauze Saint, Lin Fei knew the exact level of a God Emperor's fighting strength. He didn't need to worry about not being able to use it. He thought that a God Emperor's fighting strength would be at an extremely high level, but it seemed like it was just SOSO. Since he had the fighting strength of a God Emperor, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. You aren't from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Old Fu was shocked and in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Old Fu thought about it and realized that Di Tian was right. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? He didn't care at all. Previously, Old Fu felt that Di Tian's fighting strength was limitless and that he could be called the number one. He didn't really feel that way and was just being polite. However, after suppressing the God Emperor Black Gauze Saint, Old Fu understood that Di Tian was indeed the number one person in this world. Everyone in the world of the 33 sacred heavens has one. Old Fu didn't ask where Di Tian came from and just gave a simple explanation. Lin Fei listened quietly. This was really surprising. So the seal bead is also known as the power bead. It can store the absorbed destiny energy and replenish it at crucial moments. At the same time, it is also a cultivation method to raise one's fighting strength. Interesting. Lin Fei understood. After reaching the God Emperor realm, one could cultivate the power bead. Could be used to store destiny energy. The stronger one was, the more power beads they would have in their body, which could increase their fighting strength. People like the Black Gauze Saint only had one power bead in their body. He only had one power pearl in his body, but in this part of the starry heavens, he was the undisputed number one in a prolonged battle. No one could match him. However, it was a pity that he had encountered Lin Fei, who also possessed an invincible system that was even more terrifying than the Orb of Power. This is really interesting. Lin Fei had thought that the energy block was magical and unique, but it seemed that everyone's intelligence was not simple. They could even research the power bead, an alternative way to increase their strength. Old Fu smiled bitterly to himself. The DD Heaven knew very little about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. However, there was a look of disdain on his face. In the eyes of ordinary people, this person was sick. Elder Fu didn't think so. Di Tian had a trump card that he couldn't imagine. For example, the heavenly punishment that could deceive the heavenly Tao was the best proof. Elder Fu, you've killed Bai Wuxia. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei didn't want to ask about Elder Fu's background as it was meaningless. This isn't the time for me to think about anything. The question is what fellow Taoist Di Tian wants to do. Elder Fu said in a low voice. Furthermore, I might not have the heart to do anything in front of fellow Taoist Di Tian. Lin Fei thought to himself. Is he expressing his stance to me? The battle in the day. It would be abnormal if Elder Fu didn't do anything after Lin Fei revealed his terrifying strength. Handing over the sealing orb was the first step. Elder Fu's words sounded more like he was expressing his stance. Lin Fei wasn't stupid and he quickly understood what Elder Fu meant. Was Di Tian going to rely on him? Or did Di Tian need his help? He felt that the latter was more likely. After the battle, Elder Fu thought about many things. Originally, if no one else appeared, he might have a higher chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. However, after seeing Di Tian's battle strength, Elder Fu didn't think so anymore. Di Tian was a powerful enemy that he couldn't surpass. Even if he unsealed a portion of his strength, he still wouldn't be Di Tian's match. Since that was the case, why not make a choice? In Elder Fu's position, he wasn't limited to just one place. Elder Fu, I really don't understand what you mean. Lin Fei decided to try Elder Fu again. Elder Fu squinted his eyes. I'm willing to give up on fighting for the mandate of heaven and become a God Emperor. I only hope that you can promise me one thing after you become a God Emperor. I'll sell this body of mine to you. At this moment, Elder Fu's expression became extremely solemn. Lin Fei wasn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. A God Emperor could use their battle strength limitlessly, but it had nothing to do with him. With the help of the system, he had already disregarded those realms. A God Emperor wants me to help? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei was speechless. Someone who could make Elder Fu escape to the sealed world must have an extraordinary background. Lin Fei wasn't interested in helping Elder Fu. I'm actually not interested in a God Emperor. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better for you to be the God Emperor. He didn't want the God Emperor position? That was the glory of an era. Even if the starry sky was sealed. Elder Fu had never thought that someone could disregard the position of a supreme being. Many people were envious of that. Even the 33 sacred heavens had always interfered behind the scenes to support someone to ascend to the position of God Emperor. It was all because of the generous rewards that came with being a God Emperor. How can I do that? Elder Fu said hurriedly. In his heart, he was thinking, whoever becomes a God Emperor will still be bullied by you. What's the point of being a God Emperor then? In the previous few eras, although God Emperors were supported, they were almost invincible in this starry sky. There was nothing to worry about. Even the people behind the scenes wouldn't make a big move against them. The losses would be too great. But now, with Di Tian around, the position of God Emperor wasn't something that anyone could sit firmly on. Only a fool would become a God Emperor. It was definitely the most aggrieved God Emperor in history. If the 10 major God dynasties and other God dynasties knew that the two of them were pushing the position of God Emperor around, they would probably faint from crying. If you don't want the position of God Emperor, take pity on us. Why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I don't think it's interesting to be a God Emperor. I'm quite interested in the God Emperor Mountain. I wonder if Elder Fu can tell me more about the God Emperor Mountain so that I can broaden my horizons. Seeing that Di Tian didn't want to talk about the God Emperor, Elder Fu was helpless. He finally met someone who wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, Di Tian was stronger than him in all aspects. Chapter 2094. Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for 3 days. No one knew what the two of them talked about during that time. Afterward, Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for a long time. The All-Heaven God Dynasty, which was originally in his control, also announced that it would join the mysterious Sky World. Many people in the Divine World were speechless when the news came out. Everyone knew that the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty was relatively strong. Many people had thought of taking over the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty, but unfortunately no one had succeeded. Who would have thought that the All-Heaven God Dynasty would choose to join the mysterious Sky World at this time? While everyone was still guessing, another powerful God Dynasty joined the mysterious Sky World. The 5 subworlds took the opportunity to take over a few more dynasties, bringing them into their fold. Soon, nearly 70% of the God World's territory was occupied by the other dynasties. While everyone was thinking about what to do next, Lin Fei, who gave the order, was bringing Elder Fu to the Forbidden World. Lin Fei was very helpless that Elder Fu wanted to stay by his side. Ever since this fellow decided to give up his position as the God Emperor, he didn't plan to leave. He insisted that Lin Fei agree to help him in the future. He was betting everything on it. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't agree. It wasn't worth it to do such a risky thing. However, Elder Fu stayed by his side all day and wouldn't leave unless Lin Fei agreed. From time to time, Lin Fei was speechless. You're a super expert. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei couldn't withstand Elder Fu's torture. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. No matter what, he was still a super expert. I said that a noble person would come today. I didn't expect it to be Taoist Di Tian. When Lin Fei and Elder Fu arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden World, the Supreme Demon Emperor was already waiting for them with a smile. Taoist Di Tian, you're too polite. The Supreme Demon Emperor had guessed who it was after the treasures from the passageway were stolen. He didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring. He really dared to make a move on those things. Ever since then, the Supreme Demon Emperor knew that Di Tian was an extremely dangerous person. Especially after what happened a few days ago, the Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. The Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. That was heavenly punishment. The Supreme Demon Emperor was 70% confident. This matter should be related to Di Tian. Dao friend Di Tian is currently the pinnacle existence in this starry sky. If he isn't a benefactor, then what is he? The Supreme Devil Emperor's words were very pleasing to the ears. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very clear that it would attract the heavenly punishment. That was when one's power surpassed the scope that the Heaven's Way recognized. That was the Emperor God realm. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment, the Supreme Devil Emperor was overwhelmed with shock. When the old man saw Di Tian again, his heart trembled once again. Where did this guy find such a person? He's definitely not from this starry sky. With a stomach full of doubts, the Supreme Demon Emperor invited the two of them in. The Supreme Demon Emperor had lowered his status. If I'm not wrong, the commotion a few days ago must have been caused by you, right? The Supreme Demon Ruler said to Lin Fei after sitting down. Senior is senior. You don't need me to say it. You're amazing. Lin Fei readily admitted. The Supreme Demon Sovereign took a deep breath and all his doubts were cleared. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei and said, Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in this starry sky. Are you so sure? Lin Fei smiled and thought to himself, these old giants are really not simple. At that time I asked Little Fiend to conceal his aura. Although the heavenly punishment appeared and destroyed the effect of the concealment, he was still able to find some clues. It's quite impressive. The Supreme Demon Sovereign smiled and said, This old man is still capable of this. Moreover, I believe in my own eyes. When he first met Di Tian, he thought that Di Tian was only slightly more influential and had great potential. The Supreme Demon Emperor didn't expect this. In such a short time, Di Tian had reached this step, and even the heavenly punishment couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fei likes straightforward people. As expected of Senior, your eyes are penetrating. Lin Fei said, then I'll be straightforward. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I hope that Senior can come out of seclusion and help me. I will help you remove the seal in your body and let you regain your freedom. You will no longer be confined to the forbidden area. A strange look flashed across the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring good news. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You're useless. The Supreme Demon Sovereign was very clear about the seal in his body. Generation after generation, the power of the seal was terrifying. Although it wasn't dangerous, it restricted him greatly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign didn't believe that Di Tian had the confidence to break the seal. Senior was a top-notch expert in the immortal world back then. Have you been defeated after so many years? You don't even have the confidence to try? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign knew this seal better than anyone else. It was planted by experts from the 33 Sage Heavens. Although they didn't have any ill intentions, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was very displeased. Let's give it a try. The Supreme Demon Sovereign hesitated. Since Di Tian was here today, the Supreme Demon Sovereign knew that Di Tian should know a lot of secrets. I've given you a chance. Whether you're willing or not is up to you. Lin Fei smiled. You should know that there won't be another chance like this. In the end, the Supreme Demon Sovereign agreed. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check directly. Instead, he let Little Devil scan and analyze it. No matter what kind of seal it was, Lin Fei wasn't worried. From Elder Fu, he knew that the person who planted the seal wasn't the strongest. This was easy to deal with. After analyzing and scanning, Lin Fei let the system analyze and crack the seal. It was just a waste of destiny points, so that was easy. In less than half a day he had a solution. Even someone as calm and collected as the Supreme Demon Emperor was taken aback when he found out about the solution. If he were to follow the steps, he would definitely be able to unlock the power of the seal. Dao friend Di Tian, I'm convinced. For an expert like him, he could tell whether the solution was real or fake just by looking at it once. The Supreme Demon Sovereign never thought that Di Tian's ability to break the seal would be so strong. It completely exceeded his imagination and gave the Supreme Demon Sovereign hope of freedom. The reason why the generations of people lived was to break the seal on their memories. Now, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was completely convinced. No wonder Di Tian had the confidence to help him break the seal. Alright, I'll help you break the seal now. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to break the seal. Chapter 2095. The Supreme Demon Monarch was excited for a long time after the seal was completely removed. It was too fast. In less than a day, the seal that had troubled him for generations was removed so easily. Fellow cultivator, thank you for your help. Without you, I don't know how long I would have to worry about it. The Supreme Demon Monarch was relieved after the seal was removed. Who would have thought that there would be someone in this starry sky who would help to undo the seal? The Supreme Demon Monarch soon returned to normal. He also calmed down and started to tell Qin Fan his secrets. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Monarch used to be a celestial monarch. He became the ruler of this space and ruled an era. The higher the level, the bigger the picture. The Supreme Demon Monarch was dissatisfied with the people he supported, so he planned to leave. However, he was suppressed before he could do so. Initially, he thought that the Heavenly Mandate weapon would be enough to stop them. But alas, the Supreme Devil Emperor was suppressed by a powerful force. Even though he managed to kill some of his opponents, he was still sealed by a restriction. After ruling for an era, he was chased out and established as a forbidden zone. Then, one era after another, all the way until now. They didn't want to kill the Supreme Demon Monarch, which was why the Supreme Demon Monarch was still alive until now. Lin Fei exclaimed. Once a person's status rose, they would naturally be ambitious. The Supreme Demon Monarch was unlucky. He encountered a powerful world and was sealed in the end. It was already good enough that he was still alive. You can rest assured now. Follow me and I believe all the suffering will be far away from you. Lin Fei smiled. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all since he was able to remove the seal and resist the heavenly punishment. Alright, the first thing you need to do now is to invite Imperial Emperor Tadian and the others here. I believe they won't reject this. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You've subdued them without any effort. Even though Old Fu was shocked, he wasn't surprised at all. Old Fu was more confident now that he could easily unleash the power of a celestial monarch and remove the seal. Maybe he could really count on Di Tian to take revenge for him. This is all because of you. Now that the two of them have been killed, I believe that the world of the 33 holy heavens will make a move soon. I have to act in advance. Moreover, I also want to see everything on God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Once we get the main leaders of the Forbidden Land under our control, we will have no more enemies in this galaxy. Elder Fu was very clear that their greatest enemy now was the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor had personally invited them without hiding anything. This time the other big shots were shocked. Their old friend's seal was broken just like that? What a joke. Whether he was joking or not, they did not doubt the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor at all. As a giant, there was no need for the Supreme Devil Emperor to lie to them. Hence, the few powerhouses followed the Supreme Devil Emperor to the Forbidden Land with doubts and anxiety in their hearts. When they saw the leisurely Di Tian, they were all slightly shocked. When they arrived, they didn't know who helped the Supreme Devil Emperor break the seal. The heavyweights weren't fools. Once the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed some information, they immediately understood. The commotion that occurred a few days ago was caused by Di Tian. That was simply too terrifying. Who's first? Lin Fei released a bit of his terrifying energy. The powerful figures immediately realized that Lin Fei was already powerful enough to look down on them. Just the aura it released was enough to make one's heart tremble with danger. It was far more terrifying than what they had released. I'll go first. Imperial Emperor Tadian was the first to arrive. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You won't be disappointed. Lin Fei easily broke the seal for the powerful figures. The powerful figures were convinced. Compared to freedom, paying such a price was nothing. They knew that even if they worked together, they would still be unable to resist Di Tian. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment. How terrifying was that? Besides, the energy Lin Fei released had surpassed the heavenly fate level and entered the divine the arch level. It could be said that he had the power of a divine the arch. Nobody knew better than them how terrifying a divine Thearch's power was. It was absolutely unimaginable to release the power of a divine the arch without incurring the heavenly punishment of the laws of heaven. He had subdued the powerful figures. The rest of Lin Fei's task was simple. He asked the four powerful figures to clear out the rest of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands occupied a lot of power in the divine realm. Unfortunately, they didn't produce heavenly fate energy. Lin Fei didn't really care. As long as he cleared out the Forbidden Lands and gathered all the power in his hands, the remaining divine dynasties in the divine realm wouldn't be a threat. Lin Fei only needed to worry about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others were very fast. In less than 3 days they had gathered all the power in the Forbidden Lands. Lin Fei's power had increased greatly, such as invincible divine emperors and heavenly fate overlords. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after resolving one of his worries. Now we can do the second thing. The commotion inside the Forbidden Lands wasn't big. It was a small matter for the four powerful figures to gather the power in the Forbidden Lands. By the time everyone realized it, the power had already been gathered. The first to react were the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 divine dynasties had tried to obtain the heavenly fate weapons and other important armed forces with the support of a mysterious force. Unfortunately, they were seized, causing their power to be greatly reduced. Another divine dynasty took advantage of the situation and rose, causing them to suffer a great loss. After the power in the Forbidden Lands was gathered, they couldn't remain indifferent. Before they could do anything, the dynasty lords of the 5 great subworlds launched a fierce offensive. At the same time, they also attacked the power of the Forbidden Lands. For a moment, the 5 great subworlds were extremely powerful. In less than 10 days, the divine dynasties were removed from the heavenly fate list one after another. Whether they were in the top 20 or the top 30, when they encountered the people of the 5 great subworlds, they were immediately defeated. Even if the dynasty lords came out with heavenly fate weapons, they were instantly besieged by several experts with heavenly fate weapons and killed on the spot. Half a month later, 80% of the divine realm had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Now only a dozen or so divine dynasties were left. Apart from the 5 great subworlds, the rest were the 10 great divine dynasties. There were only 10 divine dynasties left in the entire divine realm. At this moment, the 10 divine dynasties were under great pressure. They couldn't imagine who had gathered the power of the Forbidden Lands and the 5 great subworlds. Chapter 2096. This offensive was so fierce that all the forces were shocked. Could it be that the 10 divine dynasties which were favored by everyone were really doomed this time? The offensive grew fiercer and fiercer day by day. The 10 divine dynasties were losing ground, and their territories were shrinking. This was not the end. This was the beginning of a new beginning. The 10 divine dynasties quickly joined forces, mobilized their forces, and began to resist the attack of the 5 subworlds. The situation was much more serious than they had imagined. The 5 subworlds, including some auxiliary forces, were stronger than them. They crushed their way over. Even the 10 dynasty lords couldn't resist their sharpness. 10 days ago, the 10th-ranked divine dynasty had been destroyed, and the people of the 5 subworlds had come to wipe out the remaining forces. At this moment, they finally understood that the combined strength of the 5 great subworlds had completely surpassed them. Even if they joined forces now, it would be of no use. We're finished? The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Bad news came one after another. The enemy was constantly breaking through their territory. The 5 dynasty lords who had been indifferent before were now attacking with endless troops. The Violet Flame Dynasty Lord slumped weakly to the side. His Violet Flame Divine Dynasty was located on the outskirts. Now, more than half of it had been annexed, and the forces under his command were all crippled. Perhaps because the Violet Flame Dynasty Lord had opened an opening, the other dynasty lords didn't look too happy. Some even sighed. How could they have imagined that they would be defeated so quickly? We haven't lost yet, Dynasty Lord Meng said in a deep voice. We still have helpers. As long as they are willing to help us, even if Mu Rendi and the others come, we can still hold on. Among those present, the one who was the most unwilling was Dynasty Lord Meng Yi. He was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the God Emperor. Who would have thought that the people of the 5 subworlds would come so aggressively and wipe out their forces? They had been forced to this point. Yes, we still have hope. A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of Dynasty Lord Jinhai. Contact them immediately. Even though they had resisted the mysterious force before, they were now at their gates. Even if they joined forces, the strength of their subordinates was constantly being attacked. The losses were severe, and they were far from being able to hold on until the day of victory. Everyone was silent for a moment. They had no other choice. They didn't want to contact the mysterious force. Who knew what their purpose was? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Boom. Not waiting for their collective response. The ferocious power landed on their palaces, and a world-destroying power swept out, tearing the palaces apart on the spot. The 10 imperial court lords were all sent flying. Even if they activated their Heaven's Will barrier, it would still be difficult for them to block the power. They lost. In the void outside the palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. For Lin Fei, ever since they controlled 50% of the Divine World's territory, they were no longer afraid of threats. More than half of the Divine World's mandate was in their hands, and the rest was divided among them. The portion that fell into their hands was negligible. Old Fu said from the side. As long as fellow Taoist takes care of them, the mandate of heaven will belong to fellow Taoist alone. Fellow Taoist can instantly break through to the God Emperor realm and become the God Emperor of this era. God Emperor? Lin Fei had never seen a God Emperor so close to him. Now, the God world was about to fall into his hands. Lin Fei's excitement towards becoming a God Emperor wasn't that intense. A mere God Emperor. He didn't really care. Lin Fei stared at the battlefield. They're out. The palace had been destroyed and the 10 imperial lords had been pushed out. All of them seemed to be in a mess. Mu Rendi and the other 4 imperial lords were wearing the Heavenly Mandate armor and holding the Heavenly Mandate weapons. They looked at the 10 imperial lords not far away. Imperial Lord Meng Yi, I bet you never thought this day would come. Mu Rendi stared at the Imperial Lord Meng Yi and burst into laughter. You won't be able to escape this time. The Imperial Lord Meng Yi looked bitter and there was more anger in his eyes. Mu Rendi, are you so confident that you can defeat me? You're far from enough. What if you include us? The Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 3 overlords of the Forbidden Lands quietly walked out of the sky. They each took a position and surrounded the Imperial Lord Meng Yi. Apart from the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands, there were also the lords of the Forbidden Lands behind them. Supreme Demon Emperor, you too, the Imperial Lord of the Wushuang dynasty said bitterly. Who would have thought that the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands would come to help? Accept your fate, Imperial Lord Tatian said. Surrender and you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise you'll die. The 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands gave them a lot of pressure. The Imperial Lords of the 5 subworlds weren't easy to deal with either. They knew each other better than anyone else after so many years of fighting. The most terrifying thing was that they were fully armed. The Imperial Lord Mengyi knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was really difficult to break through the siege. As for those mysterious people, they didn't know. Supreme Devil Emperor, I really want to know who the mastermind behind all of this is. I also want to make sure that I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I want to know who I've lost to. The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said, the 10 overlords of the Forbidden Lands knew they had no chance. If they had the equipment of the mysterious people and armed themselves, they might have had a chance to fight back, but that chance was completely gone. We just want to know who we've lost to. The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said. At this moment they all wanted to know who they'd lost to. If it weren't for this group of people they really wouldn't have lost. In terms of resources and power they were better than anyone else. At the same time, they were also the best candidates to compete for the Divine Lord position. Everything was over now. Now they only wanted to be convinced of their defeat. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to appear. Elder Fu smiled. Lin Fei nodded and walked out of the void facing the crowd. I'm here now. Are you satisfied? I knew that this matter was related to you. The Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty gritted his teeth. In this starry sky, the thing that we can't see through the most is your profound sky world. The so-called counterkill organization is also your doing. One had to admit that the Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty's reaction was very fast. He deduced the true person behind the most mysterious counterkill organization in the divine world. Lin Fei lightly clapped his hands. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The other Imperial Lords were a bit slower, but they quickly realized that they had been fighting for so long. They didn't expect to be defeated by a young man. 100 years ago, the Imperial Lord of a subworld already had a heavenly mandate weapon. At that time, Di Tian might have been able to suppress them. I really didn't expect it to be you. We're really old. Young people are really amazing. Chapter 2097. They had to accept it wholeheartedly. In less than 1,000 years, Di Tian had created a terrifying force. He had raised the 5 sub-realms who had been hunted before, and they had become his vanguard. At this moment everyone understood. Di Tian had hidden his strength too deeply. He had only revealed his true fangs today to teach them a lesson. Even the Dream One Dynasty Lord could not help but sigh. This kid was very powerful. The 4 leaders of the restricted area, thinking about the combat power of counterkill, knew that they no longer had a chance. The situation was hopeless. Di Tian, I have to admit that you are very powerful. If I had chased you all the way back then and killed you on the spot, you would not have achieved what you have today. The Dream One Dynasty Lord stared at Lin Fei. However, it is impossible for me to admit defeat. This Dynasty Lord is the first Dynasty Lord. How can I surrender as you say? Everyone quickly regained their composure. After so many years, their status did not allow them to surrender. Moreover, as long as they left this place, there was still a chance for them to make a comeback. They still remembered the mysterious man. Di Tian, I am the son of God and I am protected by the heavenly law. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord was the same as before, but he was no longer high-spirited. His face had become ferocious. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased a lot. Right now, a guy who was inferior to him in the past had reached this stage. To the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord, it was absolutely unacceptable. Dream One Wushuang Jinhai, let's join forces and kill Di Tian. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord looked at them. Without any hesitation, the 4 immediately made a decision. Kill? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord roared and charged forward. Rumble. Suddenly there was a roar in everyone's ears. The sound was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's mind went blank. They seemed to have lost control of their bodies. This is my heavenly divine voice. Everyone do not hesitate. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased rapidly in recent years. This heavenly divine voice had given them a chance. In their eyes, as long as they killed Di Tian, the remaining people were nothing to fear. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, everyone understood that it was just a joke. In this world, there was no profound Sky God Dynasty at all. It was all fabricated by Di Tian in order to deceive them. In reality they had indeed been deceived. That was why Di Tian had come this far. If they had known that day, they would have spared no effort to kill Di Tian and prevent today's situation from happening. Heavenly Law Judgment Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor unleashed his ultimate move. Grabbing at the void, a sword of light fell into his hand. When the sword of light landed in his hand, a terrifying heavenly will emanated from it. Before the heavenly will, everyone was bound. Die. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord slashed out with his sword. He couldn't catch any traces. This was a peerlessly powerful sword. At the same time, this was also a trump card in the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Court Lord. It was a pity that he had to reveal it prematurely. However, if he could kill Di Tian, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty ruler would definitely laugh for 3 days straight. He was clear that his attack would definitely leave an unforgettable impression on Di Tian. Bang! A sword strike that contained the will of the Heavenly Path struck Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's body did not move at all. He did not even move. What a divine sword blessed by the will of the Heavenly Path. It's comparable to the Heavenly Mandate weapon. It's a pity? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless against me. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and 2 of his fingers unhurriedly landed on the sword. Crack. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. That was the light sword that contained the will of the Heavenly Path. With a flick from Lin Fei, it was broken into countless pieces. The fragments shot out, and some of the God Emperors in the surroundings were killed on the spot. Just how terrifying was that? Even they were affected by the will of the Heavenly Path. Although it wasn't for a long time, the moment they exchanged blows, the outcome would be decided. The light sword in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's hand shattered. Lin Fei raised his hand again, forming 2 fingers into a sword and slashed at the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. You take a sword of mine. Have a taste. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor retreated, his heart pounding. That's my body. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor reacted quickly, but he soon saw an unbelievable scene. His lower body was left in place, and the will of the Heavenly Path on his body was shattered by the other party's sword. How terrifying was that? How can such combat strength exist? Lin Fei shattered the light sword and slashed the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's body. It happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The pupils of the Dream One Dynasty Lords, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lords, and the Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lords shrank. When the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor made his move, they realized that he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At the very least, the light sword had never appeared from the start. If such a weapon were to appear at a crucial moment, it would be enough to injure them. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor had concealed himself too deeply. However, the light that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor was completely shattered by Lin Fei, easily suppressing the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. Everyone go all out. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them threw caution to the wind. If they didn't kill Di Tian, they wouldn't be able to live. This was especially so for the Dream One Dynasty Lord. He knew that he would definitely die if he fell into Di Tian's hands. The Supreme Devil Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others prepared to attack, but Lin Fei waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Originally, I wouldn't have killed you if you had been obedient. However, you asked for it. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers and 5 sharp lights shot out, turning into a huge tornado that swept the 3 of them into it. Their attacks were instantly shattered. How can he be so strong? The Dream One Dynasty Lord lost his balance and fell into the tornado. The arch armor on his body was torn into pieces, and his flesh was a mess. He was incomparably shocked. Impossible, we are already at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How can his combat strength surpass ours? The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick, and he was at a loss. The Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lord wasn't any better. This is impossible. Could it be that he has already become a God Emperor? At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible God Emperor. With a casual move, he broke the attacks of the 3 of them, and he even slashed the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord into 2, severely injuring him. The Dynasty Lords who hadn't made a move yet all gasped. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. That Di Tian actually easily suppressed the combined attacks of the 4 of them. The strength. They didn't dare to think about it. A thought kept flashing through their minds. Isn't this the combat strength of a God Emperor? Ever since Lin Fei obtained a large number of destiny points, he didn't take the 10 great dynasty lords seriously anymore. At this moment, their attacks would appear as point attacks in front of the system. It was a clear attack and it was better to use force to break force. Now the 4 of you can die. I don't have the mood to continue playing with you, shouted Lin Fei. Chapter 2098. As soon as the saber light appeared, it immediately engulfed the 4 of them. Lin Fei's blade was very ordinary, but with the support of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, its power was amplified by 100 times. In addition to the Heaven's Mandate points, the attack that couldn't be any more ordinary became incomparably tyrannical, truly like a sovereign descending upon the world. God Emperor level fighting power. How can he be so terrifying? Why hasn't Tianming chosen a god emperor yet? Why can Tian unleash the power of a god emperor? Why is that? Everyone trembled in front of this blade. They felt so vulnerable. Anyone who could condense a heaven's will seed would consider themselves to be very powerful. However, in front of this saber, everything was destroyed without exception. Even if he was a human. No one had expected Tian to reach this stage. As soon as the saber appeared, the world was shocked. The saber light shattered the attacks of Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other three. Their eyebrows twitched and only the horrifying saber light remained in their eyes. Run. It was no longer possible. The terrifying power of the saber radiance was enough to kill them in one move. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all regretted. They had fought with their lives on the line, but who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of that young man? Will of the Heavenly Tao shatter. The Heavenly Dragon Court Master threw caution to the wind. A massive will of the Heavenly Tao descended from the sky, intending to shatter the saber radiance. The might of Lin Fei's saber strike was extremely concentrated. When the will of the Heavenly Tao collided with the saber light, it only shattered a portion of the saber light's periphery. The saber light could not penetrate any further. Again. Boom boom boom. Several will of the Heavenly Tao pressed down like sovereigns. The saber gleam was getting closer and closer. Blood immediately flowed out of the four people's bodies. This was just the remnant power of the blade light, yet it could easily tear their bodies apart. If it really landed on their bodies, how terrifying would it be? His attack can actually ignore the will of the Heavenly Way. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord had continuously used the will of the Heavenly Path to attack, expending a large amount of Heaven's will energy in order to shatter the saber light attack. However, at this moment he realized that he was unable to shatter the saber light attack. This gave him a bad feeling. Could it be? Am I really going to die here today? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Overlord was very conceited, and he had even obtained the help of the Heavenly Tao. He had not expected to be defeated by Tian, and he himself could not even withstand a single blow from Tian. When the saber radiance came, the four of them felt as if they had fallen into a hell of death. Nothing could stop the shattering of the saber radiance. Just as they were about to resign themselves to their fate, a huge list appeared in the void and collided with the saber light. Boom boom boom. The ferocious and domineering blade aura was forcefully smashed by the huge list, and the blade aura fragments flew everywhere. The people in the distance were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and they hurried to block. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied. Lin Fei slashed with the purple moon sacred saber once again. He slashed 3 times in a row, ferocious and tyrannical, attacking the huge list. This was none other than the Heavenly Fate rankings. We won't die. The instant the Heavenly Fate board appeared, it broke through the saber light and wrapped around the 4 of them, protecting Jingguang. Bam bam bam. For terrifying strikes. The Jingguang on the Heavenly Fate rankings flickered, but a large part of it was instantly destroyed by the saber light. The entire ranking board trembled violently. Pu pu pu. The 4 people protecting Jingguang also vomited blood. Too scary. With the Heavenly Fate rankings protecting them, they thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that Tian would be able to easily injure the Heavenly Fate rankings? The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others weren't surprised at all. This ancient existence has finally made a move. The other 3 powerhouses of the restricted area also had a look of shock on their faces. Since Lin Fei had made a move, his attack power had increased to a terrifying level. The purple moon sacred saber was in his hand. Each strike was more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, constantly bombarding the Heavenly Fate board. Cracks appeared on the Heavenly Fate board, but it didn't shatter. What a tough Heavenly Fate board. Even this can't break it. Lin Fei slashed with his saber again, bringing along a huge long light. His power increased once again. He had to tear this thing apart. Master, be careful. The little devil warned. Lin Fei blocked with his saber and a Jingguang Dao came crashing over. It collided with the purple moon sacred saber, and the huge impact sent Lin Fei flying. F***ck, there's such a thing. Lin Fei saw a Jingguang Dao. It was the Heavenly Fate road from back then. The power of this collision was invincible. Even though he had activated his invincible defense, Lin Fei still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had almost smashed himself into pieces. This power is too fierce. I dare say that in this starry sky, there really aren't many people who can block this collision. As expected of an ancient object. Lin Fei came out from a mountain peak. The Heavenly Fate board and Heavenly Fate road had disappeared without a trace. They ran so fast. Lin Fei still underestimated the arrangements of those people. They could actually activate these two treasures to attack him. Can you find their location? Lin Fei asked. They disappeared, shielded by a mysterious power. I can't find them for the time being. The little devil said helplessly. This was the first time that the little devil didn't monitor their whereabouts. From today onwards, Lin Fei never thought that he would kill them. Therefore he was ruthless from the start. He believed that the people of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't let him do that. According to the Supreme Demon Emperor and Old Fu, the resources on Mount God Emperor were extremely rare and precious. Even the 33 sacred heavens couldn't ignore the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Most importantly, the resources on Mount God Emperor could only be found in this starry sky. Save it for the outside world. Fellow cultivator, are you all right? Old Fu flew over and said apologetically. I didn't know that the Heavenly Fate Road could also attack people. Old Fu was shocked when he saw the Heavenly Fate Road attacking him. Even he didn't dare to take that terrifying attack head-on, even if he opened a part of the seal. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's not your fault. After all, you didn't know that the Heavenly Fate Road could attack. In fact, Old Fu really didn't know. Old Fu knew that the Heavenly Fate Board could attack, but he had never seen the Heavenly Fate Road actively attacking. Furthermore, the momentum was so terrifying that a casual attack could bring about an earth-shattering power. I also didn't think that it could kill them. Lin Fei ordered his clones to attack the remaining god dynasties. Among the 10 god dynasties, except for the 4 dynasty lords who left, the other dynasty lords surrendered. They regretted not making a move earlier. Now it would be difficult for them to leave. Lin Fei's subordinates chased after them. In less than 3 days, the remaining resistance was wiped out. 90% of the divine world was under Lin Fei's control. Energy towers were planted deep in the ground, absorbing the heavenly fate energy of the divine world. The energy consumed in the battle was quickly replenished. Chapter 2099. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the world, and he had the divine realm in his hands. 90% of the destiny points were in Lin Fei's hands, which meant that Lin Fei had a huge logistics base. At the same time, the legend of Lin Fei also spread throughout the entire immortal world. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Following that, a wave of exclamations rang out. It turned out that Di Tian was actually this powerful. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The era of the 10 divine dynasties had ended so easily. Divine realm. Lin Fei had swallowed all the divine dynasties. Now only the huge Tianxian divine dynasty was left. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't interested in this, but he couldn't withstand Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor's constant harassment. Hence, in less than a month, the Tianxian divine dynasty was established in the divine realm, truly ruling over the world. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything at all. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all got busy and took care of everything. The Tianxian divine dynasty, which was just empty talk before, was no longer empty talk now. It had become the real deal, ruling over a huge divine dynasty. Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all became subjects. As long as Lin Fei ascended to the position of God Emperor, he would truly start a new era, and he would become a glorious era. Everyone understood one thing: the 10 divine dynasties of the past were already in the past. Now, everyone hoped that Di Tian could become the God Emperor. Even the 10 divine dynasties would be wiped out. There's news. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in becoming a God Emperor. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to get rid of the Destiny List and the Road of Destiny. Ever since the Destiny List and Road of Destiny attacked him that day, Lin Fei kept it in mind. No matter what, he had to get rid of these two things. Unfortunately, after that day they disappeared without a trace. Even though the system's monitoring of the divine realm increased, it still couldn't find any traces of them. Could they have returned to the world of the 33 sacred heavens? That was what Lin Fei had been thinking. In front of the powerful system's monitoring, they hadn't been found yet. Other than returning to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the other possibility was not high. Lin Fei didn't really care about the 4 of them who slipped through the net. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, 2 ancient treasures tempted Lin Fei. Where is it? Lin Fei was quite curious that Elder Fu was able to discover their tracks. Elder Fu had been very attentive recently. He was going to open up a new era, one that was not under any control. He was definitely the biggest variable in all the eras. If he could, he would be able to break the seal and return to the 33 sacred heavens. This was what Elder Fu cared about the most. In one of the most desolate places in the God world, I can sense the aura of the Destiny List. Wasn't the most barren place the chaotic void? Lin Fei knew that this place was the most dangerous place in the divine world. It was also a place that Lin Fei could not set foot in at the moment. Lin Fei wasn't that interested in the last 10% of the territory. Are you sure? Yes, they have indeed appeared in that place. I have looked through some information and know that that place is the weakest place in the entire seal. It's very likely that they have received help from outside. Lin Fei had been to the chaotic void once or twice. That place was filled with shattered space, and it would produce all sorts of turbulence at the same time. The turbulence was incomparably terrifying. If one was not careful, they would encounter turbulence. After going there once or twice, Lin Fei was willing to go. Perhaps they want to use the help of the destiny list to enter the chaotic void. It's the best place to raise one's strength, and it's safer than any other place. Lin Fei didn't think that it was so easy for the people outside to send things over. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be like this now. That's possible. Elder Fu felt that it made sense. Do you want me to send someone over? Monitor them. Lin Fei shook his head. No need, they're not a threat. The only thing that Lin Fei cared about was the destiny list and the path of destiny. After knowing about the chaotic void, Lin Fei arranged for Little Fiend to monitor it. As long as they appeared, he would know. There's no need for me to look for them. They will come looking for me. After all the god dynasties were annexed, there was only the Tianxian god dynasty left in the entire divine world. Lin Fei was also destined to break through to the god the Arch realm soon. The dynasty lord is right. Now that there is only one god dynasty left in the divine world, the dynasty lord is destined to return. At that time they will definitely come out. Elder Fu was overthinking. There was no need to look for them. It was an unnecessary move. Ever since the last god dynasty was wiped out, Little Fiend had been monitoring the changes in the divine world. That was the change brought about by the mandate of destiny. The Tianxian god dynasty was the only god dynasty. Even the heavenly law couldn't stop the mandate of destiny. According to calculations, the position of the god the Arch would truly appear in about a year. From what Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor had said, Lin Fei understood that the mandate of destiny was final. As long as he sat on the god the Arch throne, he would be able to break through the last step and enter the god the Arch realm. Boom. He was chatting with Elder Fu. Suddenly, a horrifying aura descended not far from Lin Fei, and an illusory figure appeared. Elder Fu exclaimed, "This is a projection." In front of this aura, Elder Fu's body couldn't stop trembling. Even though he had blocked a part of it, he still felt a great pressure. "You sure have guts to do this in my territory," Lin Fei shouted, and a powerful aura collided with the aura emitted by the phantom image. Boom. This collision shattered the other party's aura. Elder Fu heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Just a phantom image was enough to make Elder Fu feel unbearable. What boldness! As expected of someone who could wipe out the 10 god dynasties. The phantom image's face couldn't be seen clearly, but its voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was like an ancient existence that had the power to control life and death. "Aren't you going to tell me where you are from? I am not interested in talking to someone I don't know." Lin Fei said indifferently, "I have always liked to beat someone I don't know out." Good. The phantom image's voice didn't change. "Bold, I like it." As soon as the phantom image finished speaking, it turned into a black saber light and slashed towards Lin Fei's face. "I really want to know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. You dare to be impudent here even if you don't come with your true body." The purple moon's sacred saber landed on Lin Fei's hand and slashed at the saber light. Under normal circumstances, this slash should be able to shatter the saber light. However, when the saber light landed on the saber light, it shone brightly and blossomed into words, blocking Lin Fei's domineering slash. "Imperial Lord, this is holy text," Elder Fu said hurriedly. He had already moved far away. "I am the #1 person in this world. Just a mere holy text." Break. Chapter 2100. He controlled 90% of the divine realm. Lin Fei was the greatest invincible existence in this part of the universe. If the other party had come in person, he would have had to be wary. But this was a phantom and its power was limited. From the moment the other party attacked, Lin Fei had used the system to analyze the specific numbers. This blade smashed over tyrannically, shattering the holy characters one by one. Powerful background? Shattered all the same. Again? Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Blade light flashed, shattering the holy characters around the phantom. The phantom had a powerful background. Even if it was just a phantom, its power was not small. However, with the ruthless restrictions of the heavenly Tao, its power could only be suppressed to the God Emperor realm. This power wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, the other party had encountered Lin Fei's power, and it was unimaginably strong. He can actually shatter my holy characters? The Phantom was secretly shocked. These holy characters were mysterious and had terrifying defensive power. They also had powerful offensive power, but they had been shattered by a junior here. Ever since the 10 god dynasties were swept away. After his name was removed from the god realm, the world of the 33 holy heavens knew about it. Therefore he came, prepared to subdue Tian and then support him. His goal was simple. To him, this mission was very difficult. They had underestimated the power of this junior. The holy characters were quickly absorbed into the Phantom. In this short exchange, he knew better than anyone else that this Tian had popped out of nowhere. His power was extraordinary and even more terrifying. He had a way to conceal his aura so he would not draw divine punishment. Little friend Tian, you can stop now. The Phantom lost holy characters again and again. He did not intend to continue fighting. He could still afford to take this small loss. Unable to suppress Tian immediately, the Phantom decided to use another method. The key was to reap the benefits in the end. Everything else was meaningless. The Phantom wanted to stop, but would Lin Fei be willing? Lin Fei had no intention of negotiating. What a joke. Lin Fei was not so easy to negotiate with. The little devil analyzed the other party's data. The power of each of Lin Fei's blade had doubled, and he chose to meet force with force. You want me to stop just because you say so? What do you mean? I haven't had enough yet. Xiao. Lin Fei closed in. The purple moon's sacred saber was amplified by 100 times. With a flash of the saber, the image was cut in half. I am one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens. How dare you? The illusory figure roared. This slash had a great impact, releasing an ice-cold chill. I don't know him. Lin Fei attacked again. Rays of light whizzed past, continuously shattering the energy of the Phantom. Not far away, old Fu felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he kept retreating. The strands of saber gleam could easily slice his body apart. After dozens of slashes, the Phantom had shrunk several times and was no longer what it used to be. Alright, you can get lost now. No matter how the master of the sacred sky roared. Lin Fei's face was ice-cold. The purple moon's sacred saber kept slashing, shattering every bit of his opponent's power. Hua! Another powerful blade whizzed out. The illusory figure was already weak, so this saber strike was like a bolt of lightning, tearing the illusory figure into pieces. So what if you are the master of the sacred sky? In this place you are all my prey. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sheathed his saber. Old Fu finally regained his composure. Master, you are really powerful. They have always been the ones threatening others. I didn't expect you to take care of them in just a few moves. Lin Fei's heart ached. The fight didn't last long, but he had used up a lot of destiny points. With a 2-to-1 ratio, Lin Fei could only suppress the master of the sacred sky by attacking fiercely. Luckily, he was able to retaliate. He believed that the other masters of the sacred sky would consider it carefully. Oh right, what is the background of the master of the sacred sky? Lin Fei asked. To be able to project down from that world, one would not be able to do so without a certain status and strength. Elder Fu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The master of the sacred heaven is one of the 33 sacred heavens. No one controls a single heaven. There are 33 top figures in the 33 sacred heavens. His background is not small, but he doesn't seem to be very powerful. Old Fu thought to himself. Any projection is extremely powerful. Whoever encounters a monster like you will have to hide no matter how powerful they are. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Old Fu could only smile bitterly. Your Majesty, I think the masters of the sacred sky will contact you soon. The temptation of the God Emperor Mountain is not small. In the starry sky on the other side. The 33 holy heavens was also known as the 33 levels of the sacred heavens. Each level was a world. There were a total of 33 levels. Damn it. In a secret chamber in one of the levels. A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. Soon after, lightning whizzed over, emitting a heart-palpitating aura as he cursed. I wanted to take advantage of him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. My projection. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he didn't care about a projection, every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. Where did that kid come from? Every slash of his is twice as powerful as mine, and he killed my projection. Since when did such a powerful cultivator appear in that sealed world? With him around, it's going to be a big problem. In the 33 holy heavens, the masters of the sacred sky attached great importance to the sealed world. The news that one of the masters of the sacred sky's projections had been defeated shocked all the masters of the 33 holy heavens. There was actually someone who could kill a projection in that world? Any one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens was a top cultivator who controlled a world. It was not a secret that someone had sent a projection to the sealed world. After the other party's defeat, this group of top-notch people knew. The masters of the sacred sky were shocked. He immediately realized something, and that was that the changes in the sealed world were not small. That person seemed to have become a difficult person to deal with. Holy Lord, the 28th Holy Lord lost. Should we go down? In the 18th world of the sacred sky, a group of officials stood below the throne with their heads lowered. They didn't dare to look at the golden-robed master of the sacred sky. What's the rush? There's someone more anxious than us. It's just a sealed world. I can't imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. The 28th Holy Lord has lost face this time. The golden-robed master of the sacred sky said calmly. All the masters of the sacred sky were very calm, especially those who were ranked at the top. Some of the masters of the sacred sky only smiled faintly after hearing it, as if they didn't care about it at all. However, everyone's eyes were on the sealed world. After Lin Fei destroyed another projection, he sat down and waited for the others to descend. In reality, Lin Fei destroying a projection had given the other masters of the sacred sky quite a shock. That was a slap in the face that belonged to the top cultivators. Chapter 2101. The Chaotic Void. The most dangerous place in the divine realm. Near the chaotic void there was a barren desert. However, because it was too close to the chaotic void, no one had taken root here. Everyone was worried that the chaotic void would come out. Someone had once established a force in this desert. Unfortunately, it was later attacked by the turbulence, and this force was completely destroyed. Since then, no one had dared to appear here. Even under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. No one knew when the chaotic void would appear. Once they fell into it, they would definitely die. There were also some fugitives who would enter the chaotic void when they were being chased. Normally, no one would dare to chase after them. It was not worth it to lose one's life just to chase after a fugitive. However, there were very few people who could survive in the chaotic void. In other words, if 10 people entered, at most one would survive. And this was the kind of luck that was ridiculously good. At this moment, in the depths of the chaotic void, strong winds were howling, forming huge tornadoes. I didn't think we would lose so quickly. The huge list had shrunk by 100 times and stopped in the chaotic void, forming a vacuum zone. 4 people were sitting cross-legged in it. These 4 were naturally the 4 people who had been rescued by the Destiny List. As their factions had been wiped out, they had become stray dogs. Other than hiding in the chaotic void, they did not dare to go anywhere else. Even after so long, they had not recovered. This was too great a blow. They had never thought that one day they would lose so thoroughly. If not for the Destiny List, they might have already become corpses. Yes, who would have thought? The Dream Dynasty Lord said bitterly. We fought so hard, but in the end, we let Tian take advantage of us. Tian, damn you. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord said ferociously. Although they were hiding in the chaotic void, there were still people outside. There was only one dynasty left in the divine realm, and that was the Tianxian Divine Dynasty. Are we going to hide here forever? The unparalleled Dynasty Lord stood up. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Wait for Tian to ascend to the position of God Emperor and start a new era? None of the 4 people present were willing to give up. So what if I'm unwilling? Even if the 4 of us join forces, we won't be a match for Tian. Imperial Lord Jinhai sneered. If it wasn't for the help of the heavenly fate rankings, we would have died long ago. Don't forget, Tian has the combat prowess of a God Emperor. Battle power of a God Emperor. These 4 simple words were like a huge rock pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even now he was still puzzled by this matter. He had yet to become a God Emperor, so how could he burst forth with the battle prowess of a God Emperor? This was simply illogical. He had completely toyed with them to death. Everyone fell silent. They were fighting with all their might. He would not be able to raise his cultivation to the realm of an Emperor God, let alone unleash the battle power of an Emperor God. At this moment they felt extremely helpless. Right now, Tian was like a devil king standing above their heads. They had to look up to him. That sure kill saber strike still left a shadow in their hearts, almost causing them to die. Whoosh. In the vacuum zone there was a huge shadow. After exiting the heavenly fate rankings, The four of you are truly trash. You can't even take care of a junior. How disappointing. As soon as the shadow appeared, a thick aura pressed down on them. Dream Dynasty Lord and the other three couldn't withstand it. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembled. This time, they once again experienced a powerful pressure similar to what Tian had felt. However, I can give you a chance now. The shadow looked down at the four of them. The eyes of the other four lit up. They were truly unwilling, but they understood one thing in their hearts. Since the heavenly fate rankings had saved them and even brought them into the chaotic space, those people would definitely come looking for them. This was their only chance, their only chance. Now that their only chance had come, the four's eyes lit up. I hope that Senior can give us a chance. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. Although the four people in the chaotic void had yet to come out, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. They would come out sooner or later, and that day was not far away. Not long ago, the shadow of a throne appeared in the sky above the divine world. This throne was actually the God Emperor's throne. As long as one sat on it, they would become the God Emperor of this generation. Now the throne was very faint. When the day came, it would completely solidify, and that day would be the beginning of a new era. Have you analyzed anything? Little Devil shook her head. This destiny energy didn't come from the divine world. It came from a mysterious place. I haven't found its exact location yet. I need more time. The condensation of the God Emperor's throne used destiny energy. Lin Fei had to pay attention to it. It would consume his energy, especially after the Lord of Sagely's projection descended a few times. Lin Fei put in even more effort to store destiny points. After confirming that it wasn't destiny energy from the divine world, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then it should be from the Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei squinted. Even you can't find its location. The Mountain God Emperor is really extraordinary. Master, you must take down the God Emperor's throne and occupy the Mountain God Emperor. Actually, after knowing that the destiny energy came from the Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei would take down the Mountain God Emperor completely. He wouldn't let those people take advantage of him. Boom. Inside the invincible palace, another powerful aura descended. Compared to the previous few auras, this one was much stronger. Slash. Lin Fei raised his blade. The purple moon's sacred blade brought with it a purple radiance and landed on the shadow. Bang bang bang. Outside the shadow, holy runes appeared one after another. They were stronger than the holy runes from back then and withstood the attack. Finally, a powerful one. Lin Fei figured out some details. They could have strong defenses, but their combat power couldn't maintain the God Emperor realm for a long time. With time, they would either be killed by the heavenly punishment or expelled by the heavenly Tao. Tian, my little friend, you're very capable. The shadow didn't attack. Instead, holy runes surrounded it. It's useless even if you have a turtle shell. Lin Fei attacked again. Tian, my little friend, please wait. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. The shadow said. Lin Fei didn't keep his blade. Just because of what you said. Actually, I'm here to cooperate with you. I think you don't want to offend all 33 masters of the sacred sky. From Elder Fu, Lin Fei knew how powerful the masters of the sacred sky were. They controlled the world and were the top rulers. If it wasn't for the unique world formed here, they would have already occupied this place. Chapter 2102. Lin Fei really didn't need to care about the masters of the 33 holy heavens. After all, they couldn't come in, so he could rest easy. However, it would be great if he could get some concrete information. Now, Lin Fei's greatest advantage was that he was in a sealed world. This world could prevent the Lord of Sagely Heaven's main body from invading. Even if they sent their projections down, Lin Fei could still destroy them. If we cooperate, everyone will benefit. I am the master of the 7th holy heaven. His ranking was near the top. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This fellow's status was higher than he had imagined. He was actually the 7th holy heaven's master. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he had heard from Elder Fu that there were a total of 33 masters of the 33 holy heavens. The higher the rank, the more powerful they were. The strongest was the 1st holy heaven's master, who was in the first world of the sage. A few days ago, a few projections of the sacred sky masters had descended, and Lin Fei had dealt with them all. Who would have thought that the Lord of the 7th holy heaven would come today? Then tell me. Lin Fei chuckled as he hugged the purple moon's sacred saber. After the fight, it was naturally time to talk about business. After so many times, Lin Fei had an understanding of the projection's power. The system analyzed that the strongest one would be at the God Emperor realm. they wouldn't be able to last for too long. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the Lord of the Sagely Heaven, as long as his true body was present. For example, the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven in front of him didn't have much higher combat power, but the defensive power produced by the holy symbols was much stronger than the previous ones. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't break this turtle shell, but it would consume too many destiny points. If it wasn't necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to waste his destiny points. He still needed to deal with those guys, and he didn't believe that anyone would be able to hold back. The leader of the Seventh Holy Heaven was very displeased with Di Tian. Even if it was just a projection, it was enough to rule the world. It was only in this damned place where the power of a projection was suppressed. However, it just so happened that it met a fellow who could easily explode with the power of a god emperor. In fact, he wasn't even affected by the heavenly Tao. At the thought of this, the Seventh Heaven's master of the Sacred Heaven felt extremely sullen. According to the Seventh Heaven's sacred leader's original plan, he had personally sent his projection down because he had taken a liking to the young Di Tian. If Lin Fan showed his strength and subdued the other party, he would be able to control the resources of the Mountain of God Emperors. The only thing he did not expect was that Di Tian's background was even more extraordinary than he had imagined, and even he had no way of suppressing Di Tian. Left with no other choice, he could only use the second method, such as cooperating with Di Tian. Young friend, as long as you're willing to hand over 70% of the loot on Mount God Emperor, I can help you solve your problem. Lin Fei was unhappy to hear that. Damn you, asking for 70% right off the bat. You don't take me seriously at all. Hee, that's easy for you to say. 70%. Lin Fei brandished his saber and slashed. How dare you say that? Bam bam bam. The saber went down. The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven did not expect the other party to have such a huge reaction. Giving him 30% was already giving him a lot of face. Even now, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven still didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, he was just an ant. Wait. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had used up a lot of his strength to descend, and he was also attacked by Di Tian. We can negotiate. Lines of holy runes appeared in front of him, blocking the ferocious attack. Lin Fei hugged his saber. He said to the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, "You're a big shot, but you're just a projection now. You're just a projection now. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single slash?" What? Lin Fei's aura suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Thump. Elder Fu's body trembled and his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "What a terrifying aura. Is this the true strength of the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven?" This aura seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. The Seventh Heaven's master of the Sagely Heaven was deeply moved. His face under the shadow had already become grave. This is the battle strength of a peak god emperor. I'm only a projection now, far weaker than the opponent. This is not good. The purple moon's sacred saber in Lin Fei's hand swept across the sky. As long as he took the opportunity to slash, the projection would be immediately killed. Sir, there's no need to say any more. You should understand what will happen to you if my saber falls. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had never seen someone act so unconventionally. Don't lower your head? Can you? In front of this terrifying aura, even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had to kneel. Wait, we can negotiate. The loss of power to descend a projection was huge. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to lose a projection. Lin Fei did not restrain his aura, and the purple moon sacred saber was still in front of him. There's nothing to talk about. You should know that in this sealed world, I'm the boss. My fist is bigger than yours, so you have no right to talk about cooperation. However, I'm quite easy to talk to. I can give you 10% of the resources on Mountain God Emperor. Think carefully about what you want to exchange for it. Hua. The purple moon sacred saber unleashed a domineering attack, and the projection exploded on the spot. This was the result of Lin Fei increasing his destiny points to 5 times his original fighting power. Coupled with the purple moon sacred saber that was 100 times stronger, its power was limitless. One slash was enough to destroy the opponent. Lin Fei did not give the opponent any chance. He destroyed it just like that. Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, mighty. Elder Fu had never seen anyone so powerful before. That was a projection. Even a peak god emperor would not be able to break through the defensive power of the holy runes. He did not expect Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven to destroy it with one slash. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will not rest. Lin Fei was giving them a show of strength. He believed that the Master of the Seventh Sacred Heaven would think about it carefully. The Master of the Fifth Sacred Heaven? 10%, there's nothing to talk about. Another day passed. Another projection from the Invincible Palace came, and he was just as powerful. Lin Fei threw out a sentence and destroyed the opponent with one slash. This was the sixth master of the sacred heaven who had come over in the past few days. Lin Fei destroyed every single one of them violently and left them with one sentence. If they wanted to cooperate, they could only give him 10%. Of course, if they really wanted to cooperate, they had to give him something that could move him. Otherwise, they would all have to stand aside. Lin Fei had absolute power now. He told the masters of the sacred heaven that if they wanted the things on Mountain God Emperor, he would not be able to pass through. Little did they know. At this moment, in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the masters of the sacred heaven were no longer calm. Especially after the master of the seventh sacred heaven's projection was destroyed. Roars could be heard from the seventh heaven. Everyone knew that the domineering master of the seventh sacred heaven had suffered a huge loss. Similarly, in the next few days, several powerful masters of the sacred heaven in the world of the 33 sacred heavens suffered losses. Only then did everyone realize that Di Tian, who had sealed the world, had become a tough bone to chew. Chapter 2103. In the sky above the divine world, the divine emperor throne became clearer and clearer. It was no longer a vast expanse of white like before. Now, everyone could clearly see traces of ancient patterns on the divine emperor throne. It exuded an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. As the aura became more and more obvious, everyone felt an immense pressure. That was the pressure of the divine emperor throne. As expected of the one and only divine emperor throne. The pressure is terrifying. In less than 50 years, the divine emperor throne will be completed. I can't wait. The experts in the divine world all stared at the divine emperor throne. Now everyone was very clear. The divine emperor throne would eventually land on Di Tian. The person who had created a series of miracles was now at the last step. He only needed to ascend to the divine emperor throne and start a new era. In the distance, in the chaotic void, four people's gazes also fell on the divine emperor throne. Soon. At this moment, their auras were many times stronger than before. Even Lin Fei would be surprised if he saw them. He would definitely lament that the masters of the sacred sky were willing to go all out. The four quickly closed their eyes. Compared to everyone's anticipation, Lin Fei had always been indifferent. He wasn't that excited about sitting on the divine emperor throne. As long as he had enough destiny points, he could explode with super combat power. Cultivation levels and whatnot were like fleeting clouds in Lin Fei's eyes. After consecutively destroying a few projections, Lin Fei's side had also become more relaxed. Those people were completely fearful. He did not believe that they would dare to come down again. Destroying one projection was enough to cause them to pay a huge price. If they were continuously destroyed, no one would not feel heartache at the loss. Lin Fei believed that those people should be discussing a countermeasure right now. Destroying a few projections in a row was the best proof. I'm the master of this universe. Lin Fei was just that cocky. Unless he came in person, it would be useless. This was also why Lin Fei could choose not to destroy the projections. He chose to destroy them. To show his strength. If he didn't destroy a few, how would they know his strength? What? In the spacious palace of the Invincible Palace. A figure descended. Little friend, we meet again. Lin Fei recognized the newcomer at a glance. Oh, it's the master of the seventh holy heaven. How have you been? Lin Fei chuckled. Good my ass. The lord of the seventh sacred heaven wanted to curse. The losses he had suffered last time were not light, and he had become a big joke. Furthermore, he had made a bet with a few masters of the divine sky, and in the end, he had suffered a terrible loss. Thinking of this person, the master of the seventh holy sky gritted his teeth and wanted to bite off a few pieces of flesh from him. Thank you for your concern, little friend. I've been doing well recently. Ever since he returned that day, the Lord of the seventh holy heaven had gathered his subordinates for a meeting. He wanted to use force to force this Di Tian to agree to their cooperation. However, a single sentence he said at the end caused them to give up on this idea. In the sealed world, who could be a match for him? Everyone was speechless. At the highest level of the world of the 33 holy heavens, everyone knew that a monster had appeared in the sealed world. He ignored the rules of the heavenly Tao and unleashed God Emperor battle prowess for a long period of time. He could even destroy their projections. Finally, after much discussion, they could only choose to cooperate. This was because after they knew that the news had spread, everyone changed their approach and agreed verbally first. That's good. Lin Fei knew that the other party didn't mean what he said, so he didn't expose him. That would be too boring. What's your decision? The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven did not dare to underestimate this fellow anymore. To think that he could obtain a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times in the sealed world, and he could even unleash such a powerful combat ability. Who knew what his limits were? Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. For example, heaven's will cultivation techniques, heaven's will battle armors, heaven's will weapons, and so on. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven did not care about this. Even 10% of the benefits were unimaginably bountiful. The battles on the mountain God Emperor were extremely intense. Every time the 33 masters of the Sacred Heaven fought, the resources of the mountain of God Emperor would be divided. Last time, the 7th master of the Sacred Heaven only got 15% of the resources, which was a huge price. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "This guy really thinks I'm an ignorant person." Whether it was the heavenly mandate weapon or the heavenly mandate battle armor, Lin Fei was not interested. The system could replicate them as long as he had enough heavenly mandate points. You seem to have not figured something out. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not an ignorant person. Let's talk about the heavenly mandate weapon first. What do you think of my purple moon holy blade? It can amplify by 100 times. Although the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven didn't care much about a heavenly mandate weapon, which could amplify one's strength by 100 times outside, it was nothing special. Putting everything else aside, the strongest heavenly mandate weapon in his possession could amplify one's strength by 800 times. With a single slash, it could kill tens of thousands of people. However, this was the sealed world, so the amplification of 100 times was indeed not bad. It was invincible. If it was an ordinary heavenly mandate weapon, the amplification would not be so great. I heard that the heavenly mandate weapon outside is even better. How about this? Help me find a heavenly mandate weapon that can amplify by 500 times first. If there's a higher one, that would be even better. The same goes for the heavenly mandate battle armor. Lin Fei said without hesitation. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was speechless. This guy really didn't know. He was pretending not to know. 500 times amplification? How dare you say that? In the entire world of the 33 Sacred Heavens, there were only a few experts who had a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times. If I help you get a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times, wouldn't that be giving you more help? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had never thought of letting someone off so easily. What, you don't have one? The purple moon holy blade in Lin Fei's hands was not bad, but the amplification was not enough. It would be best if he could get a better one. Little friend, you are making things difficult for me. Since you know that this world is sealed, then you should also know that the heavenly Tao suppresses everything. It is almost impossible for us to send a good heavenly mandate weapon over from the outside. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It can't. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Master, if he can't send it over, you can try another method. For example, give me the amplification blueprint and I can also make it. Lin Fei was instantly delighted. That works too. Of course, the system is omnipotent. Making it is just a small matter. Why not try another method? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven naturally would not provide such a high-end heavenly mandate weapon. Chapter 2104. Everything was empty now. The key was to increase his strength. Lin Fei now had a large number of destiny points as his foundation. He had already surpassed ordinary cultivation. The only thing that could help him was some external preparation. If there was no finished product, then there was only the blueprint. To Lin Fei it was the same. He had never thought that they would provide him with a finished product. They were afraid of him now, so it was wishful thinking to think that they would provide him with such a thing. Lin Fei knew very well that they did not think that he could create a super destiny weapon. Blueprint. This surprised the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven. If he really wanted a finished product, he might have a headache. It was not a matter of whether he would give it to him, but he would not give it to him at all. Even the leaders of the 33 Holy Heavens would do such a stupid thing. Settle for second best? The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven was even more relieved. Humph! Doesn't he know that special materials are needed to create a destiny weapon that is more than 100 times stronger? After some hesitation, the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven agreed to Di Tian's request. Wasn't it just a blueprint? That was easy. Lin Fei successfully obtained the blueprint. The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven was also very straightforward. He handed over the blueprint on the spot and gave a simple introduction. He was full of enthusiasm. After sending off the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei also had 20 blueprints in his hands. They were all about the destiny weapon and destiny battle armor. He is quite generous. Out of the 20 blueprints, the strongest destiny weapon was a blueprint that was 500 times stronger. It was the same for the Destiny battle armor. At the same time, the materials needed were also not small. I wonder what kind of expression he will have if he knows that he has provided me with such a huge help. Does he really think that I have no materials? The materials were listed clearly on the blueprint. The production steps were also clear. Master, the materials on this blueprint are not available in the sealed world. It didn't exist in the sealed world, except for the God Emperor Mountain. However, he had underestimated the system. After the advanced mode is activated, there will be a material exchange shop. Master can go there to exchange. Little Devil sneered. It won't be so easy for the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven to take my share. Lin Fei laughed. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Fei wasn't that kind-hearted. He wouldn't give up the blueprint for such a small benefit. That was 10% of the profit. After the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven appeared. For a period of time after that, the leaders of the 33 Holy Heavens descended one after another. They didn't hesitate to pay any price just to discuss the benefits of the God Emperor Mountain with D. Tian. After the experience of being beaten up a few times earlier, everyone was more restrained in their words. There was no solution to it. Who asked D. Tian to be so tyrannical? Little friend D. Tian, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It is the Holy Spirit essence unique to the 33 Holy Heavens. It can be used to enhance special powers. The Master of the Sacred Sky had brought good stuff with him. Holy Spirit essence. Although he didn't use it, Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we can only work together next time. I've already worked with the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei said apologetically. Lin Fei said the same thing to every single Master of the Elysium who came to visit. The Masters of the Elysium looked at each other. They had been taken down by the Seventh Holy Heaven just like that. In the 33 Holy Heavens, the Seventh Holy Heaven instantly drew all the hatred towards D. Tian. This kid. How shameless. The Seventh Holy Heaven's face darkened when he heard the news. They had agreed not to reveal it, but that shameless kid had revealed it. The Seventh Holy Heaven wanted to beat D. Tian up when he thought of the angry looks in the eyes of the other Masters of the Elysium. Shameless, too shameless. D. Tian was dragging him out to take the bullet. However, the Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't do anything. Rascal, I'll deal with you sooner or later. The Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone thought that he had to prepare a strategy to deal with D. Tian after he became stronger. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the Seventh Holy Heaven's expression would be like, he definitely wouldn't be happy. He might even be cursing at him. How's the effect? Lin Fei was talking about the Holy Spirit essence. It was something made of a special material. This is a special power. The level of civilization in the 33 Holy Heavens isn't low to be able to develop such a thing. As long as Master uses the Holy Spirit essence on a weapon, you can obtain a special attribute bonus. It's pretty good. Lin Fei was interested. A special attribute bonus. This was a good thing. In fact, the Seventh Holy Heaven was willing to pay a huge price in order to rope in Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't take the bait after receiving the benefits. It was a waste of the gift. He took out the Purple Moon Holy Saber. Lin Fei took out the Holy Spirit essence and placed it on the Purple Moon Holy Saber. When the Holy Spirit essence landed on the Purple Moon Holy Saber, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. Attributes come out. Double combat power. The little devil said. Oh, double combat power. That's fine too. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. My luck isn't bad. The Purple Moon Holy Saber has a 102 times attack. Lin Fei was originally prepared to add some additional attributes. Unexpectedly, there was a multiplier. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He was even more curious about the 33 Holy Heavens. Tell me, when can I break the seal and go to the 33 Holy Heavens for a stroll? With Master's current strength, the success rate is less than 10%. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. Is this a blow to me? There's no rush. Help me make the Heavenly Mandate battle armor and Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei didn't want to think about this. Although he had dragged the Seventh Holy Heaven out to attract hatred, he still had to worry about this part of the universe. The speed at which the God Emperor throne was condensing was getting faster and faster. He needed to make some preparations. The material system store is open. Master can exchange for materials. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the small increase of 2 times because he was about to make a weapon with a 500 times increase. Buy it for me. He bought the materials piece by piece. A huge amount of destiny points was used up. Lin Fei realized how terrifying the consumption was. Damn, this is too scary. I used up almost 20% of my destiny points. If it was in the past, it would be my entire fortune. Looking at the consumption figure, Lin Fei laughed bitterly. No wonder the seventh holy heaven agreed so kindly. Such a huge amount of materials would probably hurt them and they wouldn't dare to casually make a heavenly mandate weapon. Lin Fei underestimated the power of a heavenly mandate weapon with a 500 times increase. How many days will it take to make it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful a heavenly mandate weapon with a 500 times increase would be. A total of 3 years. 3 years, not bad. The God Emperor throne wouldn't be condensed within 3 years. Chapter 2105. Time passed day by day. The people of the divine world had adapted to the rule of the Tianxian God dynasty. Compared to the previous dynasties, the Tianxian God dynasty did not do anything. Everyone was relatively free and there was no suppression. Everyone liked their current lifestyle. No one thought that the Tianxian God dynasty's inaction was a sign of weakness. No one had forgotten the mysterious Di Tian and his invincible battle prowess. He alone could sweep the entire divine world. Everyone would look at the divine emperor throne in the sky from time to time, preparing to welcome the new era. This day was getting closer and closer. Soon 3 years had passed. Everyone had forgotten about the previous 10 dynasties. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was the era of the Tianxian God dynasty. As the highest ruler of the dynasty, Lin Fei rarely showed his face. It should be said that he never showed his face. There was nothing wrong with the operation of the divine world. It was very normal. Lin Fei had set up energy absorption points all over the divine world. No matter how dangerous the place was, Lin Fei would personally make a trip there and set up an energy tower. Now, other than the chaotic void, he had set up towers everywhere else. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in the chaotic void. He didn't care about those measly destiny points. Now, in the entire divine world, even in this starry sky, 90% of the destiny energy had been collected by Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not absorb the remaining 10%. No one could shake Lin Fei's position. Even if he knew that the 4 fellows were hiding in the chaotic void and had no interest in dealing with them, the destiny list could move at any time. It was very troublesome to track them. Lin Fei simply sat there and waited for them to appear. Master, your destiny weapon, the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade, is ready. Lin Fei beamed with joy at the little fiend's reminder. Damn, it's finally ready. In the eyes of cultivators, 3 years was at most a snap of the fingers. It passed very easily. Using 3 years to forge a 500-fold destiny weapon, Lin Fei was very satisfied. That was a 500-fold increase in power, and it used up 20% of his destiny points. In addition to the refining, it used up about 40% of his destiny points. Furthermore, Lin Fei was currently in control of the deity world, so he could easily make up for it. If he didn't have the deity world and the starry sky, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Lin Fei immediately knelt down. He couldn't take it anymore. Take it out. The purple longsword was released by the system. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber appeared, its sharp blade formed tornadoes and whizzed past Lin Fei's body. F***CK. So awesome. Marks appeared on Lin Fei's heavenly mandate battle armor. This was the result of the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber's unconscious attacks. Of course, this cost Master 40% of his Heaven's Fate points, a huge number. Little Devil laughed. Their abilities are not bad. Lin Fei grabbed the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber and immediately felt the strength of the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber. With a casual slash, it split apart in front of him. It left an unfathomably deep crack in the void. Good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He didn't even use his destiny points and it was already so powerful. Once he channeled them, it would be even more terrifying. I wonder who will be the first to die under my saber. Lin Fei didn't try. There was no need to do so anyway. A 500 times increase. It was also material for a single slash. Chaotic void. Deep within. A heavenly mandate list floated in the chaotic void. On the heavenly mandate list, 4 people sat cross-legged. Huge whirlpools formed around them. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. He would even say, the master of the 33 sacred heavens is really a tycoon. These whirlpools were filled with destiny energy, which was absorbed into their bodies bit by bit. For people, their bodies emitted a terrifying sharp aura. Compared to 3 years ago, they were much stronger. Whoosh! A phantom descended. The 4 opened their eyes at the same time and subconsciously shot out 8 beams of cold light towards the descending phantom. The phantom blew and the cold light dissipated. Not bad, you've improved. The 4 hurriedly stood up. The attack just now was just a subconscious action. It's all thanks to Lord's nurturing that we have today's strength, the four said in unison. Now, they were more than 100 times stronger than before. The destiny energy in their bodies surged. They didn't doubt that if they had their current strength back then, they wouldn't have been defeated by Tion. You guys continue to cultivate. The Divine Emperor throne is completely formed in 5 years. That will be the time for you guys to come out. Yes. The four nodded, anger flashing in their eyes. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky started to release an ancient aura. The wisps of aura made people's hearts palpitate. Even a Heaven's Mandate realm expert would be terrified by this. Because within 1,000,000 miles of the Divine Emperor throne, there was an arc of light that kept flashing and whistling, making people's scalps go numb. That arc of light was filled with endless terror. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Divine Emperor throne in the sky. What a great lightning arc formed from heaven's will energy, but these are all my favorites. In the eyes of outsiders, the flashing arc of light was terrifying. Lin Fei didn't think so. Through Little Fiend, he learned that these arcs of light were formed from destiny points, and were actually destiny energy. As long as Lin Fei wanted to collect them, he could easily convert them into destiny points. Naturally, this was Lin Fei's dish. In 3 days at most, the Divine Emperor throne will completely condense. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei easily calculated the day when the Divine Emperor throne would completely condense. Lin Fei knew that the top existences in the 33 sacred heavens were all eyeing the Divine Emperor throne. Wake up! In the chaotic void, the phantom descended again, and with a shout, Dynasty Lord Meng and the others all woke up. In 3 days the Divine Emperor throne will form. I want you guys to take it down. No matter who takes it down, you guys will be rewarded. The four already knew that this world was a sealed world. Although they were strong, they couldn't resist these phantom. These are 4 destiny weapons, and each one has a power amplification of 180 times. They can help you guys crush that Tion easily. The phantom waved his hand, and the 4 weapons appeared in front of the four. The four instantly released a blazing light. A power amplification of 180 times. Back then they were completely defeated by the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, but now that they had a power amplification of 180 times, they could almost see how they could crush Tion. Thank you, Lord. The four said in unison. When the projection dissipated, the four exploded with battle intent. The Divine Emperor throne will be mine. Dynasty Lord Meng's battle intent sword. After dealing with Tion, I will defeat you guys one by one and ascend to the God Emperor throne. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord laughed loudly. Now he felt that he was just one step away from the God Emperor realm. 3 days later, a majestic aura swept across the entire immortal world. Everyone had to prostrate before this aura. Chapter 2106. When the majestic aura engulfed the entire divine world and even the entire starry sky, everyone felt suffocated. Everyone knew that the final battle for the heavenly fate had begun. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up and easily knocked away the crushing might, shattering it into nothingness. Within the range of his divine sense, the suppressive aura from the Divine Emperor throne was shattered by Lin Fei. The people standing behind him didn't feel any pressure at all. The appearance of the Divine Emperor throne is quite impressive. The wives behind him, including his daughter, laughed. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others couldn't help but laugh too. Lin Fei was probably the only person in the world who dared to speak to the Divine Emperor throne like that. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky was like a piece of juicy meat in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he controlled the Divine Emperor throne, the Mountain God Emperor would belong to him. If anyone dared to come out and fight for the Divine Emperor throne now, they would all be his enemies and he would kill as many as they came. Alright, I'm going. With Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the 4 forbidden zones around, Lin Fei wasn't worried about his wife and daughter. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived in the sky above the center of the divine world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he appeared, the Divine Emperor throne surged with waves of ferocious suppressive aura, as if he was treating Lin Fei as his enemy. Just a mere suppressive aura, and you still have the nerve to use it. Lin Fei smiled and welcomed him. Although it was his first time fighting for the heavenly fate, Lin Fei roughly knew from Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor that he had to completely suppress the Divine Emperor throne. He didn't know what secret this starry sky had, but every time the Divine Emperor throne was formed, it would have a certain level of consciousness, which was the simple consciousness of resistance. If Lin Fei wanted to become the God Emperor, he had to suppress the Divine Emperor throne. Only by subduing the Divine Emperor throne would he be able to sit on it. Truly control the Divine Emperor throne. Wave after wave of suppressive aura came, but Lin Fei didn't move an inch and walked forward step by step. Is that Di Tian? His strength is truly terrifying. The pressure of the God Emperor throne is useless against him. How powerful must he be? In every corner of the immortal world, everyone was paying close attention. The God Emperor's throne was already something they couldn't endure. Di Tian, who was in the center, was actually able to casually walk there. This was absolutely terrifying. Before he could even step forward, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the pressure, unable to take another step forward. The Imperial Lord is indeed the Imperial Lord. The pressure from the God Emperor throne contains the pressure of a God Emperor. Even the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts wouldn't be able to handle it, but it's like playing house on the Imperial Lord. Elder Fu exclaimed. What's a mere pressure? It's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Lord. The Supreme Devil Emperor said disapprovingly. Although they had never fought for the mandate of heaven, they had seen it before. In order to compete for the God Emperor throne, one had to pass through several stages. The pressure from the God Emperor throne was the first test and also the easiest. But in the eyes of many Heaven's Mandate experts, this first trial was already too much for them to handle. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, on the Destiny list, the first Dream Dynasty Lord, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord, the Sea Dynasty Lord, and the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord were all standing on the Destiny list with their hands behind their backs. Their bodies exuded a majestic aura. Damn Di Tian, he does have some skills. The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord said. So what if he has skills? The God Emperor throne will eventually fall into the hands of the four of us. What we need to do now is to wait until Di Tian and the God Emperor throne are both injured, then we will make our move. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord sneered. The God Emperor throne is terrifying. Even if the four of us join forces, we will have to expend a lot of energy. It's better to let Di Tian exhaust his strength. The more he exhausts, the easier it will be for us. The first Dream Dynasty Lord said coldly. Even though the strength of the four of them rose like a rocket. Facing Di Tian, there was always a shadow in their hearts. Whenever Di Tian's name was mentioned, they would subconsciously get angry. Today their chance had finally come. They didn't believe that Di Tian could still withstand the combined attack of the four of them after fighting with the God Emperor throne. The pressure is not small, but I have activated my invincible defense, so there is no pressure. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. The pressure that was like the surging waves of the sea was shattered when it was less than 10 meters away from Lin Fei. God Emperor throne, I know you have a spirit. This bit of pressure is useless against me. Show me your true strength, don't waste time. Lin Fei shouted. Now the Heaven's Mandate energy had turned into a large number of Heaven's Mandate points. Lin Fei was the strongest existence in this part of the universe. Even if it was the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. Boom. Boom. The God Emperor throne was furious. Clearly Lin Fei's words had provoked the God Emperor throne. An even more terrifying pressure came crushing down. Except for a few people, the rest of the people in the divine world were pressed to the ground again, unable to move. Everyone could feel the endless anger coming from the God Emperor throne. Lin Fei had completely angered the God Emperor throne. Those who blasphemed the God Emperor throne deserved death. Suddenly, a shadow gradually formed in front of the God Emperor throne. Finally, it turned into a middle-aged man with a sharp aura. He held a long saber in his hand that flickered with cold light. His eyes opened and saber light whistled. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in surprise. That's the 18th generation, the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm expert, the Saber Sovereign who sat on the God Emperor throne. This was a very powerful Saber Sovereign. Inside the God Emperor throne, everything of the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts was stored. Every time if one wanted to sit on the Divine Emperor throne, it was necessary to challenge them. As for how many, it would depend on one's luck. If one was lucky, it would be around 2 or 3. If one was unlucky, then congratulations, it would be very normal to get 8 or 10. The moment the Saber Sovereign appeared, the entire divine world was filled with saber intent. Die. The Saber Sovereign raised his hand and slashed. The overbearing saber intent went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. The slash was too fast. To be able to sit on the God Emperor throne and maintain his peak fighting state, this attack was indeed terrifying. Using a saber, I like it. Lin Fei laughed and welcomed the attack. Using his hand as a saber, he slashed out a pure Heaven's Mandate realm expert. The two sabers clashed, and the Saber Sovereign's saber intent was shattered into pieces. Lin Fei took the opportunity to slash again. The saber light swept out and split the saber sovereign into two halves. The saber sovereign then disappeared in the sky. The saber sovereign is only SOSO. Lin Fei approached the God Emperor throne. Even if a God Emperor came, Lin Fei would kill him without hesitation. Not to mention, the strongest Heaven's Mandate Realm expert was just an ant in Lin Fei's eyes. Chapter 2107. The struggle for the heavens was a grand event of an era. It could be said that some people would never see them even once in their lifetime. Today, everyone's horizons had been broadened. First, there was the majestic pressure of the Divine Emperor's throne. This wasn't something that anyone could resist. Then, there was the appearance of a Saber Emperor from back then. He was the Saber Emperor who founded a new era. His sharp and tyrannical saber intent was something that they couldn't endure. That Di Tian's combat prowess was terrifying. He killed a Saber Emperor with just 2 slashes, scaring everyone so much that their eyes almost popped out. After that, another Sword Emperor appeared, and he was also killed on the spot by Di Tian's 2 slashes. Only now did everyone realize that Di Tian's strength had already reached an unimaginable degree. Regardless of the Saber Emperor or the Sword Emperor, before they became a God Emperor, their combat prowess would never be a match for Di Tian. He had killed the Saber Emperor and the Sword Empress in succession. The God Emperor's throne seemed to be fighting Di Tian. He kept sending out the strongest Heaven's Mandate Realm experts to deal with Di Tian. The 10th generation, Emperor God Qingfeng, was killed with a single slash. The 15th generation God Emperor Han Tian was killed with a single slash. The 16th generation the Emperor of the Underworld was killed with a single slash. Phantoms appeared one after another, but they were all easily killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. Each time he would finish off the enemy with 1 slash. The difference in strength was too great. It was still useful to bully ordinary Heaven's Mandate experts, but to Lin Fei, it was no different from scratching an itch. Release everything you know or else it's useless. Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne could understand his meaning. Perhaps, the king-level experts of the God Emperors would cry themselves to sleep in the toilet at this time. How can there be such a person like you? Can't you just let me show off a bit? Is there a need to kill them with 1 slash? Lin Fei's words agitated the God Emperor throne. The huge God Emperor throne trembled and many illusory figures condensed. This time it wasn't just the past God Emperors. There were also Heaven's Mandate Realm experts participating. Anyone who saw this would want to slit their own throats. This lineup was too shocking. Even the Invincible Palace's Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu and the others. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. Chao Zhu, you've gone too far. The throne-level expert God Emperor is really angry this time. He's using the human wave tactic. At this moment even they were extremely solemn when they saw so many experts. To be able to compete with the God Emperor for the mandate of heaven. His strength was also very terrifying. Now that they were all summoned, even though they were all instinctive attacks, they were still extremely terrifying, enough to make people unable to endure them. With a glance there were at least 1,000 of them. Every single one of them was a peak existence of an era. Although they couldn't become God Emperors, they were still the strongest experts. Now that the swarm of bees had appeared, it was enough to see how much the thrones of God Emperors valued Lin Fei. It had been like this for generations. The most shocking scene appeared. It could be said that today's battle, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, would be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. No one could reach this step. Haha, Di Tian is seeking his own death. Dream One Dynasty's lord's face was black. They could not accept the speed at which he killed one person with each slash. Now that he saw over 1,000 powerhouses appear, Dream One Dynasty Lord finally beamed with joy. No matter how awesome you are. This time your vitality will be greatly damaged. Di Tian is too arrogant. This is great, he has angered the thrones of God Emperors. Even if Di Tian can last until the end, he will only have about 20 to 30% of his energy left. By then we can do whatever we want. Unparalleled Dynasty Lord laughed loudly, finally regaining his high spirits. Di Tian is making his move. At the same time, in the world of the 33 Sagely Heavens, the masters of Sagely Sky in every world were watching the battle through their treasures. As for Di Tian's strength, they were very clear about it. Although the thrones of God Emperors were strong, they were far from being Di Tian's match. Could be said that this was the easiest battle in history. Di Tian could destroy the projection of their peak God Emperors, let alone the thrones of God Emperors. This kid is arrogant indeed. But it's good that he's arrogant. It will make things easier for the 4 of them. The thrones of God Emperors have a mysterious background. Since Di Tian has angered them, he will suffer. Even if he wins in the end, it will be for the benefit of others. Ah! All the masters of Sagely Sky laughed. The only one who did not laugh was the master of the Seventh Holy Sky. Ever since the news had spread, the master of the Seventh Holy Sky had hated Lin Fei. However, they were not in the same world, so it was not easy to deal with Lin Fei. Even if he sent a projection over, he would still be destroyed in one strike. What a bastard! Why did he provoke the thrones of God Emperors for no reason? The master of the Seventh Holy Sky frowned. You can't lose. Otherwise you'll lose a lot of face. Ever since the news about Lin Fei spread, the masters of the 33 Holy Skies automatically excluded him. If he won, then he would at least get 10% of the benefits. If he lost, then he, the master of the Seventh Holy Sky, would suffer a great loss. Outsiders might not know the background of the thrones of God Emperors, but the master of the Seventh Holy Sky knew. The situation was getting worse and worse for Di Tian. Moreover, he knew that there were 4 people hiding in the chaotic space. With the destiny weapons of the 33 Holy Skies, they were at least 150 times stronger. They were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was speechless at the sight of the black mass of people. I'm just looking down on you. Do you have to arrange so many experts at once? Are you trying to drown me? Master, these are all great supplements. Great supplements? Lin Fei did not understand. They are all condensed from destiny energy. It's just that their strength has been suppressed to the original level. The little devil laughed. Now, Master, do you understand what great supplements are? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Kill. He was prepared to use a big move to destroy them. Since they were great supplements, Lin Fei was prepared to work hard. Lin Fei lunged forward and was quickly engulfed by the swords and sabers. The spectators sucked in a cold breath. How were they supposed to fight like this? I'll absorb. Lin Fei grabbed with both hands and a destiny cultivator landed in his hands. The system activated and instantly absorbed everything. This person instantly evaporated, no longer existing. So many. This feels good. After seeing the absorption number, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He turned and grabbed another expert. As for the dense attacks, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. I'll absorb again. No one could stop Lin Fei's absorption attack. He grabbed and absorbed. As for the consumption of their attacks, Lin Fei replenished them very quickly. It was just a drizzle, not a big deal at all. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Chapter 2108. This is too crazy. Is Di Tian absorbing something? His strength is too shocking. Everyone in the divine world was looking up. Any one of them could easily defeat them. But right now, in the eyes of Lord Di Tian, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Above the invincible palace. Elder Fu, I suddenly feel old. I'm the younger generation now. The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. Elder Fu nodded. Yes, I'm old. I've never thought that Lord's strength could reach such a level. You're truly able to cover the sky with one hand and summon the rain with another. The other powerhouses of the Forbidden Zone also nodded. There was no way to compare. Even the faces of the other dynasty lords were pale. If they went up, they would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Only Lord Di Tian could occupy the position of the God Emperor throne. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was absorbing in the sky. Heaven's mandate points kept increasing. Lin Fei was so happy that he had a smile on his face. That's it? After absorbing the last one, Lin Fei realized that the black mass was completely gone. The sky returned to normal. There was no movement from the God Emperor throne. Now you're obedient, right? Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne had admitted defeat. Releasing so many at once was more than any previous contest for the Heaven's Mandate. With a massive amount of Heaven's Mandate points being absorbed, the God Emperor throne wasn't so capable anymore. This was only in Lin Fei's eyes. In the eyes of others, it was an insurmountable mountain. I'm coming. Lin Fei walked toward the God Emperor throne. Heaven's Tao Cage. With a loud rumble, streaks of will of the heavenly Tao descended from the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the heavens will to pierce down and form like pillars. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This time, the heavens will was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei didn't move. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other 3 came from 4 different directions. They all looked happy. Even though they didn't know what Di Tian was doing, his movements were simply too fast. However, this didn't stop them from attacking. The Emperor of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace pointed his sword forward. The will of the heavenly Tao rumbled as it boomed. This time you're dead meat. A swift and fierce sword light attacked. The heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord immediately acted. The other three also attacked at the same time. He didn't stop at all. His power was increased by 180 times, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire immortal world. At this moment, their powers had risen to the God Emperor realm. Bang 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 bang. 4 people, 4 fatal attacks, landed on Lin Fei, who was in the center of the will of the heavenly path. The 180-fold increase in power instantly erupted. Terrifying waves of chi were released in all directions. Mountain range. Mountains, lakes, cities, everything was razed to the ground in an instant. The throne of the God Emperor did not move an inch. After not seeing you for 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. You guys are not bad. In the middle, Lin Fei was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression relaxed. An attack amplified by 180 times is definitely enough to kill all the experts in the sealed world. Those people did this to increase your strength. They really put in a lot of effort to increase your powers. The 4 weapons of destiny landed on Lin Fei's body. Upon closer inspection, they were blocked by a layer of mysterious power, unable to land. Lin Fei was prepared to show everyone that he was truly invincible. Dream 1 Dynasty Lord, Peerless Dynasty Lord, Sea Dynasty Lord, and Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord pushed their power to the limit. However, the weapons of destiny in their hands were unable to land on Tian. At this moment their expressions changed. A 180-fold increase in power was not enough? This was a huge blow to them. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to develop. They had completely deviated from the plan. When they sensed that Tian was going to take it head-on, they all laughed. Under the 180-fold increase in power, no matter how strong Tian was, he would still die. What was happening now? Milord is Milord. Too invincible. Dream 1 Dynasty Lord is going to faint from crying. They looked at the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, withstanding the shocking 180-fold increase in power. The entire immortal world was shocked. Far away in the world of the 33 holy heavens, the Lord of the sagely heavens' expression did not look too good. That was a 180-fold increase in power. Killing a junior from the sealed world would be a piece of cake. Just what in the world was going on in front of him? With their eyes of fire and gold, they could not see what treasure the junior had used, nor could they sense any energy fluctuations. This was too strange. Aha, this is great. Only the Lord of the 7th holy heaven laughed. Victory was already decided. People of the 33 holy heavens, listen up. From now on, I am the master of this world. From now on, every time you come, I will kill you. This is my intention. Boom. Lin Fei's Sea of Destiny points exploded, creating a huge shockwave that sent the 4 flying. They all vomited blood. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice pierced through the sky. The purple moon's sacred blade landed in his hand, bringing with it a domineering purple blade aura that swept towards the 4 flying. A 500-fold increase in power. How terrifying was that? No, the 4's hair stood on end. They could not block it. The purple blade aura crushed their bodies, and the domineering blade intent swept the 4 into pieces. Even if they were reborn, they would not have a chance to revive. Ever since he refined the purple moon's sacred blade that could increase power by 500-fold, these 4 were just clowns in his eyes. 1 blade was enough to finish them off. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shocking purple saber radiance. Was over. The 4 powerful dynasty lords were finished just like that. Boom boom boom. Once the 4 died, 32 pillars of light shot down from the sky. In an instant, 32 shadows appeared. You deserve us to send our projections down again to kill you. You, a junior, can be proud. Lin Fei did not think that the people of the 33 holy heavens would give up on this place so easily. Dream 1 Dynasty Lord and the other 3 were just cannon fodder. He could not use his own strength. Be careful, Lord. They have 10% of the main body's battle power. When Elder Fu saw them, he knew it was bad and hurriedly informed Lin Fei. In reality, the moment they appeared, Little Evil Demon told Lin Fei that there was danger. 10% of their battle power. This had never happened before. Damn it, the heavenly Tao has temporarily compromised with them. Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to make a projection with 10% of their battle power appear. Instead, the heavenly Tao had compromised with them. Haha, Tian, even if you kill me, I can still live forever. Suddenly, a shadow walked out from the sky and slowly turned solid. It was the sky dragon that had just been killed. The mysterious will of the heavenly Tao was added layer by layer. Chapter 2109. Long ago Lin Fei had known that Sky Dragon was not simple. Now, it seemed like this guy was an agent of the heavenly axiom. If Lin Fei could not tell that Sky Dragon was still alive after killing him, then he would not be Lin Fei. Sky Dragon was no longer made of flesh and blood. Instead, he was made of pure heavenly axiom intent. You're pretty smart, but you ruined my plan. You will die today. Sky Dragon said coldly. He turned to the 32 Masters of Heaven. I'll leave him to you. Lin Fei felt the pressure, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Die. If he did not kill these 32 Masters of Heaven, the Divine Emperor throne would not be his. Help me analyze their power levels. With Little Devil here, Lin Fei was not worried at all. So what if they only had 10% of their power? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Purple Moon's sacred blade was being retracted. Its power was increased by 500 times. Zilong roared and clawed at the 32 Masters of Heaven. The projection with 10% of their power had broken through the God Emperor level and reached an unimaginable level. This was their greatest source of confidence. Break! One of the Masters of Heaven punched Zilong. Zilong roared, but his body did not dissipate. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of pure energy from the projection. Be careful, D. Tian's heavenly axiom weapon can increase its power by 500 times, a Master of Heaven exclaimed. In order to come down, they had temporarily cooperated with the heavenly axiom. However, they had also paid a huge price. They felt that 10% of their power was enough to deal with D. Tian. After a few short attacks, they realized that they were in trouble. D. Tian had obtained a heavenly axiom weapon that could increase its power by 500 times. This was their nemesis. A 500 times increase in power was enough to tear apart pure energy. Master, 10% of their power should be around 30 million. Little Devil said with a smile. Around 30 million? It's not as high as I thought. Lin Fei was very disappointed. The analysis of power levels was a method that the system had its own way of analyzing. For example, ordinary Heaven's Mandate Realm experts were around 2 million to 3 million. Someone who had condensed a seed of destiny. His strength was between 5 million and 6 million. The power of a God Emperor was around 10 to 20 million. Their overall strength was indeed above all Heavenly Fate Realm experts and could be easily killed. Now that he had surpassed the level of a God Emperor, he had 10% of his battle power. Lin Fei was not surprised by the fact that he had 30 million points of power. A level of 30 million is too weak to withstand a single blow. Lin Fei had a power increase of 500, so it was too easy for him to unleash an attack that surpassed the power level of 30 million. Kill. Lin Fei teleported directly to the weakest projection of the Master of the Sagely Sky. With a slash of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, the projection was killed in one slash. 10% of your combat strength? I don't think that's all there is to it. Since you dare to ignore my words, I'll send you back today. Lin Fei used his space teleportation to jump around continuously. The Purple Moon's Sacred Blade turned into a blade of death. Every time it slashed down, it would kill an image of the Sacred Sky Master. He never slashed twice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 32 Masters of the Sagely Sky. A moment later. Only 15 projections of the Master of the Sagely Sky were left. The rest had all been killed. The remaining Masters of the Sagely Sky didn't have expressions on their faces, but they were actually very unhappy. They didn't bring their heavenly mandate weapons. Even without weapons, they were still confident that they could kill D. Tian. Damn it, how did he get his heavenly mandate weapons that can increase power by 500 times? Also, how can his heavenly mandate energy last so long? Every slash was filled with a dangerous aura, enough to make their expressions change. Sky Dragon used the heavenly Tao to suppress him. Without a divine weapon in hand, they were immediately at a disadvantage. Sky Dragon secretly cursed these people for being unreliable. He was even more jealous of D. Tian's strength. The Master of the Sagely Sky couldn't even kill D. Tian with 10% of his combat strength. Instead, he was cut up like vegetables. How could he accept this result? Heavenly Tao suppress. In the sky above the immortal world, a suffocating aura spread out without any warning. A giant red eyeball appeared. This eyeball was extremely huge and it had the aura of a king. This is the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei also felt the terrifying aura of this giant eyeball. The red eyeball was currently closed. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. As long as the eyeball opened, it would definitely be a terrifying attack. Whoosh. The red eyeball suddenly opened its eyes and a blade of light shot out. It contained the terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao. Master, watch out. Lin Fei moved back and forth using his teleportation to the extreme. Bang! Even though his speed was fast, he was still hit by the light beam. The majestic will of the heavenly Tao surged over. His invincible defense blocked the attack, but Lin Fei was still sent flying, smashing into a mountain range. The huge mountain range instantly crumbled and was leveled to the ground. Such a powerful attack. One light beam can actually explode with an attack power of 50 million. At the same time, it has support power. It really can kill whoever it wants. The destiny energy in Lin Fei's body was suppressed. Sky Dragon laughed. Ditian, you are indeed mysterious. You can actually block the attack of the heavenly Tao. However, the destiny energy in your body is now sealed. Let's see how you block it next. In this sealed world, as long as the energy in one's body was sealed, then congratulations, one would immediately become a person who couldn't fight back. It was a pity that Ditian wasn't. Even though the destiny energy in his body was sealed, it was only a small part. The real destiny energy was in the system. Lin Fei quickly realized that the system's destiny energy was not affected. The other 15 masters of the sacred sky charged over. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. I'll kill you first. Explode my destiny energy. The purple moon's sacred blade slashed at their waists. The purple blade radiance swept over like a long river. The power of this blade exploded with a power of 90 million. It was a true ultimate move. There were no techniques. This was a blade that exploded with destiny energy. It forcefully crushed over. Not good. He didn't get hit. The remaining master of the sacred sky projection's expression changed again. The blade radiance was like a monstrous flood, crushing over their bodies. They were all destroyed. Not a single one escaped. This attack consumed a lot of Lin Fei's energy. Sky Dragon stood behind those people and was instantly affected. The will of the heavenly Tao was shattered. In front of such a level of power, no one could block the power of this blade. The people of the realm of the gods all knelt down. Ditian had transformed into a truly invincible existence. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't kill him. Heavenly Tao, get lost too. Lin Fei's purple moon sacred blade slashed upwards. It was another attack with 90 million power. The red eyeball shot out beams of light, but they were all shattered by the flood-like blade radiance. The blade landed on the red eyeball. The red eyeball released a terrifying aura. Its eyelids closed and it hid in the void again. Finally, they all retreated. Lin Fei turned around and sat in front of the God Emperor throne. Chapter 21:10. What was the strongest? Today the entire divine world had witnessed it. The ruler of the Ditian dynasty finally displayed his heaven-shaking strength. Even the vertical eye of the heavenly Taos was slashed back, and the projection of the ruler of the 33 sacred heavens was also slain on the spot. Everyone was convinced that Ditian sat on the God Emperor throne. The moment he sat on it, a dazzling light shone on the ground. What followed was a purple rain that fell on the entire divine world. The purple rain fell on the mountain range. The flowers and grass on the mountain range grew at an astonishing rate. A small tree instantly grew into a towering tree. The small fish in the lake were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate, transforming into powerful fish demons. No matter where they were, as long as they received the baptism of the purple rain, they would undergo shocking changes. Haha, I actually became a god emperor. I also broke through. My legs, they actually grew back. Long live the god emperor. The entire divine world cheered. Everyone understood that this violet rain was brought by the Ditian god emperor. This was everyone's good fortune. Hence, everyone sat down and absorbed the purple rain, working hard to break through. Such a good thing might only happen once in a lifetime. The people of Invincible Palace were the first to react. The purple rain was also the most concentrated. The disciples of Invincible Palace cheered non-stop. They didn't expect to receive such benefits. This is unbelievable. Elder Fu sighed, this is greater than any other god emperor's kindness. I'm afraid that this time, the entire divine world will have a large number of potential experts. The Supreme Devil Emperor nodded, this is a great kindness. The Emperor is more terrifying than I imagined. Those people from the 33 sacred heavens are all dumbfounded now. Some of the big shots from the restricted areas also sat down and absorbed the purple rain. On the throne, Lin Fei sat down with a golden saber. Sitting on the God Emperor throne, a vast surge of heavens will energy surged over. The source was the heavens will energy coming from the throne beneath him. It was like a vast river. It was extremely terrifying. I'll absorb. Lin Fei couldn't bear to miss out on such a great benefit. Hua hua hua. A huge whirlpool appeared around Lin Fei, and the destiny points he had expended were quickly replenished. No wonder everyone wants to be a god emperor. The benefits are unimaginable. Lin Fei had turned into a bottomless pit. After absorbing a huge amount of destiny points, the number of destiny points in the system kept increasing. The speed at which it increased was faster than ever before. Could it be that the God Emperor throne is connected to the God Emperor mountain? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. Apart from this reason, Lin Fei couldn't think of any other reason to explain this problem. Lin Fei knew exactly how many destiny points there were in the divine world, and he knew that they definitely didn't come from the divine world. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei was in the middle of a huge vortex. The people below only saw a huge whirlpool. As for those who understood the God Emperor throne, at this moment, their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The God Emperor had been on the throne for a day. In other words, he had absorbed destiny energy for a day. This was an exaggeration that could not even be imagined. This is too terrifying. It's been a day. The most powerful God Emperor in the past could only absorb for half a day at most. He is far from being as powerful as the Emperor. Our Emperor is probably going to become the #1 person in history. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a full 3 days. Lin Fei had been absorbing destiny energy and turning it into destiny points. Ding. System notification: destiny points have reached the limit. Ding. Master, would you like to activate a higher mode? Lin Fei was stunned, looking at the terrifying numbers on the system page. This was the most terrifying number he had ever seen. Activate. Now that Lin Fei was in the higher mode, Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the higher mode. Ding. Higher mode, top level mode begins. Ding. Beginning infusion. The original whirlpool instantly expanded by more than 10 times. A progress bar appeared in front of Lin Fei with a time limit of 1%. At the same time, there was an estimated time, 10 days. Damn, activating one mode requires 10 days of time and 10 days of destiny energy. This is indeed difficult. 10 days of infusion into destiny points. Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. It was definitely an astronomical number. If not for the fact that he was sitting on the God Emperor's throne, Lin Fei did not know when he would be able to activate the top-level mode. I wonder what will happen to the system after activating the top-level mode. Lin Fei even had a feeling that he would know the origin of the system after activating the top-level mode. Time passed day by day. The people of the immortal world all knelt down. No matter who they were, their deaths were shocking. It was already the 8th day, but the whirlpool was still there. No one dared to absorb destiny energy. The sacred lords in the world of the 33 holy heavens were all scared. This was too terrifying. When it was over, Di Tian's strength would truly be invincible in the sealed world. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to interfere with the mountain of God Emperor. Di Tian would become an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, the sacred lords held a rare meeting. After discussing for a long time, they still could not come up with a solution. Go to the sealed world. If this continued, coupled with the previous loss of vitality, no one was confident. Even if they lost 10% of their combat power, they would need time to recover. Continue? No one dared to continue. If not for the Heavenly Tao's compromise, they would not have been able to retain even 10% of their combat power. Unfortunately, even with 10% of their combat power, they still lost completely. In the end, no one could come up with a good idea. On the 13th day, the people of the immortal world were completely numb. A huge amount of destiny energy flowed in, as if it was flowing into a bottomless pit. Everyone finally understood why the Dynasty Lord was so powerful. With such a huge amount of destiny energy, who could be a match for the Dynasty Lord? Ding. Energy absorption completed. System will be updated in 1 day. Lin Fei was thrown out by a huge force. The system was updating automatically. The whirlpool on the God Emperor throne dissipated. Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. At the same time, a huge amount of information flowed into Lin Fei's mind. So the mountain of God Emperor is in an unknown space. It can only be opened by the God Emperor throne. The information in Lin Fei's mind was all about the God Emperor's authority that he should have after sitting on the God Emperor throne. Chapter 21:11. Lin Fei's cultivation method was different from others. Ever since he activated the advanced mode, Lin Fei's battle prowess increased infinitely. The number of destiny points directly determined his battle prowess. For example, after absorbing a large amount of destiny energy, anyone would become a God Emperor under normal circumstances, be it in terms of physique or other aspects. Lin Fei was the only exception. After absorbing a large amount of destiny points, Lin Fei's physique didn't change at all. Now Lin Fei decided to make use of the time to cultivate his corporeal body to the level of a God Emperor and raise his life force to a higher level. Whoosh. In the next second, the God Emperor throne was the only one left in the sky. This is another dimension connected to the God Emperor throne? Lin Fei activated another function of the God Emperor throne and arrived at another dimension, the legendary God Emperor mountain. Such pure destiny energy this. Lin Fei stood in a mountain range and hesitated for a moment before running in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Lin Fei was standing on the edge of a cliff. The vast amount of destiny energy made Lin Fei's eyes widen. God Emperor Mountain. No wonder even the Lord of the 33 Holy Heavens wanted it. Looks like it's not as simple as I thought. Where did this much destiny energy come from? Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for the destiny energy in the divine world. However, the density of heavenly mandate energy in this place was something Lin Fei had never seen before. He was still wondering why the destiny energy wasn't used up, but now he figured out the reason. So the God Emperor Mountain's dimension was this extraordinary. Since there's a sea of destiny energy here, if there's life here, it must be very powerful. I should first cultivate my God Emperor physique. Lin Fei returned from the cliff, opened up a cave abode nearby, and set up an array formation. He set up a formation and started cultivating his God Emperor physique. Destiny energy, come over here. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The destiny energy surged into his body and started cultivating his God Emperor physique according to the God Emperor transformation technique. This technique was simple. Using the mandate of heaven's will to strengthen every bit of flesh and blood until the entire body was strengthened once. Then the cycle continued. Lin Fei immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. He began to condense and strengthen the technique. Only then did Lin Fei realize the profoundness of this technique. Once his body was strengthened, both his defense and strength would increase. Third rank God Emperor corporeal body. Half a month later, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. The God Emperor's corporeal body had a total of 9 transformations. After the 9th revolution, the God Emperor's body would break through again. Lin Fei didn't think that far ahead. The corporeal body of a 3rd revolution God Emperor could easily block an attack from a God Emperor. Even if it was a projection with 10% of his combat power, Lin Fei was 100% confident that he could block it. I haven't had the time to check the system to cultivate the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. These days, Lin Fei was cultivating the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. He couldn't stop at all and had to do it in one go. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have the time to check the system. Open the system. A brand new 3D appeared. Master top-notch invincible system mode has begun. Little evil demon's body was much bigger and he had a domineering aura around him. He was very different from before. Tell me, what are the differences between the top-notch mode and the previous one? Lin Fei really wanted to know what was different about the top-notch mode. Congratulations, Master. As Master gets stronger, the system will continue to improve along with you. Now it has reached the top-notch mode. As the name suggests, the top-notch mode is far from what the previous high-level mode can compare to. Little evil demons started to introduce it. Firstly, Master can check a person's strength at any time. You can scan them at any time. Every scan will consume a portion of destiny points. No matter how strong the opponent is, you can scan them. Lin Fei really liked this point. You're saying that all information can be scanned out? Yes, all information. The danger level will also change from top-notch 5-star to 10-star. Master, you can scan them and you will know. Little evil demon smiled. Then I will try. Lin Fei felt that it was interesting. Scan. Following the scanning sound, an attribute page appeared in front of Lin Fei. Player, Lin Fei level, God Emperor power output, 100 million to 300 million power, super output, evaluation. Super combat power. Lin Fei was able to understand the simple properties page very quickly. Output is the amount of power when attacking. Master can output between 100 million to 300 million power. However, if you want to increase the output, you need to complete a certain mission to unlock the output limit. Lin Fei understood. Which means that I can output 300 million power at one go. If I increase the power by 500 times, will I be able to output 150 billion? Little evil demon shook her head. No, this is the calculation after the output. Lin Fei thought to himself, if I output 150 billion power, I'll be too terrifying. I understand. What about other aspects? This was still very useful. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the future he must see how much power the Lord of Sacred Sky could output. The top-notch mode had more and more functions. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The difference between the top-notch mode and the top-notch mode was really huge. It was like two extremes. What? You mean I can still gather enough points to return to Earth? Hearing this news, Lin Fei was excited. Lin Fei had almost forgotten it in the depths of his memory. Lin Fei missed Earth a lot. Ever since he asked the system and got the answer that he couldn't go back, Lin Fei had completely given up and decided to integrate into this world. Now that he heard this, Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. The system can capture the coordinates of Earth. However, Master's current strength is not enough to travel. You need to at least reach the level of a combat emperor. Combat emperor? What kind of level is that? Above the emperor god is the combat emperor. Master only needs to go through the 9 revolutions of the emperor god and cultivate the physique of a combat emperor. Then, with an invincible defense, you will be able to withstand the power of time and space. Great, that's great. Lin Fei had never been so happy before. Why didn't I do it before? Little evil demon sneered. That's because the system is in low-level mode and can't be activated. Lin Fei was speechless. Help me scan the mountain god emperor. I want to know everything. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. Scanning. Lin Fei subconsciously treated the mountain god emperor as himself. This alternate dimension was his greatest asset. Even the Lord of the 33 sacred heavens would not be able to take it away. Scanning complete. Player, please check. A result appeared in front of him. So powerful. Chapter 21:12. Unbelievable. Mountain God Emperor is scarier than I imagined. Luckily, the system has been upgraded to the highest level and has scanned the entire mountain. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the scanned information. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the Mountain God Emperor's alternate dimension wouldn't be that powerful. After seeing the scan results, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that he was too optimistic. There's actually a Combat Emperor in Mount God Emperor, and not just one, there's a total of 6 Combat Emperors. They've divided Mount God Emperor into 6 spheres of influence, and the resources have all been taken away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei frowned as he sensed that someone was coming. Could it be that they sensed an outsider? Or did the 6 Combat Emperors sense it? Lin Fei threw a scan over. 5 rank 1 God Emperors, 3 rank 2 God Emperors and 1 rank 3 God Emperor. Their power output is around 130 million. Lin Fei liked this scan more and more. He could clearly see how strong the other party was. After fighting with the Masters of Holiness, Lin Fei knew that the other party's combat power was terrifying. To kill them he would need 160 million power output. Let's capture them and understand the situation. 9 people flew towards the area. Leader, why do you think the heavens mandate energy has been leaking out these few days? Yuan Shisan was the strongest person in the team. He was a rank 3 God Emperor. Who knows? I heard that only the upper echelons know about this. Yuan Shisan did not know how to explain. Recently, the heavens mandate energy in Mountain God Emperor had been leaking out. Later, just check carefully. Don't miss any place. If the higher-ups blame us, none of us will have a good ending. Understood. The group soon arrived above the mountain range. Very soon. The group descended from the sky and appeared in the forest of the mountain range. This was the first time Lin Fei saw someone with the aura of a God Emperor. I really don't know why there are people living in Mountain God Emperor, and why there are 6 forces. Divide everything in Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei followed them secretly. Lin Fei had hidden himself very well with his powerful energy output. Help me see if anyone is paying attention to this area. Now that he understood the situation at Mount God Emperor, Lin Fei still didn't know how powerful the Battle Emperor was. It was better to keep a low profile. Master, don't worry. No one is monitoring this area. Lin Fei was relieved. Whoosh. Lin Fei's powerful spiritual consciousness enveloped the 9 people. The heavens will energy turned into a long river that swept toward Primordial 13 and the others. Primordial 13 was the first to react and exclaimed, "Everyone be careful." At the same time, a heavens will weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Long River. The others were not slow either. After all, they were all God Emperor powerhouses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The river was not affected at all. Primordial 13's saber attack landed on it, but it was as if it had landed on cotton. He could not exert any force and he was wrapped tightly by the Long River. He was dragged in front of Lin Fei and thrown into the bushes. Who are you? Why did you capture us? Primordial 13 was shocked. He was a 3rd-rank God Emperor, Yet he was defeated just like that. The others had the same expression. They shouted and glared at Lin Fan. "Let us go, we are from Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. If Sky Wolf Battle Emperor comes, you are dead." Lin Fei was not afraid of threats now. If he was not a match for Battle Emperor, he could leave Mountain God Emperor with a thought and return to the outside divine world. Kiki threatening me. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei walked forward and slapped one of the first-rank God Emperor powerhouses. The other party's heavens will energy flowed into the system like a rainbow. "No, you demon." The first-rank God Emperor powerhouse shouted in despair. In an instant he became a shriveled corpse. Absorbing a first-rank God Emperor powerhouse gives me a lot of heavens will points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He walked to the second person and slapped him again. Primordial 13 and the rest revealed a look of fear. A dignified first-rank God Emperor powerhouse was sucked dry. There was nothing more terrifying than this. No one would not feel their scalp going numb when they saw their strength being sucked away. Lin Fei slapped them one by one. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them were sucked dry, contributing a large amount of heavens will points. "Don't suck me. I will say everything." Primordial 13's body trembled. The young man in front of him was a great demon. Only a demon could do such a thing. He did not wish to be sucked dry. He was still young and did not wish to die. Wasn't it good at the start? Lin Fei chuckled. "Actually, I hate being threatened the most." Primordial 13 cursed in his heart. How dare he threaten you? There was no need for Lin Fei to interrogate him. Primordial 13 told him everything honestly. Lin Fei soon understood the situation of Mountain God Emperor. The 6 Battle Emperors were the strongest experts of Mount God Emperor. They were the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor, the Radiance Battle Emperor, the Dream Talisman Battle Emperor, the Meteor Battle Emperor and the Sky Battle Emperor. Yuan Shisan belonged to the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. As for why Primordial 13 came here, it was because he received a notice to search for the reason for the leakage of Heaven's Will energy. "Lord, don't kill me. I am willing to work for you." Primordial 13 flattered. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You're quite smart. However, since you're so tactful, I don't mind giving you a way out. If I find out that you're up to no good, you should know the consequences." Even though Lin Fei was smiling, Primordial 13 did not think so. The other party clearly did not care about what he did. If he really did that, he would definitely be sending himself to Primordial 13's door. He was completely afraid. Even a first and second rank God Emperor was sucked dry. How could Primordial 13 be so shameless? "Lord, I will definitely be honest. I will not do anything. I swear to the heavens." Primordial 13 hurriedly expressed. Lin Fei did not have anyone he could use. Bringing along a familiar person would make things easier. "What is the most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor? Tell me." Primordial 13 immediately said, "The most precious thing produced here is the Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall. Each Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall contains an incomparably pure Heaven's Will energy. With my strength, I only need to consume a certain amount of Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall to recover." "Heaven Crystal Wall?" Lin Fei slightly frowned. "Help me scan Mountain God Emperor for information regarding Heaven Crystal Wall." "Scan it immediately." Primordial 13 did not dare to speak anymore. The most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor was the Heaven Crystal Wall. Other than that, there was nothing else that could be said to be the most precious. "Master, the analysis just now shows that Mount God Emperor is a bit special. The entire Mount God Emperor is covered with mineral veins, all of which are the Heaven Crystal Wall mineral veins. I also found that every region has a mining area." Chapter 21:13. Lin Fei had never thought that the most precious thing would die in the Tianyuan Crystal Wall. This is impossible. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't seem to be the most precious. Were the Master of the Sagely Sky and the others out of their minds? "Master, just take a look at the distribution of the Tianyuan or vein and you'll understand the situation." A map appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the map of the God Emperor Mountain. There were many red dots on the map. If one were to connect them together, it would be a huge area. "So many." The little demon said, "This Mountain God Emperor's space is very special. There is a large amount of Heaven Crystal Wall accumulated here. According to the system's analysis, the Heaven Crystal Wall has many uses, especially when the system said that it can be recycled and exchanged for a certain amount of points. This material does not even exist in the entire God realm, it can only be found here." Jianghu felt relieved after hearing the system's words. Perhaps the Tianyuan Crystal Wall was really the most important. "Alright, you'll stay here for the next few days. If I find out that you've left, I'll suck you dry." "I'm back." Lin Fei's return caused the entire God world to cheer. The benefits that the God Emperor throne had bestowed upon everyone had more or less benefited from it. After the lords of the 33 holy heavens had been chased out, a brand new era had begun in the God realm. This era was called the Era of Tian. Lin Fei had no interest in managing the God realm, so he left it to his subordinates. Your Majesty? Everyone changed the way they addressed him, calling him His Majesty. Lin Fei wasn't very interested. Since they liked to call him that, he didn't stop them. After returning, Lin Fei looked for Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Monarch to ask about the God Emperor Mountain, especially about the Heaven Crystal Rampart. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't know about it, but Elder Fu did. Yes, it's the Heaven Crystal Wall. Elder Fu thought for a while. It was confirmed. Are you sure? Elder Fu seemed to be reminiscing. That was a very long time ago. Although I could already remember things when I was still very young, The Heavenly Yuan Crystal Wall was a special existence. Later on, for some unknown reason, the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens was swept clean by a mysterious person, and all the mines were plundered. I'm not too sure, but the alternate dimension of Mount God Emperor should be related to that mysterious person. Lin Fei really didn't know that such a secret existed. The mysterious man? Little devil, do you think it's possible? The little devil chuckled. Since Master already has the answer in his heart, why bother asking me? Lin Fei did have an idea. According to the distribution of the map scanned by the system, no matter how mysterious an alien space was, it was impossible to condense a huge mineral vein. Your Majesty, did you see the Tianyuan crystal wall? Elder Fu asked. There are indeed a lot of ore veins. Lin Fei said. That's great. Elder Fu said excitedly. Your Majesty, the Tianyuan crystal wall is too important. It's best if Master can get some of them out. With these things, Your Majesty can create a group of powerful subordinates. Although he has not seen the Tianyuan crystal wall, Lin Fei can imagine the benefits. Although he is very strong, the strength of some of his subordinates is indeed quite different. Congratulations, Your Majesty Tian, for obtaining the God Emperor throne and starting a new era. Not long after Lin Fei came back, a projection quietly appeared in the Invincible Palace. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven congratulated Lin Fei. You came earlier than I expected. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sat on the celestial the arch throne. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very displeased with Tian's tone, but he saw it clearly in the battle that day. This guy is stronger than he imagined. Even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, who had 10% of his combat power, was killed. At that time, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very excited. This little guy has actually grown to such an extent. After knowing that Tian has returned, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven came personally. There is no other way. That thing is too important. It's still early. If you didn't disappear, I would have come long ago. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven complained. I came specially to congratulate Your Majesty Tian. This is not a matter of time. I can assume that you are here for the Tianyuan crystal wall. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven laughed dryly. It seems that Your Majesty already knows. Lin Fei thought to himself. It is indeed the Tianyuan crystal wall. I'm quite curious. Is the Tianyuan crystal wall that important? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven almost rolled his eyes. If it wasn't important, why would I waste my energy here? Who asked that D*Ned guy to collect almost all the Tianyuan mineral veins, then create a sealed world and open up an alternate space? What AB** starred? Your Majesty Tian, what do I have to do for you to agree to cooperate? Lin Fei was not in a hurry to talk about the deal. The deal is not urgent. Since you didn't come down that day, the cooperation is not a problem. What I want to know is the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Please explain it to me. You don't have to explain, I believe many people will be willing to introduce it to me. Don't know the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's expression was a little strange. After thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. This was a sealed world. Even if there were outsiders, they would not be able to explain it clearly in a short time. Actually, the Tianyuan crystal wall is a form of energy. It contains rich destiny energy. At the same time, the Tianyuan crystal wall can not only be used for cultivation, but it is also a kind of material. It can be used to create destiny weapons. It can be used to create destiny weapons that are made of pure energy. Lin Fei listened quietly. Master, this guy's mind is fluctuating. He must be hiding something. Little Devil reminded. I knew this guy was not so kind. Lin Fei thought to himself. I need to go and understand the situation at Mount God Emperor next time. From the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, Lin Fei learned a lot about the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Turning energy into a sword? Not limited to normal weapons? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven did hide some of the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. As for the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall, that's all. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven said. If your Majesty D. Tian can take out a part of the Tianyuan crystal wall, I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fei squinted. Then what can you use to trade? You said that the Tianyuan crystal wall is very important. Could it be cultivation techniques or equipment? Lin Fei really did not care about these at the moment. With the top-level power output, as long as the output was large, he could sweep everything. As for cultivation techniques, Lin Fei really did not care. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's face twitched. Luckily it was just a shadow so he could not see it. Chapter 21:14. Lin Fei sent the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky away for the time being. This guy was not an honest guy. He still had some secrets about the Heaven Crystal Wall that he had not told Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not think that the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky would tell him the truth the first time. He was not in a hurry. Once the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky tasted the sweetness for the first time, it would be beyond his control. I still have to go to the Mountain of God Emperor and get some Heaven Crystal Wall. Lin Fei was very unhappy that the six forces had divided the Mountain of God Emperor. After obtaining the throne of the God Emperor, the Mountain of God Emperor and the Mountain of God Emperor also belonged to Lin Fei. No one could take it away from him. Wah. Not long after he sent the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky away. Another projection came from the Invincible Palace. It was one of the masters of the Holy Sky who had fought against him before. He was a very strong one. The other party started off with compliments. Congratulations, Your Majesty D. Tian, for starting a new era. Lin Fei would never take words of Fei seriously. Whoever took it seriously would be the loser. Who knew, at that moment, the other party might even want to skin you alive and eat you alive. Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Fei did not kill the other party because he did not have a trace of killing intent. I want to work with Your Majesty. Whatever Your Majesty needs, the Third Lord of the Holy Sky can satisfy you, no matter what. The Third Lord of the Holy Sky waved his hand and sent over a storage ring. We were used last time. This is a small token of our appreciation. Eat the benefits. Cooperation talks slowly. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not agree to anything. Clearly the other party did not intend to negotiate in one go. These guys are really thick-skinned. They are willing to do anything for the Heaven Crystal Wall. After sending off another 3 masters of the Holy Sky, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. They all came for the same purpose, the Heaven Crystal Wall. At the same time they gave him a gift. It was compensation for their rash actions last time. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that they could not do anything to him. After all, he was the strongest existence in the sealed world. And they could not come in. Since force didn't work the last time, he could only use another method, such as cooperation. Let's see what gifts have been sent over. Lin Fei wasn't worried that they were up to some sort of conspiracy. He wouldn't play any tricks. Master, I've scanned it. There's no danger. In order to ensure that there was nothing in the storage ring, Lin Fei let the little demon scan the entire storage ring. This is a cultivation technique. In the first storage ring there were books of cultivation techniques. They all sounded very domineering. This should be a God Emperor cultivation technique. Weapon of Destiny? 100 of them at once, and all of them have a 200-fold increase in power. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. A medicinal pill that can instantly heal injuries. It's a pretty good item. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Needless to say, these people were willing to spend their capital. If it had been anyone else, just the items in the first storage ring would have been enough to make them unable to tear their eyes away. They were simply too valuable. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't lack anything. After activating his peak-level mode, cultivation techniques weren't that important anymore. As long as he had an endless supply of destiny points, he would be able to explode again and again. A powerful output of power. Lin Fei could completely crush the other party to death. Right now, these things were really not worth mentioning. Another one. Lin Fei opened the other storage rings one after another. Basically, the items were similar. If it wasn't cultivation techniques, then it was weapons. There were even some defensive heavenly mandate battle armors. Back and forth it was like this. In the end it was quite disappointing. Ding. Discovered a mysterious item. Just as Lin Fei was feeling very disappointed, the system inexplicably sent a notification. Mysterious item? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Let me find it. One by one the items were turned over. No matter how he searched, Lin Fei saw this mysterious item and searched with his divine sense. Could it be this? Very quickly at the bottom of a storage ring Lin Fei really found something. It was a black slate with ancient runes carved on it. However, Lin Fei didn't recognize a single one of them. This was the first time he didn't recognize a rune. What the hell, I actually don't recognize these runes. This was a very rare occurrence. Lin Fei threw a scan over, planning to take a good look at what it was. Once the appraisal came out, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Incomplete slate, 3, level? Lin Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Damn, what kind of appraisal is this? There are 3 question marks. This wasn't the first time there was an appraisal with question marks. This time the appraisal result was somewhat surprising. Little Devil, didn't our system upgrade to top-level mode? Why is there still something that can't be appraised? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. Little Devil came out and congratulated, Master's luck is really good to actually find this thing. You know what this is? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Little Devil to actually know its origin. Little Devil shook her head, Master, I can't tell you now. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Ding. Top-level mission. Find and collect incomplete slate. Mission time, unlimited. Reward, random. Player Lin Fei accept the mission, find and collect incomplete slate. Before Lin Fei could react, the mission was confirmed. How shameless. You didn't even ask me if I agreed. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had found a slate out of nowhere and then started a mission. Was this a hidden mission? Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder. Master, this mission will be of great help to you. As long as you complete it, the benefits will definitely be beyond your imagination. I can reveal a little. There are a total of 18 of these incomplete slate. As long as Master can find all of them, the doubts in your heart will be solved. Little Devil said mysteriously. Really? Do you think I would lie to Master? Lin Fei quickly calmed down. Since Little Devil said this, it must have a very powerful background. There were a total of 18 of them. It seemed like he really had to cooperate with the Lord of the Sacred Sky. Ding, collected a broken stone tablet, 3. Player Lin Fei has obtained the side quest reward, obtaining a basic energy blade technique, and a basic energy shield. Lin Fei blinked, there's even a reward. This was a little unexpected. Little Devil smiled. When Master accepted the mission to collect 18 incomplete slate, the side mission also started. For example, if you collect one of them, you can get a reward. But what are these basic energy blade technique and basic energy shield technique? No matter how I look at them, they don't look like much. Chapter 21:15. Lin Fei remembered clearly that he had not learned a skill for a long time. He did not expect that this time, because of the gift from the Lord of Sacred Sky, he would inadvertently receive a mission, a peak-level mission, and at the same time receive a portion of the reward. Whether it was good or not, he would learn it first. At least, Lin Fei was looking forward to the skill reward from a peak-level mission. Although the name sounded ordinary, there might be something unique about it. Ding, confirm to learn Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Confirm. This skill turned into a Jianghu, and Lin Fei mastered Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Ding, confirm to learn Elementary Energy Shield. Confirm. Lin Fei immediately chose to confirm. After learning these 2 skills, Lin Fei quickly realized that something was different. Normally he would become an expert immediately after starting school. But this time, after learning, a progress bar appeared, showing that he had to train to 100% before he could enter the next level. Damn, I still have to learn. Little Devil said, Master, this is not an ordinary skill, the system can only start in peak level mode. Let me take a look first. Lin Fei immediately checked, and with one look, his eyes opened wide. So awesome. Wow. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared beside the God Emperor throne, then entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, and once again appeared in the forest. Primordial 13 was still there and did not leave. After appearing, Lin Fei asked, In this place, where are the more immortal beasts, preferably the stronger ones? Primordial 13 replied without hesitation. Yes, in the west, about 1,000,000 miles away, there lives an Emperor beast with the strength of a rank 1. It is almost comparable to a rank 2 God Emperor expert. So. With a spatial movement, Lin Fei broke through 1,000,000 miles, and arrived at the side of a lake. The system scanned and confirmed that there was an Emperor beast below. Come out. Lin Fei punched the lake, causing a huge tremor that attracted the attention of the sovereign beast below. It was a huge crocodile covered in densely packed scales. He exuded a ferocious emperor's might. As soon as the sovereign beast appeared, its tail swept out, causing space to tremble and Lin Fei's clothes to flutter. Basic Energy Saber Technique. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion in the air. An energy blade formed from pure destiny points appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the autarch beast's tail, causing it to fall off. Refinement plus 1 inch. There was finally a change in the progress bar. Lin Fei was moved. This skill is a blade technique. It's even stronger than when I used the Purple Moon Holy Blade to amplify its power. The amount of destiny points it consumes is far less than when I used the Purple Moon Holy Blade to attack. While Lin Fei was still in shock, the archbeast let out a roar. The scales on its back rained down like a rain of arrows, followed by a sonic boom. This guy is really strong. Any one of his scales can kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. With a thought, Lin Fei did not attack with his sword. Instead, he used the beginner's energy shield. As soon as he used his destiny points, an energy shield appeared around him. Bang, bang, bang. The scales that filled the sky fell down. When they were bounced off by the energy shield, Lin Fei was completely fine. Refinement plus 1, refinement plus 2. Lin Fei was shocked once again. This beginner's energy shield was also very useful. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly, this is a deeper use of energy. The consumption is also exceptionally low, and the power will increase by several folds. Lin Fei felt it. For example, the basic energy saber technique was indeed very basic. It was nothing more than the most ordinary attack. However, when it was used in the form of energy, the power would increase by several folds. Most importantly, the energy was not limited, and it could easily attack the opponent's weakness. It is indeed very powerful. I can use it more freely. Lin Fei said seriously. When Master reaches the specialist level, the power will be even better. The autarch beast in front of us will be the best sparring partner for Master. Lin Fei looked at the autarch beast again. He realized that the tail that was chopped off earlier had recovered. Its sharp claws turned into afterimages as they clawed towards Lin Fei. Alright, I will use you as a sparring partner. The long and narrow energy saber slashed forward. Lin Fei also used space movement. This was the first time he used the basic energy saber technique in this Mountain God Emperor space. Refinement plus 1, refinement plus 1. Lin Fei was like a fish swimming in the water, moving back and forth. He was getting more and more familiar with the basic saber technique. It was a completely unconventional attack method. It was really an eye-opener. Primordial 13, who was chasing from behind, could feel the roar of the autarch beast from afar. When he got closer, he saw the humongous autarch beast roaring non-stop. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. At this moment, the surroundings had already turned into ruins. This person is too terrifying. Primordial 13 looked at the autarch beast continuously attacking the black-robed young man. No matter how he looked at it, before the attack could even touch the opponent, it would be repelled by a layer of energy. On the contrary, the autarch beast's body was densely covered with wounds. The entire lake had turned red. Fortunately, I did not choose to fight till the end. Primordial 13 shivered. This was an autarch beast. Even a first transition god emperor could fight against a second transition god emperor expert. Even if it was him, he would need a few days to kill this autarch beast. Refinement plus 1, ding, basic energy saber technique leveled up, advanced to intermediate level. Lin Fei was delighted. However, the basic energy shield had yet to advance to intermediate level. Wah! With a slash of the energy saber, the autarch beast's humongous head fell off. The body laid motionless on the ground. Such a sharp energy saber. Lin Fei only wanted to test the power of the saber. He did not expect the autarch beast to die in one slash. Lord Mighty. Primordial 13 came up to flatter. This was the first time Lin Fei killed an autarch beast. Even though it was dead, its flesh and blood contained boundless energy. With a wave of his hand, he kept the remaining portion. Take this and roast it. Primordial 13 was completely convinced. He quickly roasted the meat. Very soon, the golden yellow autarch beast meat emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei took a piece and took a bite. When the meat entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current. Lin Fei refined it with a thought. It can even increase my destiny points. Not bad. Primordial 13 naturally did not dare to eat it. In fact, he was envious. The meat of an autarch beast had great effects. Go and eat it yourself. The two of them quickly divided the golden roasted meat. This amount of destiny points was nothing to Lin Fei. On the other hand, Primordial 13 was excited. As for the remaining bit, Lin Fei rewarded it to Primordial 13. Do you have the Heaven Crystal Wall? Then come out. Chapter 21:16. After finding an Emperor Beast to fight, he leveled up his basic Energy Blade technique and Energy Shield. After tasting the Emperor Beast's flesh, Lin Fei decided to learn more about the Heaven Crystal Wall. This is the Heaven Crystal Wall? This thing was much more beautiful than he had imagined. That was what Lin Fei thought. He held a shiny crystal in his hand. It was filled with surging energy and was extremely pure. Ding! Discovered Heaven Crystal Wall, absorb? Ding! Discovered Heaven Crystal Wall, exchange? Immediately the system prompted. Absorb and exchange? Lin Fei understood what the former meant. The latter could be exchanged? Could it be exchanged for points? Exchange. Lin Fei chose the latter. He wanted to know what he could exchange for. Ding! Exchange successful, obtained 1 progress point. Following the system's notification, Lin Fei noticed something interesting. On the attribute page, there was an additional progress bar at the place where the energy output was supposed to be. 1/100000000. Progress 100%, can be leveled up. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I was still thinking about how to raise the limit. So it requires Heaven Crystal Wall. That means I don't need 100 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. This discovery made Lin Fei overjoyed. Although the output was between 100 million to 300 million, Lin Fei never thought he was invincible. He just had an advantage over others. Is the Heaven Crystal Wall easy to mine? Lin Fei casually asked Primordial 13. Very difficult to mine. The Heaven Crystal Wall is extremely hard. One must use the special tools to mine. Lin Fei waved his hand. Get to the point. This is all nonsense. I just want to know how much can be mined in a year. For example, your Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. I remember last year we mined a total of 15 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. Primordial 13 thought about it and said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Damn, so low. Thinking about it, if the Heaven Crystal Wall was so easy to mine, the God Emperor Mountain would have already been broken by others, and it wouldn't have fallen into his hands. My lord, this is already very high. For a few years we mined the Heavenly Crystal Wall every year. It's less than half of last year's, only a few million yuan. When he heard the number, his heart skipped a beat. A few million a year? When would he be able to accumulate 100 million pieces of Tianyuan Crystal Wall? I have to find out for myself. Lin Fei was very confident that as long as he inspected the situation on the spot, he would be able to think of a good way to increase the mining efficiency with his own system. Bring me to the nearest mining area. Primordial 13 was ready to risk everything. Soon, a mountain range appeared in front of them. There was a huge valley in the mountain range and the valley was heavily guarded. My lord, this is one of the mining areas of the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. He has a total of 6 mining areas in his hands. This mining area can mine 2 million pieces of Heavenly Crystal Wall every year. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense, but used the system to scan. Around the mountains, there were tens of thousands of heavy armored soldiers, all of whom were equipped with the same equipment. At the same time, their realms were not low, all of them were divine emperors, and there were even many invincible divine emperors. God Emperor Mountain Space. Are there many mining areas? Lin Fei asked Primordial 13. I heard that there are many, but many places are occupied by powerful the archbeasts, and some are even occupied by Battle Emperor level beasts. These mining areas were all snatched from the hands of the archbeasts. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was not bad news. Alright, wait here for my return. With that, Lin Fei snuck into the mining area. The mining area was huge. Lin Fei noticed that the miners here were basically hierarch level. He held a special tool in his hand, and entered the mining area expressionlessly. Wow, there are actually 2 7th Revolution God Emperors guarding here. Lin Fei concealed all his aura. Even if a Battle Emperor was here, he would not be able to detect anyone sneaking in. This time, Lin Fei was not here to kill, but to sneak into the mining area to investigate the situation. Avoiding the patrols, Lin Fei quietly entered the mining area. The mining area was huge and it extended in all directions. Lin Fei found a secluded place. In the tunnel, someone was holding a hoe and hammering. Every time he hit the rock, the miner would explode with terrifying power, but the rock did not move at all. Open. Lin Fei revealed himself, opened his palm and grabbed the nearest rock. With his power, no rock could withstand his grab. But this time he was disappointed. This time Lin Fei felt like he grabbed an iron plate, and the huge rebound caused his body to shake. Such a hard rock. Lin Fei was shocked. I just used about 50 million power and I was actually rebounded. Again. This time Lin Fei used 80 million power, and he did not believe that the rock could be so hard. Bang. Lin Fei was rebounded again and it was very powerful, directly rebounding the previous power. This rock is not simple. Lin Fei shielded this area, and was not worried about his aura leaking out. Again. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei was really going to waste time with this thing. Every time his power increased from 50 million to 300 million. Regrettably, the rock displayed a strange characteristic and each time the power would be rebounded. It was very strange. No wonder the mining efficiency is so low this year. After being rebounded again, Lin Fei let out a long sigh. He really understood why the mining efficiency was so low, and it was not without reason. Even my strongest power output can't move the rock. I really need a special item. Lin Fei stopped experimenting. Even if he used 1 billion power, he might not be able to break it. This rock was very strange. Help me scan this rock, I want to know what secrets it has. Although Lin Fei could not do anything to the rock, it did not mean that he could not do anything. Wasn't it just using up some destiny points? This was easy. Lin Fei just wanted to know the reason. Ding. Discovered special rock, level 0 has a special ability that ignores all attacks, and has a 100% reflection rate. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was a special rock, and it even had a certain ability. This was really an eye-opener. I'm impressed. Previously, only Lin Fei could easily block the repeated reflections. Those who did not know would be killed on the spot. To be able to mine it, they must have a way to deal with this special rock. Lin Fei's figure disappeared, and he appeared in another mine. He killed one of them, took his mining tools and at the same time, threw an appraisal over. Pickaxe, level 1. Made from the trunk of the Sunluo iron tree. Lin Fei laughed.